people are at work, and you can see here, it looks like fire crews maybe pulled some of this stuff out of their garage, which was very nice to
You can see right through that garage, Mike.
Right. And so, you know, daytime fires are difficult because people are not home and they want to come back and get their property. And unfortunately, then you're in situations like that where homes are burning all around you and now you're stuck in the neighborhood. And then we have the situation with the cars, and then it just kind of snowballs from there and gets worse and worse. So if we can too, I'd like to come to my computer because I just want to give you an update on that mapping that we were talking about, the mapping system about where the fire has actually burned. And here you can see on my screen here. So this is, they haven't updated acreage since looks like 3/17 was the last time that they updated this mapping system, but it just kind of shows you here everything that they've been dealing with here. And as the fire kind of pushes more to the west here, Blue Sail Drive is one of the newer areas that we were looking at, that we saw some of these flames here. And this whole chunk of land right here is really where things have kind of escalated to, and where we've seen the fire kind of push through to. So, and there you see on the right side, you're seeing Governor Newsom touring the damage as well. And that's one of the things that he said was that that was a situation that he saw when he went up in the canyon. And you look at that video, it looks nighttime in that video because of how significant the smoke and the clouds and all of that are. So I'm still kind of monitoring that situation as well, keeping an eye on the aircraft that are over the area. And I'll show that to you one more time before I send it back to you guys too, because we just have that really incredible force of aircraft that are down here. And you can see here, here's the super scoopers. So you got Quebec 1 and 2 really. You got one right there and you got the other one right here. We've got the retardant dropping tankers. We've got the Chinooks here, the LA City Fire helicopters, the CAL Fire smaller planes as well. So there is a ton of aircraft that are in the air, and you've got Copter 22, that's LA County Fire, looks like they were working something. This is the C-130, you heard the governor talk about it, the Hercules, the C-130 that came down from Northern California that's done a couple of drops here as well. So they're throwing everything they got at it. They're making those nighttime requests as well for them to be able to, you know, fly at night and keep things going. And in the meantime, though, the traffic is a mess over there. They bulldozed those cars to get them out of the way, which you heard the chief there, Chief Jim McDonald, just talk about how desperate of a situation it was for them to have to do that. And you could see, you know, when we had, I think it was Elise Martinez that was there, and you could see, and she's actually there right now too. We'll send it to her in just a second, but I just wanted to point out they didn't, you know, move all of them, just enough of a path so that they could get, you know, apparatus in and out of that fire area. And I think Elise is back on the ground with us now. Elise, are you there?
Yes, Mike, I can hear you. We've been here on PCH, just down from the Palisades. We're kind of near where Lori Perez was going live and where she showed you that the fire had jumped PCH. We've been watching this spot for a little while now. Take a look behind me. This is Malibu Village. I believe they're mobile homes, and we've been watching these mobile homes just go up in flames. One of the guys was here across the street. He said he lives there. He said that that was his neighbor's house that was on fire, and he was worried that it was going to spread to the row of mobile homes here. He was really concerned. He just kept saying, "We need help, we need help, we need help." And as we understand that firefighters are just spread very, very thin right now, and so it's difficult to get help where it's needed. Again, this is Malibu Village. At the bottom of the hill, you do see some fire engines there, but we haven't seen any water being put on any of these mobile homes. In the distance, I don't know if you can see, but a power pole in this area also caught on fire. And that's very, very bad news as well. Again, the conditions just very, very smoky. You can hardly see in front of you. The winds, we've got really powerful wind gusts that kick up as well. And so it's still very hard to breathe. It's hard to see, and just not looking good. Again, the flames picking up again there at Malibu Village, and that home has been on fire for quite some time now. We're going to send it back to you.
So smoky there too. All right, Elise, thank you so much for those reports there from PCH.
And we do want to mention during that news conference, we did learn that PCH is closed between Lincoln Tunnel and Topanga Canyon. A lot of people trying to get in and out of the area, but be advised that PCH is closed between Lincoln Tunnel and Topanga Canyon, and really, if you don't need to be
some time,
anywhere in that area, you need to try to avoid it. Of course, one of the big factors in all of this fire is the wind. Our Olga Ospina has been monitoring just these strong gusts that have been coming through. And Olga, you were telling us earlier that this is the strongest wind event since 2011.
Since 2011, can you believe that? I mean, we're talking 13, 14 years ago that we have had winds that have been this strong and this widespread. A lot of times we get these winds just through certain areas, but it is really impacting most of Southern California with this. And as you guys have been mentioning, this is going to be a multi-day event. We have not seen the worst of it yet. So want to get to the winds because right now, current wind gusts, we are still in the 40s for a lot of areas. That includes the Pacific Palisades area, and even for other areas we're seeing gusts in the 50s too. So as we head into places like the Santa Clarita Valley, we're seeing those really strong gusts, 53 miles per hour. Santa Clarita also in the low 50s. We're looking at mid 30s from Chino into Claremont. In the mid 40s for Lancaster and Laguna Beach, nearing 50 miles per hour. There's that high wind warning. So this will continue through Wednesday evening. Wind gusts for the valleys 60 to 75 miles per hour. For the mountains, we could even see some isolated gusts in the 75 to 100 miles per hour. This is a very rare event. So again, we have not had an event like this for many, many years. This is life-threatening. This is destructive. And the worst of it will be happening as we head into later tonight and into Wednesday morning. Wind gusts also impacting the Inland Empire into inland Orange County and coastal areas too. Red flag warning through Thursday because of those strong winds, the dry conditions, and of course, very dry vegetation as well. We've had very little rain so far this season. So we'll continue taking a look at this, and I'm going to show you the future cast with where the winds are going to be impacting you as we head into later tonight in just a few minutes. For now, we're going to go to Jasmine Veal out in the field and taking a look at the conditions out there on the ground. How's it looking out there, Jazz?
Yeah, not good. So we're still here on El Medio Drive, and this is what we have come across every few yards. I mean, now we're right next to the office of the the Palisades First Presbyterian Church, and it is, well, at least a part of it is on fire, and you can see the flames right through this hedge in the back. And there's some sort of, I don't know if it's a volunteer firefighter unit, but they have a truck and they've been trying to put out some of the flames. Looks like it's up on a hill. So there's another part of the church down below, and I can see that palm tree is on fire as well. And look at these embers. They're just, see, now we're too close.
Oh, wow.
These embers are just, we're gonna run back a little bit. The embers are just flying as soon as those gusts pick up every which way. And this is right down from that neighborhood where those homes were on fire, and there were no firefighters up there. I did just see an engine go up there, finally, after all of these hours, because there were homes burning and no one to fight them except some neighbors who had hoses, and they were literally trying to put out the flames themselves, as we've seen with these fires. So we're going to back up a little bit, because this is really beginning to, I hear the fire alarms going off inside of the church, and this is, you know, it really kicks up when these strong gusts come through. Like right now, it's just gonna swirl the flames around with these gusts, and they're gonna have to deal with this through the night as the sun is setting, right? So it's gonna get dark and even more challenging for these firefighters. And so this is, we're all kind of staged here in the parking lot with the firefighter units. Let's walk down here and see if they're still trying to go inside the church and control some of the embers that are falling. Because yeah, this is a big property. This is a big property back here. So let me just go down here. This is what they're driving. It's just, this is all we've seen here, except again, I saw one fire engine finally go up here, up the street, to control some of those flames that have been burning these homes. See right back here, you can see a lot of the water. They've been putting the water, and these firefighters are working just out of a water truck then. Did you guys get some of the flames out back here?
Well, at the same time up there, we're gonna get that right now. Let's go back over here.
They're gonna try to attack, yeah, they're gonna try to attack the fire that's burning behind the hedge, because they just couldn't get to the other side of this right now. Yeah, I will say a lot of people up here, besides a few I've seen who stayed put, they have been heeding those evacuation orders. It's just the firefighters now. I have not seen anyone else trying to evacuate, so that's a good sign. I haven't seen a ton of people walking around like I did earlier, you know, deciding if they wanted to wait it out or hosing down, moving their trash cans. So that's good. But the bad thing is, it looks like resources are stretched really thin. So I'll send it back to you so we can get out of their way as they get. Oh, see the flames? You guys see that? It just hit the roof of this.
Oh yeah, we're seeing it light up, Jasmine.
It just blows so quickly. It's just so tough to watch all these buildings go up, and there's really nothing. This is a two-man crew here with a water truck. And I can tell you there are still several homes up the way on fire that are just burning with no one to put it out. So yeah, I don't know if they said it's very difficult to get out these flames. You see those up there on the roof?
We can see it, Jasmine, and no one being spared here. Houses of worship, homes, cars, everything's in the path of this destructive fire.
All right. We're going to listen now to a quick interview that Jasmine got a little earlier when she was talking to some neighbors out there. Let's listen into that.
It is a lot of chaos, but I hear things are really bad up north, so I think that's where all the resources are going. That's what the one cop told us, is that everything up north is worse than down here, as bad as it is right here right now. So
you were trying to get to your parents?
Yeah, well, they're safe now, okay. But when I was trying to get to meet them again was when I saw you last, and I couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
So I came down here, and there was just a total traffic jam, and this man right here was directing traffic, and I decided to get out there with him and help.
You guys actually got it going.
It's kind of a trip seeing this, you know? It's so surreal.
What do you think about the traffic jams that have been happening here with people trying to get out?
Well, I sent my family out, my kids out in their car, and I've got my car and I've got my bike. So if it gets bad, I get on the bike and get out. If I could get out in the car, then I'll get out in the car.
People have been stuck, though. I mean, it's been chaotic, and it seems like a lack of resources to get people out of here.
Well, the thing is, it's two veins in and out. So when you shut Sunset down and you only have PCH, there is no third option. So when I left the office when it first started today and came up from Ralph's, it was already closed. Sunset was already closed. So it was already chaos before the fire even got big.
And that was some interviews that Jasmine got a little earlier from some neighbors in the area, and she was just showing us church, the First Presbyterian Church, Pacific Palisades. We saw the first little bit of flames on the roof there, and we're just hoping that the firefighters that were there will be able to get that out before it burns. But just seeing so many homes burning here and all around, and so many different areas that firefighters just can't get to at all.
Yeah, as Jasmine was saying there, it's only a two-man crew working on that church fire. And that last interview that we heard from, a great point. Sunset and PCH are the only two ways out. You close any one of those, and there's no third option. All right, let's go back to Mike Rogers at the desk with some more information. Mike?
Yeah, and I was just talking to, so there's a lot of independent photographers up there. We call them stringers. They sell us video and all of that. They're really in the thick of this. And we're looking at some of this video. I'm going to ask the control room if they can get my computer ready, because I want to show you some dash camera video that one of the stringers just captured. I just got off the phone with her. Here it is. It's paused right now, but I want to draw your attention to basically this side of the screen, because what you're going to see, and I'm going to hit play right now, is you're going to see a woman walking along the fire right there. Look at that. Trying to clearly get out. This is not clear if it's a situation where she had to ditch a car or if she's just trying to evacuate. But you see her standing there in the thick of the smoke. Brandy, who is the stringer from RMG, gets her in her car, gives her a ride, and gets out of the fire zone. But there it is again as it plays back. And later on I'll have you listen to some of the audio. It's hard to hear right now because you can't hear it off of my computer. But this is from Brandy from RMG, and Fire Photo Girl is her X handle where she posted this. And you can see her kind of getting that woman in her car and getting her to safety. And let me see if I can play. There's a second video here. No, actually, I'm not going to be able to do that. But you can see her, just terrifying situation. Imagine trying to run and get to safety in that situation where things are on fire on both sides of you. All you've got really is the road to go. There's a wall of smoke ahead of her. Hopefully she at least had an idea. Look at, even from where Brandy's dash camera is to where she is, you lose her in the smoke because of how bad the visibility is. So a really wild situation, and this is just kind of what's playing out up there and how bad things are. And especially when you're talking about people that have had to ditch their cars and try to get, get to safety because the traffic was so bad and the flames were so close. And this is what that is. And we're thankful to Brandy that Brandy was driving down the road, saw this woman and said, "Hey, get in my car." And you can't hear it on the screen. I can hear it in my ear here, but she's saying, "Oh my God, get in the car, and honking at her to let her know that she's there. And you can see I'm sure that woman was remarkably relieved that this presented itself and that somebody was able to be there to help her.
She has to be so thankful. If you saw what she had in her hands, it was basically nothing. It's like a small bag. So she was running out of this neighborhood with flames on both sides, thick smoke covering the street, and basically just running aimlessly, not knowing where to go.
It really is a miracle that during that news conference that we brought you just a short time ago, they said that there had been no injuries reported, which is just really amazing with all that we have seen, all of the devastation, the people stopping their cars in the middle of the road and running towards the ocean to get to safety. Just is such an example of how extreme the conditions have been today. In such a quick amount of times, things really turned desperate, and this is just difficult to watch. We're looking at a live look right here, just a wall of flame here. I believe this is leading out to PCH, is that right?
It looks like it, yeah. It looks like it's coming down the canyon there. Let me see if I can figure out which one of our crews this is here, and I can tell you where they're at. But it does look like that as they pull out. Yeah, so that's from the command post, it looks like. So yeah, that's our camera that was at the command post. And I'll tell you logistically from the desk, the command post has moved 3 or 4 times. The press conference that we brought you at 3:30 was supposed to happen much sooner. This live shot is from Will Rogers Beach. That press conference was supposed to happen much sooner, but the command post kept getting moved further and further away because of the fire activity and because of where it was going. So, and look at that. I mean, that is just an ominous cloud. It's dark. That is so we're at Will Rogers Beach. The PCH is, right there to the right shot of the screen behind the white truck that says Los Angeles Fire Department. And now you can see the fires coming over the hillside there.
And we do know that fire has jumped PCH. Our Lori Perez was there where it jumped and started to burn beneath a shack there, a lifeguard shack. And, you hope that the roadway is going to be that barrier, but it is not enough of a barrier today with winds that we are seeing such strong gusts, and they are going to be getting stronger as the evening progresses. We are expecting the worst to begin at 10 o'clock tonight, and we do know that we do have a lot of air resources on this fire, but the governor was talking about the fact that even though the aircraft can be up, they can maneuver the winds, they can't make the drops because the wind gusts are so strong, they can't make accurate drops because the wind just takes the retardant or takes the water. So they haven't been able to make the drops that they are hoping to make, but this is just really a desperate time.
It sure is. And yeah, the precision that these firefighters normally have under perfect conditions, it goes out the window when you have these extremely dangerous gusts. They're calling this a widespread destructive windstorm, where some of the more intense winds are going to be happening tonight into tomorrow morning. So it's going to be a while before we see the end of this. And as we saw in some of those earlier pictures where Amanda Starantino was, there's still quite a lot of fuel out there to burn. So it's going to be a while with embers flying and firefighters they're on the ground and in the air doing the best they can. We are still going to see more of these fires pop up. And it's just really heartbreaking to see so many of these homes going up in flames and residents wondering where the firefighters are when they are out there in the community doing everything they can to keep these fires from spreading. But again, look at that shot on the right side of your screen. Just the intensity of these flames is just something that's very hard to contend with. We were saying, Amy, since 2011, right?
Yes.
We haven't seen conditions like this. So far, 1,262 acres burned here. And my guess is that number has grown since that 3:30 update that we received from firefighters as well. If you need a place to go, a place to rendezvous, they're saying that the Westwood Recreation Center is the place to go. There's going to be some overnight shelter there for evacuees. You can also bring small animals there. If you have bigger animals, they're asking you to go to Pierce College, I believe. That's what they were saying. Let's see, livestock, Pierce College, and the Agura Animal Shelter for smaller animals that perhaps you can't keep with you. those are some places that you can go to.
And you hear about these areas, Juan, but really getting around, if you are not out of this area, you're really going to have a difficult time trying to get out. We do know that PCH is closed between Topanga and the Lincoln Tunnel. And, just trying to get out of the Palisades area, I mean, you've got such limited options between Palisades to get from Palisades to Sunset, Sunset to PCH. None of those are really big stretches of roadway for you to have a lot of people. And that's exactly what we saw earlier. So many people trying to get out of the area that they got jammed up on the roadways, had to get out of their cars, leave their cars on the roadway and just run and walk and trying to get away from the fire danger. And it just is so difficult to see the desperation.
And that left officers with no other recourse but to bring in that dozer to then move cars out of the way so they can move in fire trucks, so they can bring in emergency personnel. This video here, you see sheriff's deputies going door to door, knocking on those doors, making sure that people have evacuated. And you see others there, maybe a homeowner there with a hose trying to do the best he can to hose down that bush so that it doesn't catch fire. But it's really hard to fight these flames. Look at this garage. In a very short amount of time, we saw this house just go down to very little here, destroyed by this fire that keeps basically hopscotching streets. The embers keep flying quite a distance, spotting in different areas. So, fire crews are going to be out here throughout the night into tomorrow morning and in the area for at least the week to come to make sure that this fire is fully out and fully contained. And as we know, when it comes to containment numbers, getting that number up takes days sometimes just to get the upper hand on the fire. So this is just the beginning of a widespread destructive windstorm that is proving to be just that.
Yes, and Mike Rogers, you have some new information for us?
Yeah, I wanted to show you. Remember the video, the dash cam video that I just showed you? I was able to, get it the right way and do it through our editing system. And I actually want you to just listen to the moments that Brandy realizes that this person is walking down the road. Take a listen.
Let's do it.
Hey, get in the car. Oh my God. Get in the car. Tell her to get in the car. Get in the car in the back. 51 Golf on command. Just push it over. Come on.
Yeah, so that's when the woman gets in the car. It's a little bit difficult to hear, but I was listening to it. Brandy says it's crazy that you're out here running around. She said, I don't have my car. So it's hard to tell. Brandy then says, where can I take you? Where can I drop you off? And she says, my house is right there. My house is right there. So it sounds like, based on the video and their conversation, it sounds like that the house had burned or was an immediate threat of burning, and that's why she was running. So you can hear them talking a little bit more in the background about where Brandy can take her and where she can go. But you can see this is clearly an act of desperation of somebody trying to get away from the fire here. And unfortunately, their last resort is to run down the middle of the street with fire on both sides of them. And it's really incredible and dramatic video to see here. And this is the situation. And I'm sure this was not the only situation like this that happened today.
When I look at this, Mike, I have to say she's running, and it seems like she's running towards the fire, but you have to wonder what's behind her. What is she running away from if this is the better route for her to take? What was behind her?
And you can see in the video right there, they come to an intersection. I presumably that's towards the beach where they were telling people to go. But it's really insane here what that she was dealing with. And again, as you said, Amy, what was she running from that's where she was the better option.
Exactly.
And nothing in her hands, which goes back to what the governor was saying earlier, and Captain Eric Scott, to have a wildfire action plan in place to be ready to go when you need to, because as we saw that woman that Brandy picked up, she had nothing in her hands but maybe a handbag or something in a bag with very little else even on her. She just had that long dark sweater, and that's it.
Yeah, it's so tough to see this. And they've been urging people to get out, and I think so many people thought that they were safe and they could stay in their homes, and the wind shifted, and then all of a sudden they weren't safe and they weren't prepared. And it's just so important. We are a long way away from this being out, and if you are anywhere in this vicinity and for whatever reason you were still at your home, you need to make sure you at least have grabbed whatever items you need to get and be ready to go.
Yeah, and you heard the governor say, I've never been to a memorial for a building.
That's right.
You know, and as difficult as it is, I'm sure whoever's home this is to watch this be on fire and watch it go up in flames, the last thing you want is to be inside of that while it's happening.
Exactly.
And homes that were spared from the Franklin fire,
Yeah.
right, that we had about a month ago. These people made it through the holidays, through you know, Christmas and New Year, and here we have these homes burning now the first full week of 2025. So just awful. We had been forecasting these dangerous winds for about a week or so. We were letting people know this was coming, but even though you prepare and you know it's coming, when you see it happening and unfolding, our Carter Evans was saying that. He reports on this all the time, and when it happens to you, when it's happening in real time in front of your face, it's a whole a different ball of wax here. And again, I keep watching this video, we keep playing it. It's this firefighter who the home is basically done, but he runs towards danger in order to put those flames out so perhaps it doesn't spread to the house next door. And these are the fire crews that we have working out there all the time, doing the best they can. We know it, some of the best in the country, trained for these dangerous conditions when humidity is low, when the winds are brisk. And think about it, it's not even hot now, right?
No.
It's nice, cool conditions, and still humidity is low enough that it's a problem, and the winds are the big culprit here in fanning these flames that are going to be fanned throughout the night.
And likely this was embers that went and hit that home, because you see the homes to the other side of this house, they weren't on fire.
Right.
So odds are an ember was carried by the strong winds and went right to that home, and this is the result of that. And those firefighters just trying to keep it from spreading to the homes right next door. Just tough to see.
And this is why you need to be ready. You made a great point, Amy. If you are downwind from where the fire is, there's a good chance that those embers could make it to your house, whether it's a block away, a mile away. It's just not safe. Be ready, have that fire action plan in place, and start gathering that information, family heirlooms, whatever you need to get out safely.
Absolutely. Let's check back in with our Lori Perez. She is out on the scene. Lori, I'm not exactly sure where you are. Give us an idea of where you are now. You were on PCH a little earlier.
Right, and so we just came a few miles away. We're now on Palisades Drive in Pacific Palisades. We were trying to get up to a neighborhood, but again, we were stopped by what we saw along the way. Let me show you up on the hill here. This is behind Calvary Church, the hill behind Calvary Church on Palisades Drive. You can see there's a building up there that is engulfed. And let me show you, aside from the damage to that building, why that is so risky. You can see that the embers have spread to the hillsides. All throughout this hillside, we can see little hot spots. The hill has already burned to a great extent. In fact, just behind this crest, you can probably see some big flames right over those trees, flipping up over the trees. And all, again, throughout the hillside, you can see little embers, spots that could easily fuel up. There are fire crews that are stationed up and down this road. And let me show you what else looks so eerie along this street. These are all abandoned cars behind us. These were people who were trying to leave, trying to evacuate the area, and just left their cars. They're actually on the wrong side of the road, and they just pulled over, pulled onto the sidewalk, as you can see, parked right in the middle of the street, and just left. That's how serious and intense this situation is. The wind, it has picked up since we got here about an hour and a half ago. The smoke is really spreading. The wind is really much stronger than when we first arrived, which of course is just going to add, quite literally, fuel to the fire, which is such a concern as this night continues. You know what? Another hot spot I see behind the tip of Calvary Church, up on that crest over here to the right. See, you can see more flames in a house or a building up on the top there. This is the kind of horizon that we're seeing as we drive around here. You know, we look to the right, we look to the left, and we can see different things on fire. It's really quite intense to experience as we're driving around here. We are trying to be careful, of course, but we are trying to make sure that we can bring you what we're seeing here on the ground as much as possible. It is also getting colder. I don't know if that will help, but we can also feel the temperature dropping in just the last hour and a half since we've been here. This is going to be a very long night. We're going to keep trying to come back to you as we continue to drive around Malibu and Pacific Palisades looking for more fire and hot spots. Again, let me just show you, this is one building. It is fully engulfed, and you can see that there seems to be another building next to it that is under construction, perhaps, or renovation. And I can imagine that the big risk is that that will also catch on fire. Those flames, again, to the left, really starting to flare up. There, behind this crest, there are neighborhoods, street after street of homes from here all the way going down to the ocean, to PCH, which is where we were, earlier in the day. So along our way here, we saw fire units from all over the state, from CAL FIRE, stationed all around these areas. They're trying to do what they can, of course, but there's just so much to handle. You cannot imagine how many personnel are here on the streets, but there's just so much that they need to tend to, and they're really trying to get to everything they can as soon as they can. We do hear emergency vehicles coming this way. We've been seeing this as we've been driving around. It's unclear what exactly they're heading to, but there's just so much happening that, it's just a dynamic situation.
Could you repeat that?
Let's wait for these guys to get by. Okay, that's the police getting by. Oh, they seem to be escorting some residents, because these are private cars now following that police officer out. I think I was mentioning before how surprised I was. Oops, and look at this. You have fire units going down one way, cars going the other, all on the same side of the street. A lot of risks tonight, people. So, if you don't need to be on the roads, absolutely do not be. These cars seem to be following a police officer out of the Palisades area. Again, I was mentioning, I was surprised how many citizens we saw around still, even though the evacuations have been in place for several hours. Perhaps people just getting things together or waiting a little bit longer than they should have. But with the way that we are seeing things now at this point, there's no waiting around anymore. You need to leave if you've been told to leave. Again, this is another look at more private cars getting out of the Palisades area. We're actually going to move on to another location and see what else we can see around in this neighborhood. I'll send it back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Lori Perez, reporting live. And right now on KCAL News at 5 o'clock, live coverage of the out-of-control wildfire in the Pacific Palisades. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Right now, the fire has burned more than 1,200 acres, and there is zero containment.
30,000 residents are under evacuation orders. Multiple structures have burned. 13,000 more structures are threatened. And that includes, I believe, 10,000 homes. So we're going to go to our Mike Rogers on the desk now. Mike, you've been following this all day. So give us the latest on what has happened in the Palisades area in terms of this fire.
Yeah, a couple of things have happened, and I want to show you some brand new video. We'll jump right into it, because one of the big issues that happened was Palisades Drive became blocked with people who had to abandon their cars on Palisades Drive. And because of that, the fire departments couldn't get in to get to people and to try to put out this fire. So they had to bring in a dozer that would usually be used to cut fire lines, was instead used to shove all of these people's cars out of the way, get them out of a way to create a path on Palisades Drive. Palisades Drive is a narrow road, only a couple of lanes total. So they used Dozer 5, and you can see, look, a home is burning right above it. There's that home that's on fire, and they're using this. Look at that, getting that car all the way almost on its side, as they had to do that to get these things out of the way. What was left was an aftermath of several dozen cars that were then damaged by the dozer in order to get fire crews into where they needed to go. And there you can see some of the video. Remarkable, though, one of these stringers, one of these independent photographers that was up there, also, as she was driving, had a dash camera rolling. I want you to see what she saw.
Hey, get in the car! Oh my God! Get in the car! Tell her to get in the car. Get in the car in the back.
51 Golf on command.
Just push it over. Come on. on.
Yeah, so really remarkable there. You see that woman walking down the side of the road, and as we listen to the audio there, you can hear Brandy, who's the photographer there from RMG News, saying, "Oh my God, get in the car, get in the car." And you look at the almost apocalyptic scene that she is facing as she drives. Fire on both sides of her. And you guys, we talked last hour about this, and it really makes you wonder what this woman was trying to get away from, that running this way was her better option. And when she talks to Brandy, Brandy's asking her, "Where do you want me to take you? Where do you want to go?" Here's the video again. Look at her walking in the middle of the street there, nothing in her hands as she tries to get away from the flames that are surrounding her. She eventually tells Brandy that her home is just down the street. She needs help getting to her car, which is nowhere near where this situation is. And you just have to imagine how terrifying and how scary that is. I want to come to my computer here because I want to show you a current map of where the fire is, the evacuation warnings and orders, and what exactly has burned. Everything that you see in this purplish red hue here, that is a mandatory evacuation. So that is all of this area up here in the reddish area. That's all of this area into Malibu. And then everything in yellow here are all the voluntary evacuation zones. Everything you see here in the dark red, this is the actual fire footprint. This is what actually has burned. Now, where did the fire start? The fire started up kind of in this area right here, and then we believe kind of moved through the canyon. But everything you see here that is in these white structures, those are homes or businesses. And you look at some of these neighborhoods, we've seen it time and again. This is a cul-de-sac where the fire has moved through and has potentially impacted every single one of these homes on this cul-de-sac. Anywhere you see this dark red is where the plane that does this has mapped that fire activity has been. So you've got that cul-de-sac. You move down through here. You look at this. You've got a whole host of homes here on Las Lomas Avenue that also very likely were impacted by fire, at least some of them as it moves through here. We're talking now dozens of homes that potentially have been impacted. And look at this. You have an entire community here off Paseo Miramar that has had fire activity move directly through it and very well could have been impacted by homes. And then you see the fire stretched almost all the way to the beach here. Here's PCH. Again, the dark red is where the fire activity has moved through. You move through the west here and you see it here on Blue Sail Drive as well. So unfortunately, this fire has chewed through a very, very populated area of the Pacific Palisades and of the LA's west side, and then the evacuation zones moving into LA County. This is the traffic maps. Things looking a lot better now because everybody's gone or abandoned their cars. Everything that you see in black there, that is what are hard closures. So I'll pull it out just a little bit here. And you're looking at PCH, Topanga Canyon on the northbound side is closed. Look at PCH is closed all the way over to what it looks like maybe Pepperdine. I'll double check that as well. But Malibu Canyon Road maybe is where PCH is closed, or at least just to the east of it. And then you see the 405 and the 10 are all red. PCH into the Santa Monica area is closed or jammed up as well. But again, coming in closer here, all those greens and yellows that you see on the map now, earlier in the day were just solid red as people were trying to evacuate the fire here. So again, we cannot say it enough. The governor talked about it in the press conference. If you are told to leave, you need to leave. You need to get out of your home. And it's understandable that you want to sit there and you want to be with your property and save it a lot of cherished memories there. But as the governor put it, he's never been to a funeral or a memorial for a building. So they want you to get out of there. And the firefighters need to do their work. Like we talked about, that dozer that had to be used to move cars, they would have rather been using that, and I actually heard them request it, to go try to cut fire lines and try to use it to help stop the spread and the forward progress of this fire, guys.
Well, the firefighters have had such a tremendous odds against them because this is such a horrific event and a historic event. We've never seen winds like this, especially in January at this magnitude, and able to just spread no matter which way the wind shifts. And that's what we're really concerned about right now.
Look at that.
Okay, Jasmine, take it away.
Well, I mean, we're going to get out of here in a few minutes because this is a very dangerous situation when firefighters are facing. So we're still here off El Bolito Avenue. And this thick smoke just getting picked up, and the embers are being thrown every which way. And sadly, those are two homes that you see burning behind me. And so we're just off of the avenue here above Sunset Boulevard, right off Temescal Canyon. And we have seen this fire. This neighborhood was untouched when we got up here around noon today. People were still here. They were moving trash cans. They were kind of standing by, not knowing, even though they were told to leave, they just didn't know. And now the fire has overtaken this area. We finally saw fire trucks get up here in the last hour, but they haven't been able to be here all day up until an hour ago. And so we've watched the embers
catch fences on fire, catch roofs on fire, and then the houses just start to burn with no one to put out the flames. Just listen to this. And you see what we're talking about? With the embers flying around, that's what caught the church on fire right down the street, the First Presbyterian, some of the eaves and the palm tree in the parking lot right on El Morito Avenue. That is now burning. They had a two-man water crew trying to put out the fire on the church, and they gave up because it was just too aggressive with these winds. They had to move elsewhere. And so we can maybe get the wind in between the wind gusts. We get a little bit closer, but it is very hard to see. It's going to be even more difficult when the sun goes down to see up here in these streets, and you see all this thick black smoke. And yes, 30,000 people in these evacuation orders, under these evacuation orders, in this evacuation zone. And I can tell you now, I've seen most of them leave. I saw just one other resident drive out of here, but everyone earlier had packed up their, whether it was a stroller or a bike or a scooter or their car. They were finally leaving, and it seems for the most part this neighborhood is empty except for those firefighters and some work trucks. And you can see why. I mean, with this fire so erratic, and now it's so close to Sunset Boulevard, this is why this whole area was under that order, because they knew that these winds could push all the flames and the smoke and the embers this direction. I mean, look, just being out here, everything is just now covered in this thick smoke, if not now slowly beginning to catch fire. So we've had to jump in the live truck. I met this man, his name, let's get to some video. Sorry, I know I have some video from earlier. I want to show you what I saw up there off El Morito Avenue. These were the homes that were burning with no one around. A guy named Kevin Lake said that he was up there trying to save some of his friends' homes. He saw 6 homes burn to the ground. I took one viewpoint and I could see just several more homes beginning to burn and catch fire. Yeah, you can hear kind of me talking to some of the neighbors who were still there. This is from a few hours ago. But yeah, the wind just really blowing the embers every which way. Neighbors were also trying to direct traffic. If we get to other video, I can tell you it was a traffic jam. It was very difficult to get in, or rather get out of here, and even for us to get in here to this neighborhood. Cars were backed up for miles until neighbors jumped in and started directing traffic because there was no one else to do it. They could get some cars moving along. They said, one neighbor said he watched this fire start in the Highland area of the Palisades around 10:30 this morning. He just watched it spread so quickly and jump over these canyons and these valleys and spread into this neighborhood where I'm at. And it just pushed by these winds. And so, yeah, I mean, neighbors, could only do as much as they could. Let's listen to some of those residents I spoke with. Obviously devastated. They don't know if their home is still standing, as they also had to rush out. Take a listen.
It is a lot of chaos, but I hear things are really bad up north. So I think that's where all the resources are going. That's what the one cop told us, is that everything up north is worse than down here, as bad as it is right here right now. So
you were trying to get to your parents?
Yeah. Well, they're safe now. Okay. But when I was trying to get to meet them again was when I saw you last, and I couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
So I came down here, and there was just a total traffic jam. And this man right here was directing traffic, and I decided to get out there with him and help.
You guys actually got it going.
It's kind of a trip seeing this, It's so surreal.
What do you think about the traffic jams that have been happening here with people trying to get out?
Well, I sent my family out, my kids out in their car, and I've got my car and I've got my bike. So if it gets bad, I get on the bike and get out. If I could get out in the car, then I'll get out in the car.
People have been stuck, though. I mean, it's been chaotic, and it seems like a lack of resources to get people out of here.
Well, the thing is, it's 2 veins in and out. So when you shut Sunset down and you only have PCH, there is no third option. So when I left the office when it first started today and came up from Ralph's, it was already closed. Sunset was already closed. It was already chaos before the fire even got big.
All right, back out here live. I mean, we're the only ones on this street right now. I can hear sirens in the distance. All right, right now I'm seeing some work trucks come up. I don't know if they're the brigade, so maybe the volunteer fire brigade. They're finally making their way into this neighborhood. Point 2. Driving into this thick black smoke, but they're, they pretty much just left this fire that's burning close to this house. Let's see if this gentleman will talk. How are you? Good. You mind if we talk to you? He's on his way down. He's one of the few
Oh, he's coming back. Let's see.
What do you mean?
Just we're receiving at KCAL.
Oh, okay.
How are things looking up there?
Well, I can show you on a video. It's pretty desperate. There's whole streets which have gone.
Is that further up the road? He's showing
That's just
us
around the
video
corner.
right now.
Just around the corner.
I'm so sorry. And is this your neighborhood?
Yeah.
And you've been trying to just say, oh wow, homes burned to the ground. So
Oh, dozens and dozens. Just around the corner here, as you can see. It's decimated all the way around. There's gas leaks all over the place. Power lines are down. Be very, very careful up there. It is extremely dangerous.
Wow. It just swept through that. And this is what we saw. We couldn't get up here earlier because homes are burning. And now it's moved this direction with these gusty winds. And now we're seeing fences down here on fire.
Well, it's moved down here, but it's moved down to Mescal Canyon.
Yeah.
So it's moved it's burning the school at the moment. It's burnt the baseball field, the football field has gone down further. There are 4 houses on Seabeck which have burnt down to the ground. And so we live just down on El Medio. It's getting very close to that. So I'm going back to put water on the roof. We've got a fire hydrant next door. We've got an unfortunate big pine tree. But I came up here to see a friend of mine, Klaus, whether his house was okay, but I can't get through. It's a mess.
Did you try to save his house? Or
No, you can't even get close. You can't get close.
You just rode up here on your bike.
I rode up here on a bike just to see if I can help.
But you told me the school on Temescal, the Palisades High School?
Yep.
That's burning?
That's burning. Parts of it burning. The bleachers on the football field are gone. Houses just further down the canyon are gone. So I also skirted around to see if any of my friends were still here so we could find out how to get out. If we need to get out, what's a good avenue?
Well, there was a traffic jam earlier right past the high school. People were
from here to the 405.
But the high school at that point, around noon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was fine.
And
that was up here. We watched it all the way, right across the ridges here.
Right.
Oh, yeah, this place hasn't been since the 70s. I mean, it's big as these up there.
And
look at this. All right, so I gotta go.
Okay.
All right. You're welcome.
Yep, and I think it's time for us to go too. He just showed you that video. I don't know if you're able to see it, but that's proof and evidence further up the road. Homes burned to the ground. It was a horrible sight to see that on his phone. It's just right here. I can tell you this home is beginning to burn as well. And what I saw further up, just horrible. Other homes burned to the ground.
Jasmine,
I'll send it back to you, Pat, Juan.
Yeah, we do want you to get out of there. And you know I say that, Juan? In your shot, Jasmine, it looks like we can see just a trail of what looks like burning leaves behind you there as you were talking, being blown by the wind just down the street there. So yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. So we certainly want you to stay safe out there, Jasmine.
Yeah, I think it's like a construction. One of these homes under construction, and they had a huge pile of dirt and leaves, and that was beginning to catch fire and blow this direction.
Yeah, and that's just even presents more danger. Wow. You know, I would guess the good thing that you talked about, Jazz, that nobody's there. They're all gone.
It's a ghost town, yep.
I'm glad that guy's getting out of here, too.
No question. All right, Jazz. We'll talk to you a bit later. Okay, well, that gives you a good look at what's going out there, right? You know, this is another live look at the fire from a different neighborhood.
And our KCAL news reporter, Elise Martinez, has been live near the scene moments after this fire broke out, and she has the very latest now for us. Elise?
All right, so it's a little chaotic here. We're on PCH near Temescal Canyon, and we've been driving up and down PCH, but a lot of the time, black smoke would just cross over PCH, and we did see some palm trees on fire at one point, and now this entire hillside behind me is just going up in flames. There's a lot of chaos here because people are still driving around trying to get out. We've got a firefighter in this parking lot who's telling people, you know, to keep it moving, to get out of here, that it's not safe. We heard, that firefighter told me, but it's not confirmed, that a Will Rogers State Building, which is just down the way, is on fire. So we're trying to get that confirmed. We did not see that ourselves, but that's what a firefighter said that he was hearing that was going on. But again, you can just see those flames picking up. I do have someone here who just evacuated his home. Come on in and join me. Thanks so much for talking to me. Tell me your first name again.
Danny.
Danny stayed in his home until about 30 minutes ago. Tell me where your home is and what the situation was when you left.
I live in Pally Bowl. It's about 172 residents there, and I was one of the last ones to leave. I held out to last as long as I could. When I left, I parked over at Temescal so I could get a faster getaway. When I got to my car, both sides of Temescal were on fire. So I got basically just in time.
And you said it's a mobile home area, and other homes there were on fire. We saw that, didn't we?
Homes there? No, not yet. I don't think any. I don't think it's got that. I'm trying to find that out. I was trying to walk back here, but it's besides all the smoke, it's hard to see and it's hard to breathe. So it's you can only go a certain amount of distance before you have to back up.
Right.
So I'd like to see if my place is on fire.
Yeah, and you said that your feeling was that you were going to lose it. You were going to lose your home. You weren't sure.
I'm not sure. There's always hope, but I'm expecting the worst.
You are.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
And where are you headed since you're now evacuated?
I parked about 100 yards or so back there. I spent it, and then we'll figure it out after that.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I hope everything goes okay. But again, just one of the people who stuck it out. He's just telling us he evacuated within the last 30 minutes, and he's hoping to get the news that his home is okay. But again, just the wind is so intense that it is just picking up these embers and carrying them everywhere, and then all these spot fires erupting. I'd say 30 minutes ago, this part of the hillside wasn't this intense, wasn't burning like this, and it's just the winds are just whipping this fire up so intensely. And the scariest part was driving down PCH, and at some points you couldn't see the road ahead of you because there was so much black smoke, and that smoke is just blowing towards us, blowing towards the ocean. And every once in a while those gusts just really kick up. Like right now, our door, I have to shut our door, it flew open. So again, just a very scary situation here. If you don't have to be in this area, don't be in this area. They're trying to clear out these parking lots that are right next to the beach because a lot of people are coming and parking here, and they're telling everybody just to get out. But again, it's nighttime now, it's dark, and you can really see those flames burning here on PCH.
You sure can. So intense, Elise, and burning right there off PCH. Just incredible to see that, Pat.
And if you've traveled PCH, even if you have not been to this place in particular, you can see it from the street. And we're going to go to our Tom Waite now, who is at the Getty Villa, and that's right off PCH, Tom. How's it going out there? Is that structure safe?
It is impossible to tell, Pat, because the visibility here is such a nightmare. You can barely see, just a few yards in front of you. We're right across from the Getty Villa, and you can see the glow of flames and all that smoke there right on the hillside that leads up into the villa. And then, Greg, let's swing over here. You can see just how much flame and fire that firefighters are dealing with here. The conditions are just miserable where we are right now. It is so difficult to breathe, difficult to see. You can see the flames across PCH. I'm not even turning my mic into the wind. I'm standing and trying to block it because it's so windy where we are that it's creating a completely just horrific, dangerous conditions for firefighters. It looks like the wind is blowing out into the ocean at this moment, but it's sort of manic. It's whipping around. And the hillside, though, there by the Getty, it's very ominous. We are seeing flames, but I can't even see up the hill. It's just terrible conditions. We were just in a neighborhood just north of PCH, just to the east of PCH, and it was just also the same conditions. Visibility, there's just so much smoke, and that's just making it so challenging for firefighters. We saw a number of firefighters working to contain the embers that were flying around and kind of in that particular neighborhood. And then we came down here and we could see the Getty Villa and the flames on the hillside, and you can see it looks like dystopian there. I mean, it looks like a charred planetary landscape or something. And there's just look at that as the winds just whip up. Look at how intense that is right there on the hillside, and the flames just climbing up and racing up that hillside. There now you can finally see the villa. Okay, you can finally make it out there. I think I don't know if if there's, it looks like there's some flame on something. I don't know what. It's so hard to see what that is. Greg, can you tell what that is from here?
I don't know.
Yeah, and we can't tell. But there's flames. It looks like on some sort of structure, but I don't know for certain what that is. It's just so hard to tell. But for a second there, you could actually see the villa or a structure near it. But it's very disorienting. The amount of smoke and just it's very challenging. I can only imagine how difficult this is for firefighters trying to get a handle on this. But there, if you just along the road, you can see just along that the retaining wall there. It's burned. I'm trying to get I want to let folks know where I was just a few moments ago, and because it was good news up there. It was Blue Sail Drive. That's where we just were. We went to the top of the hill, and it looked. A lot of the homes there looked fine. For people who live there, it did not look like any of the homes were engulfed. It looks like firefighters were really meticulously going through that neighborhood and trying to douse hot spots, make sure that none of the homes were, sort of the embers were inside roofs or attics. There were the houses, though, I was told by a firefighter there, that were either damaged or on fire, but it was not an overwhelming amount. We went through the neighborhood, so there's some positive news there for people.
Yeah, it looks like we lost Tom's microphone for just a sec. And Pat, before there was the Getty Museum, there was the Getty Villa, and there's still so many antiquities inside that building, beautiful centuries-old antiquities that have been on display there for the public to see. And it would just be such a shame if the fire overtakes that building.
I'm back.
Okay, Tom, you're back with us?
I'm back with you, yeah. So
right.
We're just trying to figure out what that is, Pat, up there. It's so hard to tell if that's vegetation burning up there, but we got finally the outline of what I believe is the Getty Villa at the top of the hill. But, with now night, plus the smoke obscuring everything, it's just so hard to tell. But certainly it's a very dangerous situation, precarious situation, because you can see the smoldering hillside, and that is, when we just had a big gust a few minutes ago, it lit up. It fanned the flames. It's like if you go to a barbecue and start, fanning the coals, and they start, getting brighter. That's what it looked like. I'm not sure how much it translated there on the screen, but certainly firefighters are here on the scene, and they are attacking this a lot. They have a lot of people on this, a lot of personnel. They of course will be fighting this intensely. But they're spread so thin, as you would imagine, just having to get through all these neighborhoods and try. And we just saw there was another round of sheriffs or LAPD going through and making evacuation orders in that neighborhood I was just talking about, up in, I believe it was Blue Trail Road. I want to verify that one more time just to make sure. Blue Sail Drive. So we heard them through the loudspeaker making evacuations there again, and of course there were already evacuation orders in place in that area. But and just driving through, there was another spot along Sunset, just off of PCH, where there was cars burning. And I think we may have had reporters there earlier too, but we saw cars burning in that lot, just across the street from a strip mall. So just so much damage here, and just the weather is so manic right now. It finally is calming down a little bit, but it picks back up. Pat, you remember we were alive all night on the fire in Malibu just a few weeks ago, and it's the same situation. We were talking about then, and Juan, I know you've been out covering these things as well. It's like those moments where you have a few seconds where, maybe it's calming down, and then it just blows up again.
Mm-hmm. You know what I also recall from the Malibu fire is because it was so dark and smoky, we didn't have a clear picture as to what was on fire. And the reason I say that, I'm not just talking about homes, that there was a particular structure, a particular area that we thought could have been on fire, and it wasn't, thank goodness. I think it was a lab of some kind. So we're hoping that this applies to the Getty Villa. If I'm not mistaken, Juan, I think they're still doing some construction or work on.
What is it?
On the villa.
They're always doing a little something to it, yeah, to bring
It looks like it's
uh,
a fence that's on fire up there. It looks like the fence. That's what it's looking like from this angle.
Okay, but you know
I
what?
don't think the actual structure.
That's good.
maybe a retaining fence of some sort.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you did mention that there
well,
were
I think
still
that
some
sounds right.
firefighters, right, Tom?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Pat, they have the area swarmed. I mean, there's many engines we see from where we're standing. It's just like so surreal though, looking at the Getty Villa sign with this smoke obscuring it, and then looking up the hill and seeing the flames. It's heartbreaking and scary, and I think that is the villa right there next to those. Yeah, that is the villa, but
Yeah,
it doesn't look like those
sign.
flames are on the. Yeah. And I don't think you can see. I think now you can actually make the villa out. I think they're on the top of the hill.
Okay, I think Mike.
That's it.
Tom, stand by. I think Mike Rogers has some updated information.
Yeah, we just heard from Getty Villa.
Okay.
The structure itself is not on fire. As we're seeing in Tom's live shot here, fences, shrubbery, trees are on fire, but the building itself, according to the Getty, is not on fire. The Getty also wants to point out that the museum galleries and the library archives have been sealed off from smoke by what they call state-of-the-art air handling systems, so not to damage or destroy anything that's in there. They also say that the walls are double-walled of the galleries, so it provides significant protection for the collection. So while they say the building's not on fire, even if their fire were to get there, it sounds like they've got it designed in a way that the things inside of it would be protected.
Well, we are really happy to hear that, Mike. I mean, you talk about like others being affected, and we talk about the smoke and how toxic it is. You've got people that, from the west side that are breathing in that smoke and sending in pictures of flames or smoke that they can see from the marina, from different parts of Southern California, and that's certainly not going to be safe because that's going to be around for a while.
Yeah, and AQMD has already issued an air quality warning.
No wonder.
For the area. Yeah.
Well, Pat, I was coming in around 11 a.m. This morning. I was in San Gabriel Valley, and on the 10 freeway, you could see that huge plume of smoke up over. It looked like it was up and over downtown Los Angeles. You couldn't necessarily tell from the vantage point where it was, but we knew it was the Pacific Palisades. But this is a fire storm that's going to be affecting a lot of us, as you said, for the coming days.
No question. I opened my front door and there was a big plume of smoke I'm looking at over the canyon. And even coming in today, folks, if you're on the freeways, hopefully you're not out. But if you are, you have to be careful as well because there is flying debris. Tree bark flying all across the freeway and streets because of these powerful winds. I think it's safe to say that we've taken some hits here in our studio since we've been on the air. In fact, I believe at least 4. We've been fortunate to have the power come back on because of generator. Right. But a lot of things that are happening, even if you're not in the direct line of the fire. You've got street lights, traffic lights that are out in some areas and some intersections. So this certainly impacts a much larger area than what we've been talking about. But that what we're looking at there in the Pacific Palisades is impacting so many people. When you think about 30,000 people that they want to evacuate, that is such a huge amount. That's even larger than the Malibu fire. Is that correct? I believe so.
I believe so as well. I'll have to go back and look at the exact numbers, but to your point, Pat, it is. I mean, look, DWP is reporting thousands and thousands of people without power. They're saying their estimated restoration time is 4 to 12 hours if your power goes out. So yeah, while we're talking about and focusing on this life-threatening fire that is happening in the Palisades, it's a reality for people all across our viewing area with the wind and everything else. I want to come to my map if we can, because I want to point something out. We talk so much about spotting and we talk so much about ember casts, especially with the wind and where it goes. So this is the fire footprint, right? One thing that the fire department is currently dealing with that I just heard come out. So everywhere you see in the red here, all in this area, that is where the fire is actually burning. What I'm listening to right now is a structure fire that came out at an apartment building right in this area. So that you can see is not close to where the fire is. The nearest section of fire is over here. But they said that it sounded like an ember came and landed on the roof of that apartment building. So they had to divert resources over there. They came out to do a structure fire call over there and even said, we don't have the resources to balance this to a full structure fire assignment. So what do you need? And for example, Engine 60, Truck 60 are handling that fire, which is on Sunset Boulevard. Their station, Station 60, is in North Hollywood. So we've got fire crews from all over the region that are here, and now it sounds like we're dealing with a fire that may have started from an ember cast.
Well, you know, we've been talking about that all afternoon as well, how those embers can just go from place to place.
Travel
find
miles.
a bush, a tree, an eave, and, you know, things can happen. Okay, we're going to give you the latest update at the bottom of the hour here. We want to tell you the latest in the Palisades fire.
The fire has now burned more than 1,200 acres since starting before 11 a.m. today, and there is 0% containment. There are very active flames right now.
Well, 30,000 residents are under evacuation orders. Multiple structures have burned. 13,000 more are threatened, and that includes at least 10,000 homes.
This is a widespread destructive windstorm, and meteorologist Olga Ospina has been tracking the conditions in the Palisades.
And Olga, what are firefighters and residents up against right now at this hour?
You know, winds are kind of winding down just a bit, but we are in for an increase in winds as we head into later tonight and into tomorrow. So if you're feeling some of the calmer conditions right now, do not put your guard down, because we are in for quite the stretch as we head into the coming hours. So the strongest winds will be tonight. Right around 10 o'clock is when those winds start to really intensify through early tomorrow. And you guys have been talking about this. Even if you are just on the roads, you are going to feel it in your car. So take it easy if you are still traveling tonight, if you are traveling early tomorrow morning as you get on the road to head into work, because the critical fire danger continues with it. The peak of it is going to continue still through Wednesday, but still through the end of the week. We have the red flag warnings in place through Thursday, and then the fire weather watch that continues through Friday. So really throughout the week, through the entire rest of the work week, we're going to continue with elevated fire danger, because look at these wind gusts. We're talking 50 to 80 miles per hour, and then isolated gusts in the 80 to 100 miles per hour. We've seen some wind gusts so far in the 70s across some of our mountain areas. So these are destructive. These are very dangerous winds, and we're seeing it pretty widespread. Right now in Pacific Palisades in the 40s, we're seeing lots of 40s. Malibu Beach as well, Simi Valley in the low 50s. So these are very strong gusty winds. Take it easy out there. Here's a look at more of those gusts in the past hour. So we've been in the mid 40s in Claremont, 48 in Burbank, Santa Ana, also in the mid 40s, as well as Lancaster, in the 50s for Saugus, and then up in the mountains, we're seeing those stronger gusts nearing 60 miles per hour. But these are not the peak of this wind event. So I'll take you through futurecasts. There are those stronger gusts, again, usually in the higher elevations, so foothills and mountains from the San Gabriel Valley into the Inland Empire. We're seeing the strong winds there as well. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour, seeing some strong winds out through parts of Orange County, getting a little stronger as we head into the early part of Wednesday, and really widespread also for Ventura and the LA County area, seeing 45 to 70 mile per hour gusts. And for places like the Antelope Valley, also seeing those strong winds early on Wednesday. So we'll take a look at the red flag warnings, the high wind warnings, and what to expect as we head into the rest of the week and for the weekend in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you so much, Olga. You know, the news there is that these winds we expect to continue throughout the evening.
Throughout the evening, Pat, and into tomorrow morning. So it's something we're going to keep an eye on all night long.
All right, well, let's go back to our Tom Waite now. He is near the Getty Villa, somewhere off of PCH. Tom.
Yeah, that's right, Pat. Just outside of where the entrance is, and we can take another look here. I know it's very hard to see what is going on here, right? But I did get an update from the Getty, and they say that the structure that we were looking at up there on the top of the hill is the Via de Leon. And my understanding is right now nothing is on fire there in terms of structures. Obviously, the hillside and the vegetation, that's a big issue, and there's obviously a very big concern for firefighters trying to tackle all of this. You can see just how much fire is burning around the property. I mean, the retaining wall area, there is a fencing area there, but let's go back to you. I'm told to wrap. Go ahead.
All right, thanks so much, Tom.
Let's go to Temescal Canyon and our Jasmine Veal with the very latest from there. Jasmine.
You guys, Temescal Canyon is on fire. We are burning on both sides. This is the high school to my left. The high school is burning, the football field, all the hills on Temescal Canyon. This is right past sunset.
right past Sunset Drive. These are apartment buildings and homes. And again, this is the Palisades Charter High School. This looks to be the swimming area, seems to be fine, but right up the road, I don't know if you can see, if we walk right up here, fire trucks are zooming all over because the hills, every side of Temescal is on fire. We had to get out of the El Medio Avenue area because El Medio, I think I have some video of that, or we're trying to turn it around, but El Medio Avenue is also now burning on both sides as embers are being pushed across the road. Oh, and you see that gust, that's what they're, wow, literally pushing me.
Okay.
Firefighters are now racing, trying to deal with. Okay, just come up here a little bit because these homes are gone on this side of Temescal Canyon. I can't believe this. Earlier, this was a traffic jam. Cars were bumper to bumper trying to get out of here, and this is exactly why they were told to leave. Because they knew that the flames and the fire could reach down here eventually, and sure enough, it has. Again, most people have gotten out. 30,000 people in this evacuation zone, but this was a traffic jam earlier, so thank goodness they all were able to leave. There was a bus stop on fire up here, and a lady trying to still leave and escape on her bike, carrying her bags, and hopefully she got out of here. I just saw her up there on her bike, riding through the flying embers all around. Look at the side of Temescal right there. I mean, this home, this shed over here, Oliver, just went up. And the high school, again, it's just heartbreaking. You can see right here, this is how it's starting to catch things on fire from the football field. So these flames, they're now blowing. They're now blowing all over, and I'm breathing in soot. My earpiece just fell out, so I can't hear you guys very well. But anyway, let me give you one more look, and we're going to jump in the light and head out of here because it's just too dangerous to be here. As we keep, this fire just keeps pushing us further and further closer to PCH. We started up there on El Medio Avenue, and you can see those flames just raced over the canyon and the hills, and now we're that much closer to PCH. So let me leave you with that shot, and I'll try to find my earpiece. I found it, so you guys can talk to me now. It fell out of my ear.
Okay, but Jasmine, you know, we're concerned because when we see those embers burning right behind you, even on the ground there, but that's, you know, how that could just start another fire. So we're really concerned for your safety, even though you are really giving us a clear picture and an understanding of just what is happening where you are in Temescal Canyon. And I can remember hearing some sound earlier of a family saying, well, our kids are at Pacific Palisades High School, we're not very worried about it right now because they can just walk across the street to the beach.
Right.
But of course, you know, when you look at what's happened, this was several hours ago, and to see what's happening right now, that is so... Okay, Jasmine.
There we go.
It's time to
Jasmine,
go, Jazz.
get in the truck, honey, and get out of there.
Time to go.
That's what we're talking about. That wind could just kick up those embers like that. So sure, Jasmine is okay. She's smart, and she's been doing this for a long time. But at the same time, you know, we're going against forces that we really have no control over when
And
it comes
so
to
fierce, Pat,
fires and
those
the
winds,
wind and burning, catching almost anything on fire.
And how
even
quickly
close
was
to the
that?
ground. That was very quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to let you know how Jasmine is. We know that she's safe, though. We're sure that she's in the truck and hopefully on her way away from there. Another good thing to note, one, is at least as Jazz was talking, we saw fire engines going toward the direction of where those homes.
But right now, the high school and those apartment buildings across the street on fire. So very sad.
I'm hoping that Mike Rogers can possibly give us an update a little later. There was, there he is right now. There was a senior center, a senior citizen community that was in trouble earlier today. So we're going to get to Mike in a minute, but first we have another one of our correspondents.
Let's go to Elise Martinez, who's been covering this all day long. Elise.
Hi to you both. We're still on PCH. We're just getting another gust of wind, and because we're so close to the ocean, we're getting sand whipped into our face right now. It is just blowing so hard on PCH near Temescal Canyon. getting sand in my mouth as well. We want to show you what's going on behind us. And then we have a realtor who's been checking on some of the homes for some of his clients. He's got some stuff in escrow as well. We'll talk to him just a second, but we'll show you behind us those flames just so intense, so close to PCH, which is now closed except for emergency vehicles. And then behind that ridge line, more flames. And behind that area, there are a bunch of homes. So we don't know the fate of those homes yet. But again, you can just see, especially at night, how intense those flames are burning so close to PCH as that wind keeps picking up. All right, joining me now, tell me your name and where you're from. You said you were coming from Venice.
Yeah, correct. My name's Grant Vasic.
Grant, we were talking, you were saying some of the most expensive homes are behind those hills right behind us. Tell me about that, and then tell me about your clients as well.
Okay, great. Yeah, right behind us we have the El Medio Bluffs, which is currently, as you can see, the flames are ripping up that ridge line there, pushing towards the Huntington from what we can see down here. But yeah, first things first, I was supposed to be in the Palisades early today when I got a text from one of my inspectors around 10:30 saying that she saw plumes of smoke. And she lives in Topanga Canyon, so she was worried about road closures and whatnot, so she rushed home. And then from there, I monitored the situation. As it progressed, obviously, it just erupted into more flames and continued to grow. At that point, all of our clients were getting concerned and rushed back from work to their houses to grab animals and important documents, and then continue on their way to try to safely evacuate.
And you said a lot of them said they just don't even know what's going on. They don't know the state of their homes right now.
A couple of our clients confirmed that their houses were on fire, and they don't know the actual result, whether there was just some fire damage or that it was complete loss at this time. Yeah, the majority of our clients have no idea whether their homes are standing or not.
All right, we're getting another gust of wind. You can see this guy is 6'5", and he's getting pushed around in these powerful wind gusts. We're both wiping our eyes, even though I have goggles on. The sand is just blowing this way. Again, a very serious situation here on PCH near Temescal Canyon. PCH in this area is shut down except for just emergency vehicles. And again, those flames just picking up in intensity as the night goes on.
All right, Elise, just, you know, a horrible situation there.
No matter where you are, right?
No, yeah, absolutely. So we're glad that you're in a safe area. We can see cars behind you. And for the longest time, you see that, or at least you're just because of the wind, right? We get it, shielding her face.
The wind and the sand?
Yeah. So the wind picked up really intensely right there, and the sand, there's also rocks on this pavement here. We're in a parking lot. The wind picked up. I had to turn my body because I was getting pelted by rocks. So you can just imagine, you know, what's happening.
All right. Okay, we're going to go to Mike Rogers now with some updated information.
Yeah, I want to go back to, we're going to talk about, we had to get Jasmine out of there because it was just simply not safe for her to be where she was. But I want to show you here, and I'm going to break down kind of the area that she was in. First of all, I'm going to show you this map first, because this is the map that shows kind of what's burned. Now, this has not been updated in a while, and I don't suspect that it might be for the rest of the night because it is now nightfall and we have lost a lot of the technology that is able to do that. But I just wanted to show you on a map. This is Palisades Charter High School. Jasmine was right in this area. Now, what I was telling you about before we went to Jasmine, there's a fire that is burning in this area. And what I'm listening to is that has now become a very significant operation for the fire department because the building, even though they are under a mandatory evacuation order, is full of people. So what they're doing right now is they're using an air horn to try to tell people to evacuate and get out of there. And at the same time, they are trying to go floor by floor. And look at this. I want to show you on this Google map here how significantly large this building is. So this is what I was telling you. Remember I told you it sounded like that an ember may have hit the roof and that's what started the fire. Well, this is that building. This is that very large building where that is happening. And right now it has become a significant operation for LAFD to try to go floor by floor and evacuate this. And look at this. As I come down into more of a topography view, look at the trees and all the shrubbery that are right here and even up against this building, which just is making everything so much harder for the fire crews and so much more difficult to try to keep fire away from buildings like this because the shrubs and trees are so close to it. So this is a very active situation that has become now a priority, obviously, for the LAFD, and I'm listening to them having to go floor by floor to try to get people out. They were trying to use, there's people in wheelchairs that I'm hearing now, or they're also trying to get out. So this has become a very hectic and chaotic scene, and it's right next to where Jasmine was, which is at Palisades High School. I also want our viewers to know, we've had a lot of people write in and say, hey, has this place burned? Has that place burned? We're working on getting all of that. One viewer told us that the bleachers here at Palisades Charter High School have had structural damage. Somebody was concerned for a church that I believe is just further west on Sunset. We're trying to work on all of those things, reach out to the appropriate people involved. As you can understand, it's a very chaotic scene down there right now, as you saw from Jasmine's live pictures. So that's where things stand. We're continuing to monitor that apartment building fire that is happening on Sunset. It's the 15,500 block of Sunset Boulevard, that very large building that I just showed you, which, as you're looking at my map, is in the mandatory evacuation zone. And it is so critical that if you are in an evacuation zone that you get out. People in that building did not. And now they're finding themselves in a situation where they're having to be rescued. And the fire department is trying to go through, and I'm listening to where exactly the fire is. It sounds like it's in the corner of the building. So look at though, I mean, we have a significant chunk of people that probably didn't think the fire was going to make it as far as them. And that's here. This is Charter High School, and Palisades Charter High School. That building is here. But look, all of this area, the Riviera Country Club is under a mandatory evacuation tonight. And all of the people that live there surround it. Will Rogers State Beach, where the command post is also in that mandatory evacuation zone. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that, that command post move yet again because of now how significantly close the fire is to where all of this was going on. So we cannot say it enough. If you're in an evacuation zone, you should listen to that warning and you should leave. Because what we don't want is what's happening in this apartment building right now. These people were under a mandatory evacuation zone. They didn't leave. And now the fire department is trying to rescue people out of this very large building.
And you know what? If you're not in the exact evacuation zone, if you're close to it, pay attention.
Right.
You know, and maybe you should leave anyway. You know, even if you're not directly affected at that time, because we have seen these wind shift and this fire just spread since it broke out, what, at 10:30 this morning?
Yeah.
And here we are at 5:47.
So fast.
Yes.
And just because the fire is, if you look out your window and you don't immediately see it, these are more live pictures now of the fire, but the embers that will shoot and cross and jump and do all of those things, just because you are not necessarily right up against the blaze, doesn't mean that those embers aren't going to carry for hundreds of feet, thousands of feet even, and light something else on fire. Everything is so dry out there.
And Mike, I believe this is our LAX camera that we've pointed into the direction of Pacific Palisades to bring us these pictures, and you can see
which is wild.
What an intense fire line, how long it goes, how smoky it is. And again, the worst of the conditions, the fire conditions, are happening right now into the early morning hours.
And you can see the camera bouncing around from the wind at LAX as we look to the north.
You know, we talked about earlier today just how dry we've been. We haven't had a significant rain since May. But you know, when you did a close-up of those shrubs and greenery surrounding some of these structures, you know, that's still fuel for fire. It may not be as dry as some of the other vegetation, but you know, in this particular instance, you know, our enemy is the wind right now because it's driving these flames. The humidity is so low that it doesn't matter necessarily if it's greenery or not. That's still going to catch fire, and that's what we have seen happening here. I think a lot of people have been surprised by the amount of structures, the amount of buildings, but with a fire as fierce as that, it doesn't matter. This picture you're looking at right now, Mike, just want to say that's Jasmine leaving the area.
Jasmine, let's go to you.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
You guys, I'm holding the phone as my photographer Oliver is driving down PCH. We just came off Temescal and it is unbelievable, you guys. Right in front of me. Oliver, maybe just stop for a second here. I'm shooting through the windshield, so hold on, let me get you a better shot. That is either an apartment building or another home up in flames. There's debris all across the road. We're trying to avoid traffic cones and trash cans that have been thrown across. People, I've actually seen a line of residents being let out by fire trucks or I guess fire SUVs trying to evacuate them, maybe those who chose to stay too long. There are flames on Temescal down to PCH and massive. Look at this. This is the building. We're going to inch past it. Oh. And you can feel the heat just through the window as we got out of there. We just came off Temescal. Yeah, that's it might be what Mike was talking about, the apartment.
No, that's
building,
a different one, Jazz.
Yeah, Jazz, you're on PCH. The one we were talking about is on Sunset. So this is a whole other building. Your GPS looks like.
Wow.
Are you south of Temescal on PCH?
Yeah, we just went. Well, we went west on PCH, but we just came off Temescal, going back through this intersection, and the visibility is horrible. And you see what we're dealing with: cones and trash cans all over us. Look, this guy just swerved around one.
Wow.
As he's trying to get out of here. And that's the Pacific Ocean. You can't even see it. It's just thick smoke. I mean, flames. Look at this, right along PCH. And fire. It is chaotic. Fire trucks are going every which way. Look at this massive flame.
It just, the more we see, Jasmine, the further you get, it just seems like there are more flames.
Yeah. This guy just, did he hit someone?
Oh,
they're trying to avoid the cone. I mean, there's just, I don't know how trash cans got in the middle of the PCH here, but yeah, there's a lot of obstacles to avoid as not only emergency vehicles, but just trying to get out of the way of the fire, right?
And that just makes it even, well, for firefighters, they can barely see in front of them. And smoke that heavy, that thick.
Yeah, and you can't see. I mean, I wouldn't even go up to Mescal Canyon. That is, I mean, all those homes right along that stretch look to be gone.
And we will hopefully get an update before the night is over. But hard to keep up with numbers like that when it happens so quickly.
Well, we're so glad that you're doing okay,
absolutely.
Jasmine.
See, and now you can barely make out. Yeah, you can barely make out the view, right, of Santa Monica. We're looking in the direction of Santa Monica. If people can
know
understand
exactly where you're looking
now.
at. Looks like you're getting into more traffic, or are people stopping, pulling over the side of the road, Jazz?
It looks to be where kind of they're staging all the fire trucks now, as this fire has moved down off El Medio Avenue. I mean, it's just crazy. This is where there were tons of cars lined up earlier, a few hours ago, trying to get out of here, and now the fire has made its way all the way down to PCH, across to Mescal. It just, the winds pushing these embers every which way, but the fact that it's moved this far,
Oh, look at that
and
big
there's
truck.
they're all coming.
It's pulled out right in
they're
front
staging,
of you.
Yeah, and they're staging all over here. I mean, this is some heavy equipment. They're trying to bring in the dozers to stop this fire from moving even further, right? Closer to Santa Monica, because you can see those lights in the distance down there.
Well, that's where a lot of people were evacuating too, from what we heard. Even some people started out on foot heading towards Santa Monica. Go ahead, Jazz.
Oh, I was going to say, on foot, on bike. We just passed a lady. I hope she got out of there. I told you, right when we had to leave, she was on her bike, riding out with some bags on her back.
Well, she's getting out any way she could. Yeah. Another thing, there are some businesses up and down PCH, and I don't want to name any, because I don't want to mention something that happens not to be true. But there are some familiar spots where people like to dine and enjoy.
Iconic.
And you just don't know how they're doing at this point. So I said, even if you don't live in this area, if you do, it's so sad and unfortunate to watch. But again, this is impacting so many people.
Yep, 10,000 residents, 30,000 homes in the area there, businesses, as you mentioned, Pat, houses of worship that have caught fire as well.
Oh, there's Jazz.
And now we see your face, Jazz.
Oh, yeah. So we just came to, this must be Topanga, right on PCH, as emergency vehicles are heading up that direction because the fire is moving that direction as well. As we saw it off Temescal, it was just burning through anything it could, and these embers were flying everywhere. And it's heartbreaking to see that high school, the football field. Yeah, we're going to be directed through. Yep.
Thank you. Gotcha.
So Jazz,
field,
they're turning on
Charter,
Topanga.
yep.
They're turning on Topanga. Those fire trucks we saw.
Yeah, we're right at Entrada. Entrada Drive are going to flip around, so let us go see, because they're worried that it's now, it's going to jump, right, if you're familiar. So Patrick's Roadhouse, we're passing State Beach Liquor. Yeah, so Chautauqua, did I say that right? Chautauqua? That's the boulevard where.
Chautauqua.
Yeah. Sorry,
That's okay.
Chautauqua. I can't even speak with the
Great, thank you.
smoke in my.
And real quick, I just where she was, where we saw that fire burning. I believe that was off Tahiti Way. It looks like it's a row of homes that are right there that may have been burning. So Jasmine came off to Mescal and then was coming southbound on PCH. And it looked like near Tahiti, Shore Drive, Driftwood Drive, Vista Terrace. I think that's what she was looking at when we saw all of those things on fire. So it's incredible out there.
And you know the thing too, I mean, as she's traversing, you also have a number of homes that are on the beach. Right. You know, right off the water.
We're gonna go back down this way.
And I gotta say, I'm a little surprised about how many citizens we're still seeing out there. How many people are still in this area despite how long this fire has been burning?
I'm surprised as well after hearing all morning long about people running, leaving, you know, to get out as best they can. We heard about people walking, and we saw and talked to some people who were on their bicycles. And the fact that some people are also stopping, maybe they're waiting to think that they're going to get some kind of clear to go back to their homes. But you know, the way this looks for the time being, yeah, that probably won't happen.
Yeah, no, not for quite some time. And you know, it could be a lot of people that thought that it would never move as far as it did, never move towards, you know, where we've been talking about, where that apartment building was. That I'm told our Tom Waite just got there. He's not up yet, but he described it to my colleague Orlando as chaotic and insane. So we're going to hope to establish with Tom soon. But again, they're undertaking a massive operation to try to evacuate a ton of people out of that apartment building.
Now, is this still Jasmine's camera?
Yes.
You know, the reason I'm asking that, wow, what a picture that we're seeing from that perspective. I'm thinking even as she goes forward, I'm hoping to see fewer flames or no flames at all as you get closer.
Yeah, well,
Santa Monica to the 10.
She turned around, so she's going back northbound. So she's going to come back towards the fire, and you see things on the right-hand shoulder. On her left is the ocean, and then on the right is the fire. She kind of zooms in there, and I think it looks like she's getting closer back to where we were earlier. Yeah, so I believe this is that row of homes off Vista Terrace and Tahiti Avenue that are on fire. Jazz, does that look like Tahiti? Does that look like you're just past the Mescal right there, right? You're at that intersection?
I can't even see.
Yeah, and
I mean,
Oliver's turning back around.
You know, we're so turned around. I thought we were going one direction. That's the problem. I thought we were going one direction. I can't even see with all the smoke, and I guess we did end up back at Temescal. I can look at the map in a second. I was trying to.
Yeah, no,
sure
I'm tracking you, and it looks like you just made that U-turn at Temescal. So what you were looking up was Tahiti.
Yeah, so that must have been it. And these flames are just ripping through this hill. Yeah. And there's a guy on a bike. See, he's just watching.
All right, Jasmine, hold on for a second. We're going to be getting back to you very shortly here, but we want to welcome our viewers to the 6 o'clock hour. Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey, and here's the very latest on that destructive Palisades fire we've been telling you about. It was first reported around 10:30 this morning on North Piedra Morada Drive. At the time, winds were blowing around 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour. It has now grown to over 1,200 acres. More than 200 firefighters are on scene. There are also hundreds of other members of local law enforcement helping in the firefight. Now, PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. And around 30,000 residents are under evacuation orders. That could be more. More than 10,000 households remain threatened by the fire. That could be more. More than 13,000 structures are also threatened. And the reason I say that could be more because we have seen picture after picture in just the last hour or so of more structures that have gone up in flames, more homes. Multiple structures we know have been damaged, but fortunately, and here's the good part of all this, we have heard of no injuries tonight. And KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers, you're live at the desk with more information. Mike.
Yeah, Pat, I want to run our viewers through exactly where this fire is burning and where the evacuation zones are. Right now, I will tell you that this dark red here is where the fire has been footprinted, but I can tell you it has more significantly in the last hour or so moved more into this neighborhood. This is Palisades Charter High School, where we have seen that that is on fire. I'll run you through some of the other map areas here. You can see some of these neighborhoods. Anywhere you see a white dot here, that is a home or a structure. Anywhere you see the red is where there has been fire activity. So we've already seen a number of structures burned. We've shown you that as well. Now our concern here is as the fire continues to move to the east here, the southeast, we know that people have not evacuated even though they're in this evacuation zone. There's an apartment building here right in the 15,500 block of Sunset Boulevard where there is an active operation going down right now, Pat, to try to get people out of the building after it caught fire. I'm going to send it back to you because I believe that's where our Tom Waite is.
Oh, good. Well, we want to get that update from our reporter, Tom Waite, who has been chasing the flames all night. And Tom, we do want to know where you are now and what you're seeing.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Pat. We're just at that location that Mike was just talking about a few seconds ago. Take a live look at very intense firefight going on at this apartment building. You can see the ladders up, the hoses blasting as much water as they can into that building. But obviously it's going to be a very difficult fight, and it's hard to tell from the outside just how much of this building is lost. But certainly from where we're sitting right now, it's hard to imagine how any of this that structure could be rescued, although it is large. It's hard to tell how many units are in it right now and how deep the fire is inside the building, but you can just get a sense of the ferocity of this firefight, and the wind is blasting the water around, swirling it around. It's whipping it. The conditions out here are just absolutely miserable for firefighters. It just could not be more challenging. The one good thing I can say right now where I am right now is that I can see a bit better. I'm not wearing my goggles for a second because it's difficult to report with and breathe through a mask and have goggles on. So I'm trying to avoid that as much as I can. And that, at least right now in this particular spot, the air quality doesn't seem to be as horrible as it was on PCH. We're on Sunset Boulevard near Temescal Canyon. That's to give you a sense of where we are right now. And obviously you can see just the ferocious nature of this battle. Firefighters dousing this with as much as they can. Just one of the incredible challenges they have, as we've just been witnessing up and down Sunset Boulevard and PCH. It's just a night of just a frantic firefighting. I apologize. I'm getting, it's difficult to breathe.
Okay, take a moment.
But yes, hopefully everyone got out of here okay. And yeah, that's right, Pat, go ahead.
You know what? No, that was my question to you, Tom. If you could see people even still evacuating at this hour, if they're on the street, on the roads near where this building is. But doesn't look like, well, my goodness, look at how those flames are coming through that building where you are there. So hopefully everyone has gotten out, because you don't see anybody milling, do you?
No, you don't. And, you know, Pat, when we were coming up Sunset Boulevard, too, there were points where you could not see almost anything in front of you. The fire was coming up the hillside. It was just an orange fireball from where we were driving. I didn't even know if we could get to this location because it was so dicey. But I think that people have evacuated here a while ago. It's from what I can tell right now, there's no one that lives in that building that's even here along the streets. I think people got out. You know, it was also very haunting, and I think we showed these images earlier as we were coming up Sunset. Oh my gosh, the wind is so intense. Oh wow.
You know, I have to say this at this moment, Tom, simply because we were here a month ago. You were on PCH a month ago talking about the fire in Malibu, which is right next door. So this has just got to be, even, I mean, for you to be in this very similar spot of watching these homes and structures burn is just surreal.
Point, Pat, it is surreal. And Pat, just to your point, look, there are people here on Sunset Boulevard where you were just asking me about people if they had evacuated. I just saw a Tesla be directed to cross the barrier there. It's hard to know if these people live in this building, but you're right, Pat. It is absolutely surreal and horrible once again to be in this situation. But this just feels even worse than that. Maybe it's because it's happening now, but the weather conditions seem even more treacherous and dangerous than they were, Pat. It just seems like another level, you know. And obviously, this fire already, I don't know, you know, the exact dimensions of the fire, but it just seems larger, the space through which this is burning. But yeah, a bit of chaos here. This firefighter is trying to direct an elderly gentleman to go over that barrier there, the median, and I think he's worried that his car won't make it. He's trying to go. It just shows you sort of the chaotic nature of what we're dealing with. I just saw another man, you know, jogging, not jogging, but kind of running quickly, moving very quickly down the street. He looked very, very upset. Hard to know. I was going to try to stop him, but he clearly looked very distressed, and I don't think I think he just wanted to get out of here, understandably so.
Well, we're looking at that vehicle, Tom. He did make it over the median.
Yeah, he did make it. Yeah, he made it. So, you know, poor guy. Who knows if, you know, his home is here or if he was trying to get to his home. But you just feel for people. I mean, it's hard not to feel the moment of just how horrible this is. I mean, these are people's homes. These are people's livelihoods. And I was going to say just a few moments ago, we're driving up Sunset Boulevard, and all these cars were smashed up against the median because emergency services had no choice but to get a bulldozer out here earlier. And all these people who had abandoned their cars, terrified about the fire, left their cars, you know, in the middle of the road, and you know, they had to clear the road. They just smashed all these cars together. It's just a horrible day. It's just horrible what's happened to these people. And
it really is, Tom.
And
we also know that when day breaks, we're going to see just the destruction in full light, which is so very difficult for families and for people who have escaped the flames, which is very important. Life over property, but for people who have escaped the flames, not knowing what has happened, you're talking about, their vehicles, you know, it could be wrecked because they left them and the emergency vehicles need to get through. So the aftermath is just as strong, but what we're witnessing here is just, I mean, look at those, you know, we've got the pumps and the engines, the pumpers and the engines out there, the ladders, thank God for that, putting fire on that structure there. But I'm assuming that, you know, until you really talk to someone, they didn't really think it was going to reach them, I guess, because we understand that they were under the mandatory evacuation order, but waited for...
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, some time.
Yeah. And Pat, to your point, you know, as heartbreaking as this is, Angelinos are so strong. They've been through this before. So many of us have been touched by these horrible fires, whether you live, you know, on the west side or in one of the mountain communities or north in Ventura. I mean, we've just all been through this. It's just so hard to see people, especially just like you said a month ago or just a few weeks ago, to see all those folks in Malibu frantically escaping, running with their property, trying to get away, and just here we are again. It's so hard, you know, to see people in such distress. And see firefighters, you know, working to the bone, and it's tough, you know.
No, it is tough.
There's no other way to say it, and
even a couple of months,
breaks your heart.
A couple of months before that, we were talking about the Camarillo area. So it seems to be nonstop. This is where we are. To look at a fire of this magnitude, a wildfire in January, is really something that we haven't seen.
It truly is. And firefighters, to their credit, these heroes are going up through this building and they're going door to door. They are like, you can hear them from the ground here where I am. They're smashing on I mean, these are people who are throwing themselves literally into the fire. They are, you know, putting themselves at risk, and they are doing that to make sure that everyone is out of this building, and hopefully they are. But it's just incredible to watch these brave men and women putting their all into making sure everybody's okay. And it's fascinating to watch. You can see them intensely going door to door and you know, just checking to make sure that there's no one trapped inside, or that maybe, you know, someone could be have special needs, perhaps they can't get out. It's just so that the heartbreak is there, but the incredible heroic aspect of the human spirit.
Absolutely, because at this point they are certainly more than firefighters. Okay, Tom, we're going to ask you to hold on for a moment because we have more flames to show our viewers and more areas that have been impacted.
Oh, there we go. That is great. This is not good.
No, it was not good. And that's what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. You can see the full force of this wind in the video we're showing you now from KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal. She had just gotten off the air when a flurry of embers flew into her face. And Jasmine, I know I always call you a Wonder Woman, a warrior woman, and you are all of that and more. You're also a mother of 2 young boys, so you know I get worried. But you know, I must say we were so happy to see that that you're okay, and a lot of people have been texting and asking about how you're doing. So you've seen a heck of a lot today and tonight.
Yeah, you know, and that's our job, right? And we try to be as safe as possible as reporters, but to show people the true heroes, the superheroes, these firefighters, these law enforcement personnel who are out here. I have the waves crashing in front of me here on PCH, and I have the flames behind me here on the hill after coming off of Temescal Canyon, where embers were being blown around, as you saw. The high school caught fire, homes burning on either side, and that fire over the last few hours just, I mean, look at the gust right now. It's literally pushing, it's blowing south, so it is just throwing these flames over these hills and through these canyons. We're up on Medio Avenue where homes are burned. So sad to watch churches burned. We saw a yoga retreat center up there. Instead of yoga/Presbyterian church just go up in flames because they didn't have enough resources for firefighters to fight that. I have some video I want to show you what we just took within the last hour on Medio Avenue.
Watch out behind you, watch out behind you.
On Medio Avenue. This is where we could see the high school catching fire, right? And those embers being thrown across the neighborhood street. We saw a few people still trying to leave that neighborhood, even as those flames are just catching everything on fire. So that was very scary to watch. People grabbing what they could to get out throughout the day. And there was a traffic jam all through here of cars lined up. And that's when it was really scary because people could see the flames behind them. But thank goodness they got out, because now we are dealing with, as you see right here on PCH, fire all along PCH. And I still could see some people, a couple on their bicycle riding through here. So it has just moved so fast. I don't think people really knew that these winds could push the fire so close and so, widespread, right? All along PCH where we're standing right now. And we do have we spoke to this man. He went up to check on his friend's home. Take a listen as he showed us a devastating video of what he saw up there off Medio Avenue.
It's decimated all the way around. There's gas leaks all over the place. Power lines are down. Be very, very careful up there. It is extremely dangerous.
Wow. It just swept through that. And this is what we saw. We couldn't get up here earlier because homes are burning. And now it's moved this direction with these gusty winds. And now we're seeing fences down here on fire.
Well, it's moved down here, but it's moved down Temescal Canyon. It's burning the school at the moment. It's burnt the baseball field, the football field has gone down further. There are 4 houses on Seabeck which have burnt down to the ground. And so we live just down on Medio. It's getting very close to that. So I'm going back to put water on the roof. We've got fire hydrant next door. We've got an unfortunate big pine tree. But I came up here to see a friend of mine, Klaus, whether his house was okay. But I can't get through. It's a mess.
I mean, we just dealt with, we're being pelted by rocks and sand. I'm going to send it back to you, Pat. It's just so devastating to this community. Burning down, I mean, we just covered the Cameron Field, the Mountain Fire, the Franklin Fire, now this. This is definitely one of the worst.
Jasmine, as we've been saying, yeah, put that mask back on and take some cover.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Just looks like flames just exploding on that hillside behind you, Jasmine, in almost every direction. Okay. Jasmine,
These are just
can you hear me?
they're fine. It just seems like someone yelling. I don't know if they're in the right state of mind, but
all right, so
we're going to move out of here as well.
Yeah, I don't blame you. So not a firefighter. All right.
now.
Okay, Jasmine, we'll take cover and we'll talk to you a little bit later. Wow. Lori, I don't know if you heard that from Jasmine. It's just been wild where she is. And I know it's wild where you are. I'm seeing a lot of flames behind you there, and I can see that the smoke and the wind is getting to you as well.
That's right. You know, we're a little above the smoke line, so I'm able to get a little relief and take off the mask and the goggles for the moment. But the wind is very ferocious up here, very strong. And those flames, as you mentioned, are unbelievable. These are the hills. We're on Palisades Drive in Pacific Palisades. And just in the hour that we've been here, it has been remarkable to see how quickly those flames have spread. At first, it was just those two little V-shaped areas that were burning. It has since spread rapidly along the crest line on both the right and left sides of that main area. And it might look like it is in the distance, but it is certainly close enough to keep all of these neighborhoods down below at risk. We have been watching as a steady stream of residents have been leaving this area, probably rightly so, to do the safe thing tonight, because the winds could certainly bring any of that fire in this direction very quickly. You know, as we've been driving around in the hours that we've been here late this afternoon into the evening, we've seen so many buildings and houses and other structures catch on fire. We did see the roof of the Calvary School on fire. We saw several homes. We saw a lifeguard shack that was burning. We did speak with a gentleman down on PCH. He was running to see his home in the Mesa neighborhood. He wanted to make sure that his home was still standing. It was, but there were 3 houses just a few properties away that were burning. He was trying to stay positive and certainly very grateful, but, you know, obviously very worried tonight. Let's hear from him and what he had to tell us just a few hours ago.
I'm happy to see that it's still there. These guys are incredible that are going by. It's been amazing to see how many firemen have gone by from all over the state. I just feel horrible for these houses that they weren't able to save. A couple hours ago, we evacuated from there to here, PCH, as you can see, and there's fingers crossed.
Yeah, so many homeowners have their fingers crossed tonight. You can see that these flames are just behind this row of houses here where we are on Palisades Drive. A lot of people hoping that they will have homes to return to. Again, as you said, the good news is we have not heard of any injuries, and that is the main priority in these instances. We are hopeful and praying for that as well. But, you know, I'm going to keep this kind of short right now at the moment, because with this intensity of this wind and the ferocity of those flames, we don't want to get caught in this canyon. So we are actually going to leave as soon as we can, as soon as we're done here, so that we make sure that we're safe as well.
Yeah,
Pat, back to you.
Okay, you're smart. We know that, Lori. So we appreciate your perspective and the fact that you're going to leave right now. Now, the person that knows a lot about the direction of the wind, the strength of the wind, is Olga Ospina. And you know what, Olga? Really, when you think about the intensity of the wind, considering the conditions that we've been in with less rain, you know, that we need, low humidity, the winds didn't even have to be as high as they are to cause damage. But this is just incredible. The intensity here, as you talked about, even warning us about those red flag warnings still being out, and a destructive, life-threatening fire such as this because of the winds is really incredible.
Yeah, those winds are just taking it over the top. But as you mentioned, we have been extremely dry. We really haven't had significant rain for places like downtown Los Angeles since the month of May. It's been a very dry season, so very dry vegetation out there. And then you add in those winds, and we are seeing the disaster happening right now. So Pacific Palisades still in the upper 30s as far as wind gusts, and we're seeing lots of areas in the 40s as well. We have not reached the peak of our wind event. So here's our wind future cast, and I'm going to take you to 10 o'clock at night, because this is when we're going to start to see those winds really intensify, become a little bit more widespread. Where you see those purples, lavenders, that indicates gusts in the 50 to 60 mile per hour range, and that's what we're going to be seeing across some of those higher elevations. So some of the foothills and the mountain areas from the San Gabriel Valley, San Fernando Valley, into the Inland Empire, and continuing into the early part of tomorrow. So Wednesday, 7:20 a.m., and we're still seeing those strong gusts out into Orange County too. So really most of us being impacted. This is a very widespread wind event. So no matter where you live, you will likely be impacted. Heading into the afternoon, still seeing those strong gusts out through Santa Clarita. Again, those foothills and mountains and valleys will be seeing the strongest winds. But even if you are not in the area where you have the strongest winds, any kind of wind, even if it's moderate wind, it can spread a fire if one were to spark. As we head into Wednesday evening, you can see that things are starting to lighten up. So the peak of this event will continue through the early part of Wednesday, but still some problem spots across places like the Inland Empire as we head into late Wednesday. Things improve on Thursday as well, but we're not out of the woods yet. It's not going to be until Friday. Here we are, 7:30 a.m., some moderate winds, and then much calmer as we head into the afternoon and evening hours. So we do have the high wind warning that will continue through at least Wednesday evening. You can see that that includes most of us. Look at this, gusts 75 to 100 miles per hour, some isolated gusts. We've already seen gusts in the 70s early this morning, and then also for Orange County as well as the Inland Empire. Red flag warning. You can see this is pretty widespread also, and this is going to continue until at least Thursday. So we're talking critical fire danger, and we're talking about very dry vegetation. Look at this. We have only 3% of average rainfall that we typically receive in a season. So it's been very minimal, just over 1/10 of an inch for the Los Angeles area since the beginning of October. As we head into the next few days, temperature-wise, numbers will rise a bit as we head into Thursday, Friday, 70s still as we head into the weekend. But really the big story will still be through the end of the work week. The winds. Valleys also warming up into the upper 70s by late in the week. Inland Empire mostly in the upper 60s. Here's a check of our deserts, mountains, beaches. Again, if you are in the high deserts, if you are in the mountains, if you are in the valleys, you are going to be experiencing some extremely strong winds, down trees, down power lines. So these are potentially destructive and life-threatening winds. That is what we're going to continue seeing. In fact, getting even stronger and a little more dangerous as we head into late tonight and into the early part of Wednesday, but not out of the woods until the end of the week. So this is going to be a multi-day event, Pat.
Yeah, it certainly, and we've had just a plethora of problems this evening that we've been talking about. Olga, thank you so much for that. You know, we know that that firefighters from Ventura County, LA County have been working diligently to help in this firefight, but Mike, you have some news that I don't think I've heard before since working 35 years here.
Yeah, Pat, it is a call that we got to our assignment desk that I have never taken before in any kind of situation, especially a fire. The LAFD has called us to ask people watching, anybody who is an LAFD firefighter, they are asking you to call into the Department Operations Center to give them your availability to see if you can come and help fight this fire. The LAFD has asked us to spread that message to all of its members. I'm going to put a phone number up on the screen for you here for anybody who is watching that is an LAFD member. There it is, the DOC, 213-576-8962. Again, 213-576-8962. The LAFD needs all of its members to call into the Department Operations Center and give the DOC your availability. They need help fighting this fire. They need the staffing. We're working on getting LAFD on the phone right now to be able to kind of walk us through that a little bit more. Certainly there are processes for them to reach out to their members, but in an emergency situation, the airwaves might be the quickest way to do that, which is why they have asked for our help, and we are certainly here to provide that for them and help them get that message to their members. Any LAFD member that is listening to the sound of my voice, you are being asked to call the Department Operations Center at the number on your screen. What you're looking at over that is the map of where this fire has burned and where the evacuation centers are. I'm going to refresh something here really quick. I don't think we have had 2,900 acres now is the latest update. So let me refresh this map here and we can see where it burned. So again, that number just coming in, CAL FIRE using their mapping aircraft to get that updated acreage. And again, they're now mapping it at 2,900 acres. And in just a second here, the actual burn area should pop up on this map. I may have to refresh it one more time, Pat, but that is another significant growth in the fire as it continues to move both towards the west and even back east. Okay, here, so now it's populated, and we'll see some of these new areas. All right, so this is, okay, so it hasn't well, some of it up here has populated into new areas. This is, again, the Las Lomas Avenue and different areas like that. And again, I'm actually going to pull over this map, Pat, and sorry about that, I'm doing this live here. It gives you actually a better idea of what has burned and what hasn't. And so the new area, look at this, okay. So this is where Jasmine was. It looks like the fire just shot down to Mescal Canyon Road here, where that we were talking about. So Palisades High School is now directly in the fire line. The entire school is now in the footprint of the fire. And again, I want to be clear, when we look at these footprints, we don't definitively know that the structures within the footprint have burned, but it is certainly reasonable to think that things that are within the fire's footprint have burned. And now you can see it made this line basically exactly where Jasmine was, all the way through the little ravine that lays down here. So you have Temescal Canyon, and then look at this. This is where Tom Waite was. This is that apartment building. So that has now popped up as well. So Jasmine was down here near the high school, and then Tom Waite is right here near that apartment building that burned. And you can see, based on the latest fire mapping, now at 2,900 acres, we'll change that graphic for you, but now 2,900 acres is how much this fire has burned. Pat, okay, this is what we were talking about. Remember, Jasmine drove past Tahiti Avenue, those homes that we said were on fire. That's right here. So that is now being reflected in this map as well. This whole subdivision of what looks like might be mobile homes right in that area that we saw in Jasmine when she was driving down PCH, it has also appeared to now have been in the fire path. And we know from Jasmine's pictures that some of that area has burned. So, and even look, it did cross PCH right here as well. Burned some of the shrubs right there at Will Rogers Beach. The command post is at Will Rogers Beach, so I would assume that's going to be moving soon too. And look, we talk about these spot fires. First of all, this is such an interesting kind of fork that has come through this area. You have the whole neighborhoods over here that are untouched, but somehow it managed to work its way down the ravine here of Temescal Canyon. And then you get even closer here, and we'll look at the spot fires, because you see, then look at, we've got just kind of random kind of spots where it pops up, random houses in these neighborhoods that have seen some of these spot fires. So the fire is starting to grow significantly. And what's worse is now we're in an area where you have this whole kind of neighborhood, this whole area of town that is now surrounded by fire on at least 3 sides. So that is going to be concerning. Hopefully they're able to kind of, keep things in check in that area so it doesn't close in on itself. But now we're starting to move even more towards the Riviera Country Club is right here. That's under a mandatory evacuation zone. And look, that's now the fire perimeter. We're not that far away from that location.
No, we certainly aren't. And again, I had mentioned some businesses on PCH that we don't want to mention right now because we don't want to alarm people if there's nothing to alarm them about in terms of them being not just threatened, but any damage to their structures right now. Mike, I want to go back to what we've just been talking about. The fact that LA Fire has called and asked for anybody who's a firefighter to come and help them. Have they put out a call to like areas such as San Diego? I can remember years ago, decades ago actually, when it seemed like we had a ring of fire that was started from San Diego that continued all the way north to Ventura County. So I'm just, have they done?
So yeah, they'll go into
those asks or not?
They have, and they're in what's called unified command. And so what's going to happen now is other cities, other jurisdictions will start to form strike teams, and they'll deploy these strike teams. But that is not necessarily as instantaneous as perhaps getting your own LAFD members that are already in town. So what'll happen if we do get help from San Diego County Fire or San Diego City Fire, they'll form up together and then they'll drive up. But that takes a couple of hours to get that all situated and the requests in and all of that.
Well, we could possibly see something like that tomorrow. But you know what? I'm guessing, Inglewood Fire Department. Fire departments in our smaller nearby communities, they are asking them to come and assist.
Santa Monica Fire is already there. Beverly Hills Fire is already there. But what LAFD wants is they want LAFD members to call that number on the screen and figure out if they're available, figure out how they can put them to work, and figure out how they can staff not only the fire, but the rest of the city that will still need regular fire services, regular medical services, all of that. So that's why they're asking us to put out that message to the LAFD members to call that number on the screen, call the DOC.
And we talked about this during Malibu. We've got some fire camps up there where I'm sure they are in on this fire, even a women's camp.
Correctional
with women, women firefighters that are out assisting right now, especially if they're making this kind of call. So that is pretty significant news, I would say, Mike, and something that we have not seen here. Also, just the area, how it has expanded so far since the time we've been talking about this. 10:30 this morning, and here we're now at 6:30 in the evening. I can remember the Malibu fire starting a little bit like at 11 p.m.
Yeah, 11 o'clock.
And went on and on and on, way into the wee hours of the morning into the next day.
Yeah.
So again, we are hoping that they can get a better handle on what's been happening out there. And I'm going to talk to you in just a moment when we start the show to talk about the possibility of the choppers and fixed-wing aircraft out there. Stay with us here on KCAL News. And we are beginning KCAL News at 6:30. Juan Fernandez is here. We've been talking about these fires all day long, Juan, but also some significant things that have happened. Mike just announced that LA Fire is asking anyone that is watching our newscast that is a firefighter to call the number that we're going to pop up on your screen again very shortly and join in this firefighting effort, because we have seen so many things pop up as it happens, but not necessarily thinking that it really was expected to go like it has gone. You know, as far as it's gone now, PCH, Sunset, Temescal Canyon. We just talked to our Jasmine Veal, who showed us both sides of Temescal Canyon are burning right now.
It's, Mike was saying, it's all hands on deck right now because so many resources are at the Palisades fire right now. What about the rest of the city, the rest of the county that has to deal with fire calls, rescue calls, and just police calls?
Well, this obviously takes precedence
of course.
right now. So we're hoping that we can certainly meet the needs of the people and our neighbors in Palisades and all over Southern California. We don't want people to think that, no, we're not without our services. We have a lot of backup. So just want you to know that we're working on that. We're going to go to our news reporter, Elise Martinez now. Well, Elise was near a road where it was jammed with cars as people were fleeing the area. And here are some of those dramatic moments from earlier today.
We are above PCH, below Palisades. Conditions, I would say, are deteriorating at this point. Huge gusts of wind coming and just ash and smoke everywhere. In the last 10 or 15 minutes, we've seen several spot fires erupt. We're pointing our camera now at one of the biggest ones that we're seeing. It's right on the corner of Sunset and Los Lioness, and I'm looking at a map, and it looks like it is either near or around the Shabbat Jewish Community Center in Pacific Palisades. You can see that bright flames just popping out to the side. All of a sudden it got very hectic. We saw a lot of first responders running to the scene. They're trying to get out these spot fires before they spread in this intense wind. It is just whipping up here, and we just moved up towards Palisades. We're just about half a block from Palisades. We're still on Sunset, and we stopped and we saw this house on fire. And moments after we got here, we watched part of it just absolutely collapse. And it is completely engulfed. And two Huntington Beach fire and Newport Beach fire, they both stopped in here. We believe that they are going to start doing some structure protection for the other homes around this home. Now, as we were also driving up the street, we can see where the panic started and why they started evacuating people from their cars, because you could see where the flames had jumped Sunset, and one car actually was completely burned. To get to the area where all those people had to jump out of their cars and run down to PCH, we found it. The end is right here, and the line of cars goes back up all the way up the street. Probably, I would say, at least 100 cars had to stop here. You can imagine how traumatizing this was for a lot of people. The hillside above, there's actually flames where I'm standing. It looks like a home is on fire over here. But again, you can see a lot of these cars got into collisions during all of this. A lot of these cars have mangled bumpers, and it looks like they just smashed into each other during the chaos of trying to get out of here. Again, they were coming down the hill. There was a lot of traffic, and firefighters approached them, told them to get out of their vehicles and get down to safety. And just imagine how frightening that was. But luckily the fire didn't reach these cars, but they were blocking the roadway. So a dozer came up, and basically you can see the dozer cleared this path right here. So that fire engines and trucks and first responders can get through.
Really was amazing to see that as the dozer moved through on its way to clear PCH. Now to this shot. This is a live picture here from Will Rogers State Beach. As you can see, the Palisades fire slowly starting to crest over the hill there in the background. This is the Palisades fire, started at 11 a.m. this morning. Now more than 2,900 acres burned, with many homes destroyed, houses of worship destroyed, and thousands of people displaced.
Now we've never seen the fire from this vantage point before, Juan, and we know that Will Rogers State Beach, a very popular beach, 103 acres of beach to be in fact, near Pacific Palisades Charter High School. We also understand that that was a staging area, but I believe they had to move. Is that right, Mike?
Yeah, so they moved their command post actually a couple of times. We were trying to get to a press conference earlier, and it kept getting pushed further and further south. So it's hard to, I can't really tell if they moved it just yet again. It looks like they are at least got their equipment maybe packed up, but that was the command post there at Will Rogers Beach, which, if I'm looking at the shot correctly, almost looks like we're looking to the south, which means the fire has pushed even past Will Rogers Beach. Which is really remarkable as well.
Well, that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
You know, the way we have seen these fires. When Jasmine was going up and down PCH Boulevard, and you're thinking, okay, well, she's going away from the direction, but then all of a sudden, fires started breaking out in her location. And it certainly doesn't take long, does it, guys? I mean, considering how the winds are blowing and how brisk, just how furious.
And how far those embers can travel. And start those spot fires.
That's right. Well, let's find out more about the winds and this critical fire weather that we're in right now. Olga.
Yeah, and it's been so incredible to see what is happening there on the ground right now. And we have not yet reached the peak of this Santa Ana wind event. So that is going to be happening as we head into later tonight and into Wednesday morning. This is extreme fire danger, critical fire danger, really, for most of us here in Southern California. So no matter where you live, be on alert, because we are looking at very dry conditions. And look at these wind gusts. We're talking 50 to 80 miles per hour, especially strong for some of our valleys into the mountains, the foothills, and isolated gusts 80 to 100 miles per hour. So the fire weather is going to continue still through Friday. A little more moderate as we head into Thursday and Friday. The peak of it is today and tomorrow. But you can see, look at the gusts. We are in the 40s for a lot of us, from Malibu into Simi Valley in the upper 40s, Pacific Palisades nearing 40 miles per hour, and mid 40s for the Burbank area. So we're just seeing a few areas with some lighter winds. You can see some calmer conditions out through the LA basin, but other than that, we're seeing very strong winds through the valleys, into the Inland Empire, down into the coastline. Look at Laguna Beach, nearly 50 mile per hour winds. So this is a very widespread wind event. High wind warning. This continues until at least Wednesday evening. Again, through tomorrow is when we'll see those strongest winds. Again, the valleys looking at gusts in the 60 to 75 mile per hour range once it reaches its peak. So that's going to be tonight into early Wednesday, but even for much of Wednesday, even into the afternoon, it is still going to be quite windy. And into Orange County as well as the Inland Empire. Futurecast, here we are, 10 o'clock hour, where you see those purples, lavenders. That indicates 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. So that's what we're kind of warning you. Overnight into early tomorrow will be the peak of this event. But even where you see those reds, 40 mile per hour winds, everything is very dry out there. So we're going to continue seeing those strong winds through the foothills into the mountain areas early tomorrow morning. Here we are, 7:40 a.m. through the foothills of the San Gabriels. We're going to see some strong gusty winds into parts of the Inland Empire, down into Orange County, Ventura County. You'll also be seeing those those strong gusty winds. Antelope Valley also seeing those winds, those strong wind gusts as we head into Wednesday. Wednesday afternoon, you are experiencing gusts in the 40s. And then by the evening hours of Wednesday, that's when we start to see those winds not quite as widespread. Still strong for some of us, but we'll continue to see an improvement in the winds as we head into Thursday. And then finally, as we head into Friday, things are looking a lot better. Some moderate winds across the higher elevations through more of those usual spots, and then things a lot calmer as we head into Friday afternoon. So we'll continue tracking this for you again tonight into early Wednesday. That's when we're going to feel the strongest winds.
All right, Olga, thanks so much for that. You know, we mentioned moments ago that LAFD was asking for any firefighter who was actually watching our broadcast or listening to any of our newscasts if they would actually suit up and come and give their efforts in helping toward this firefight. We're going to find out more about that right now. I'm going to talk to Margaret Stewart of LAFD. Ms. Stewart, are you on the air with us?
Yes, I am.
All right, we'll let you make the call.
Okay, regarding the message that you're assisting us in putting out, we have what we call a recall operation underway. So we're asking any LAFD members specifically, no members from other departments. We're not going outside of our department. This is for LAFD members who are off duty to call the Department Operations Center with their availability for recall. That is part of what will be the staffing plan through the night and as the days that follow.
Now, can you tell us exactly why? We know, obviously, you need more personnel. Why do this? And are you still asking people from other areas, like even as far south as San Diego, to assist?
The crews that are coming from out of the area is a part of what we call mutual aid, and the state coordinates those agencies. You mentioned San Diego. The state would put the request out to those agencies if they're able to provide what we call a strike team, which will be 5 engines and a command vehicle. So they'll respond with those resources as they are able to do so. So that's something that happens across the state. You'll have seen, fires up in Northern California where LA City and LA County resources went to those. So it's the same situation. Obviously, this is a incredibly dynamic and volatile situation. The winds are going to worsen overnight. So getting as many resources in place as we can while still, serving the rest of the city is the purpose.
And Margaret, what is that number that LAFD should call? And also, when was the last time that they've had a recall operation?
It's been a long time. I can't say specifically. I've got 19 years on, and this is the first one that I've been involved in. It's not something that we have to do very often.
And what's that number?
The number for LAF, and I just want to emphasize, this is not an information line for the public. This is a specific staffing phone number. So we ask that please, if you're not an LAFD member, do not call this number. It's not, if you're in an emergency, you call 911. This is purely for staffing. That number is 213-576-8962.
All right, Ms. Stewart, thank you so much for joining us, and we certainly hope that our firefighters out there will heed the call that you're making to join in the efforts on the fire lines. Thank you so much, Ms. Stewart.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome.
First time in 19 years, she said that she's been on the with the department they've had to make this call.
Yeah, I've been here longer than that, and I just don't remember them. Actually asking for our help in getting to personnel. Mike?
I got bad news. I have a new fire to tell you about. This one is in Eaton Canyon. This one is being put out or worked on by the LA County Fire Department. And I have a picture here I want to show you, and it is not a good first look at a fire. This is burning off Pinecrest Drive in Eaton Canyon, 2200 block of Pinecrest Drive. If you're familiar with that area at all, this is on the east side of Altadena, up against the hillside. So right now, LA County Fire tells me it is preliminarily 20 acres. This camera, and I can actually show you really quick where this camera is looking at it from. So this camera is looking at it from quite a distance. So this is the Verdugo Peak camera 2. The fire is burning right here in this area. So the fire is looking at it from a decent distance away, and that is already kind of what we're seeing. And I'll pull the camera back up right now so you can see it. And again, this is doesn't have a name yet. It's burning near Altadena. It is on Pinecrest, the Eaton Canyon area, Eaton Canyon Falls, just to the south of that. This is the 2200 block of Pinecrest. We are moving some crews, or a crew, over into that area to try to get a better handle on this. The absolute last thing we need is yet another fire to be burning. This is a fire that is burning near communities. I don't see an evacuation order just yet because this is very fresh. This fire only called out about 20-ish minutes ago. They've got a couple of engines on scene right now. I see 1, 2, 3 helicopters in the air trying to get a handle on it. Hopefully they will have better luck than they've had so far with the Palisades fire. But again, I wanted to jump on and tell you about this new fire that has just broken out, and this is in the Eaton Canyon area off Pinecrest, a 2200 block of Pinecrest. So if you're in the area, if you see those flames, even though there's not necessarily an evacuation order issued just yet, if you see these flames, if you're close to this fire, you should begin to at least think about evacuating. And of course, if it's running down your hillside right there, then you need to go. So we're gonna work on trying to get some additional information on this, but what I've got right now to show you is this Alert California wildfire camera that is monitoring the blaze. And again, 20 acres so far. It does appear that it's probably going to be larger than that. And again, it's up against the hillside, so it's gonna be burning uphill in that topography.
And we know fire burns quicker uphill. Certainly
Mm-hmm.
than it does downhill. And I believe we want to stay on this particular shot and bring in our Olga Ospina. So Olga, something new to talk about. Mike, thanks so much for that information. And what do you know in terms of the wind and just how this is affecting this fire and why it really just broke out?
You know, we have those widespread winds. It is not just in one area. And that's, you know, really an indication that a fire can break out anywhere at any moment during this extreme fire weather condition. So we are looking at Altadena as we head into later tonight. That's one of the areas through the San Gabriel Valley that we're going to see those gusts really kicking in. And of course, not good news trying to get a handle on these fires, but things are so dry out there. I'm checking right now for the Altadena area, and humidity at 16%. We're seeing the gusty winds, and winds only expected to increase as we head into later tonight. That is one of the areas under the high wind warning, the red flag warning, still a fire weather watch through Friday. So most areas, I would not be surprised if I see more fires breaking out. These are very dangerous conditions that we have outside with the winds, with the dry conditions, and the winds only expected to continue to increase as we head into late tonight.
Well, you know, this is one of the areas where we expected the fire, you know, and I'm saying that simply because, Olga, last night when we were checking in with our Danny Roberti, we were talking about that particular area, in particular the San Gabriel Valley, that they would probably see some possible fire because of wind. And now we're seeing what we had predicted, but, you know, really I think the Palisades fire was a surprise.
Exactly. And, you know, I was just talking to one of our reporters, and I was mentioning San Gabriel Valley. That is one of the areas that as we head into later tonight, we're going to start to see those really strong winds. And that is an area that we are closely watching for potentially being in danger of fires. And that is exactly what we are seeing right now. So if you are in an area, there are a few spots that are seeing some calmer winds at the moment, but do not take that for granted. Still be on alert because the winds are moving. And if you are experiencing calm conditions right now, that could change in a moment. And in the next hour, 2 hours, things will get a lot more dangerous, and especially dangerous as we head into later tonight, right around the 10 o'clock hour, into the overnight hours, and still into Wednesday morning. If you're driving, if you're getting on the roads, even just being in the car, you know that you are feeling that vehicle shaking. And we've seen what's happened there in Pacific Palisades, where people have almost had to leave their car behind because they can't get through. So if you can stay home, Stay home if you can. We are looking at some very dangerous conditions. It goes to show you just across all of Southern California tonight into tomorrow, and still moderate conditions for Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, here we are looking at Eaton Canyon. I was looking at information on it. I've been, Pat, there's a hiking trail in that area that takes you what's called the Bridge to Nowhere. It's a 10-mile round trip hike, and they've closed that down in September of last year due to the bridge fire. So there's already been a fire in that area. You and Danny were talking about this last night, that this area was prone to fire, and here we have it.
Exactly.
Okay. Oh, go ahead, Olga.
That you're exactly right. This is exactly what we have, and we've been talking about this for days now. The red flag warnings, the strong winds. In fact, the National Weather Service is calling this the strongest, the most widespread wind event that we have had since 2011. And I don't know if you guys are still hearing me, but
Yes,
we have taken a power hit. We have taken a power hit here at the station as well. We've had several of these throughout the day.
Well, yeah, we have had those kind of hits, and not to be expected. I think this is the 5th one since we've been on the air talking about these fires. And, you know, want to add something here, Olga. Mike just confirmed some, to me, pretty devastating news that evacuation orders have now gone all the way to Calabasas.
Yeah, and Pat, I've got it up on my computer here, and I'll show it to you. So both mandatory and voluntary evacuations. Sorry, let's just let everybody know we're shifting back to the Palisades fire now. So we were talking about the Eaton Canyon fire. This is now the Palisades fire. And the evacuation has extensively expanded into this, both mandatory and voluntary. We are talking a mandatory evacuation now all the way up to Mulholland, Topanga Canyon. All of these neighborhoods are now under a mandatory evacuation. So all of this stretch here is new. So if you're listening to us, watching us, this is the 101 freeway. If you are south of the 101 freeway between Malibu Canyon Road and Topanga, you are now in an evacuation zone. So there are mandatory and voluntary. The western edge of it is more of the voluntary. Everything you see here in yellow, everything you see here in this red is a mandatory evacuation. So that is new. Basically, it runs right here, the line of Mulholland. So this is Mulholland right here. You can see off the 101, this is Mulholland. Anything to the south of the 101 and the west of Mulholland is now under a voluntary evacuation. And then you've got some more areas to the south of that are in a mandatory evacuation. If you're off Topanga Canyon and you are near Light Hill Drive, Navajo Lane, Mohawk, all of that area is now under a mandatory evacuation. And what is important that we point out here, Pat, is, and Juan, this is exactly how things started in the Palisades. These evacuations, they seem so far away from the fire. But before you know it, the fire is at your back door. That's what happened to the people in those apartment buildings that had to be rescued. They thought the fire was so far away, it'll never get here. Doesn't matter if we're under evacuation, we're gonna sit it out. Don't sit it out. If you're under that evacuation, go.
This also reminds me of the Woolsey fire. The
Yeah,
reason I say that is
100%.
because, you know, that from canyon to canyon to canyon.
And look, now we're in a
These flames
situation.
are jumping and now spreading to even
a
more
huge
areas.
area.
And you know, folks, we're not trying to scare you at all, but at the same time, please take heed on what we're trying to tell you. We just had a recall, something that has not happened in what, 19 years?
At least 19 years.
Calling in firefighters to assist in the Palisades fire. And just since then, in fact, even as we heard from Mary Stewart from LAFD, we had a fire break out in Eaton Canyon.
Yeah.
And now we have evacuations, both voluntary and mandatory, stretching, going all the way to Calabasas.
And look, Pepperdine is back under a voluntary evacuation, just like they were at Franklin. And you have all those communities that were just devastated by that fire are now once again under a voluntary evacuation order for now, but these mandatory evacuations are creeping up right on their doorstep. These two here, the RMBU 030A, this is a new mandatory evacuation. It had stopped right here. So these are new. And then you have them all up here are new as well.
Mike, who calls for these evacuations?
So it's coordinated by the fire department. The fire department will tell the police department or whomever it may be, it's usually law enforcement, either the sheriff or the police department, that, hey, we need this evacuation to happen. And then the police department's law enforcement will go facilitate the evacuations. But it is the command staff at the fire departments that are deciding that this needs to be an evacuation area. We need to evacuate this area.
This is a huge area now.
It's massive. I mean, the fact that, look, and like you pointed out, with very eerily reminiscent of the Woolsey fire, we are now talking evacuations from the 101 freeway to the ocean.
And you know, What's also very disconcerting here, you know, in fires over the years that have been widespread, we at least in one area, you know, you got it relatively under control. But in this particular case, it's just growing and growing and growing.
Exponentially, yeah.
Yeah, and almost out of control. We don't have any containment on any of the Palisades fire, and certainly not the Eaton Canyon fire, at least not that we know about right now.
Right. All right, we want to go to our Lori Perez right now. Lori, are you there? It's pretty dark.
Okay, we were efforting to get Lori's picture up. There she is.
I think she's talking.
I think she's trying to get the camera light
sorry
on.
about that.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah, just trying to deal with all of the elements here. The camera and the IFB Wi-Fi, as you can imagine, is very spotty at this time because of the power outages, etc. But I wanted to come back to this location here on PCH. You might remember I was here at about 4:30 or so, and we were showing you a house that was on fire. And in front of that house, I was kind of frustrated because I could see people on the patio so close to that house. That patio, that entire building where those people were, that house is now completely on fire. It is gone. I mean, I can only hope and pray that those people got out, because they certainly did not survive that. I mean, this thing has gone up. There's nothing going to be left of it. We are along PCH. Just beyond this is the turnoff to go up to the Getty Villa. So this area, this is the Sunset Mesa area. We've seen several homes here, big houses along the coast here that have gone up in just the last couple of hours. We spoke with a gentleman who was coming to check on his house also on this street, and at that time, about 2 hours ago, he was confident and hopeful that it would be saved. I'm not so sure at this point, because if we can pan over along the street, there are other houses that have now caught on fire. Not quite as large of flames, but you can see that the flames are making their way in this house. And then further to the right, up on the crest here, another house that has caught fire. This is kind of what the crews are having to deal with. It is very windy here, and the embers, we have learned in our fire coverage over the years, embers can go for miles. And they don't have to go for miles here in Malibu and Pacific Palisades to catch other beautiful homes and structures and schools on fire. We passed by the Chabad down the street here in Pacific Palisades. We saw that that was burning. We have seen so many cars that have been burned out. And again, tragically, so many houses and other buildings like this one. This is really going at this point. You can see there's a fire truck up on the hill just beyond it. There was another house that was burning earlier this evening. That is now gone, and that engine, I would imagine, is stationed there just to make sure that the fire doesn't continue in that direction, you know, doing what they can do. But at this point, there's just so much to cover and so many elements that they are dealing with the wind here, and just how dry it has become here, how low the humidity is. It's a really difficult fight. There are not a lot of people still around, but you can see there's a guy here on a bicycle. Most of this seems really like very deserted at this point, as it should be, because it's just not a safe place to be. Ooh, across the way here, you can see the flames are really flaming up now across PCH on the beach side above the sand. So really just an intense dynamic situation that is continuing to play out here in Malibu and in Pacific Palisades. For now, we're going to send it back to you, Pat.
Where exactly are you? What streets, just to give our viewers an exact idea?
Right, so this is PCH, and the turn right there, the next turn is the turn up to Getty Villa. I think it's called Getty Villa Drive, yeah. Getty Villa Drive. And then the next street south of us, I think, is Palisades Drive. So it's Sunset, and then Palisades goes up to Palisades Drive. So people familiar with that area, with the area, might know that. Ooh,
we heard
and we're
that.
hearing lots of that, lots of popping, lots of explosions. We're hearing, it's kind of eerie as you're driving around, because we're hearing that crackling, we're feeling the heat. of the fires along the streets as we're going along. It's a really intense situation, I have to tell you, for anyone who's around and watching this, and certainly on the ground as we are.
You know what, Lori, as you said, extremely intense. I'm wondering, I'm looking at some lights behind you. Are those residents in cars, or right now we're just talking specifically firefighters? I'm just wondering because things seem to be happening so quickly. Go ahead.
Most of the vehicles going up PCH behind us, heading north, are emergency vehicles. I think this guy behind us is also some sort of a media guy, and then there is this random guy on the bike. He's been taking some videos. I mean, certainly not a safe situation for him to be in because, you know, if these flames start to go, you need to get out of here quickly. And I don't know how quickly he can get out of here on a bicycle. I'm surprised, frankly, that none of the law enforcement or fire personnel have not stopped and told him, you know, to make his way south to get out of this situation, because it's not somewhere that you want to be if you don't have to be.
Can you see firefighters still actively putting water on these flames? Are you close enough to witness that yourself, Lori? Just wondering.
We are close enough, and at this point, with this particular building, we do not see a firefight going on. We do see the engine stationed above it, but I think it's more of a watching situation. But I mean, this thing is just too far gone at this point. You know, it's really a shame because this Sunset Mesa neighborhood, when we talked to the homeowner earlier, at that point, there were 3 houses that were on fire, but there were so many personnel up there that he was really confident it was not going to spread. He was hopeful, of course, that it wasn't going to spread. The wind, though, and its intensity has really increased over the last 2 hours, so I'm not sure that they, you know, as many as there were up there, that there was much that they could do about it. And unfortunately, we have seen, as we showed you, there are now, you know, at least 4 other houses along with the others that we saw this afternoon that caught fire, and then this big condo building behind us that is just gone.
You know, we've been talking about where I asked if you had seen people out there. We've been talking about places where people can go, Westwood Recreation Center. But you know, you wonder at this hour, Lori, if people still understand that, or if circumstances have changed, because we've talked about fires breaking out in different areas now. And, you know, are they full? We'll have to effort that information.
Well, I mean, I would hope that even if, you know, they haven't received official word or information, I mean, common sense would tell you that as you're driving around or looking around and you see all of this happening on the hillsides in different neighborhoods around Malibu and in Pacific Palisades, it would tell you that, you know, it's not a good place to be. You should probably be elsewhere. But you never know. I mean, we can only hope that people are listening, you know, watching our newscasts and listening to other radio stations to make sure that they are aware and alert of what they can do and where they can get some shelter and relief tonight and to stay safe. The good thing is, as we've been saying, we haven't heard of any injuries, and the homeowners that we've spoken with have said that's all that matters to them. You know, this gentleman told us, you know, I'm here, my wife is in the car with our dogs, and that's all we need. We got out. If the house burns, it burns. We have everything we need in that car together.
Oh, that well said, Lori. When you really put that in perspective, that is the most important thing right now. Certainly life before structures or anything else. So I'm just hoping even tomorrow when daylight hits that we will have even better news of everyone getting out safely, at least, even though they may have homes that may not be there or damaged, or certainly cars, but the fact that they can look at each other and their animals and say, okay, we're here together. Wow, just powerful.
That's absolutely.
And amazing reporting, Lori, because this is something that we certainly have not seen. We've seen a lot of fires in Southern California, but something of this magnitude is something I don't think we've witnessed, or we've been, you know, have been able to talk about, especially in the stretch of area that we're talking about. It just seems, again, last month we're talking about Malibu, and here we are, PCH. That's just, and it's so close, and now even Malibu is impacted. We're going to talk to you in just a minute, Lori, but our Mike Rogers at the desk is the one that told us about Pepperdine
Yeah.
being affected again.
Yeah, they're under a voluntary evacuation warning now again after they just had the Franklin fire not too long ago. But you guys, I want to update you on the situation happening in the Altadena, Pasadena, Eaton Canyon area. I want to go to our camera here that we've got from our traffic cameras, our maps. Kalina Astrinos was able to get our cameras pointed towards the fire, and you can actually see it from the 210 freeway there. So we'll get to that in just a second if we can. If not, we can also come to my computer and I can show you one of those cameras. Okay, we'll go to my computer first while we work on getting the traffic map up so we can show you that from that camera, because that is a really wild picture that you can see from the 210 freeway that I'm gonna ask the control room, are we able to take that or no? Okay, we're working on it. So the fire that's now being called the Close Fire is what it's being called. Again, they've got it mapped at 20 acres, although I can tell you, and by looking at the Alert California cameras that you're looking at right here, it does appear, and you can see it's sloping down into, excuse me, what is beneath of it. Now, okay, this is the next traffic camera that you can see. Obviously, that looks to me like larger than 20 acres. And for reference, this is on the 210 freeway in Arcadia. So that is where you are looking from this fire from. So both of the cameras that we are looking at the fire from are a decent distance away from where the fire is actually burning, which makes it difficult to figure it out. We did dispatch our Nicole Comstock over there. We do have another ground crew going over there as well. So as soon as we get any kind of live picture from them, we'll be sure to pass that information along to you. I just hung up with the sheriff's department about evacuation. So far, they don't have any in their area. I'm being told that it is some evacuations on the Pasadena side. I'm trying to get a hold of the city of Pasadena Fire right now to try to figure that out and figure out where the evacuations are. I would assume that there are, just based on the topography of where this fire is burning. And again, if anybody is, it's the 2200 block of Pinecrest Drive. 2200 block of Pinecrest Drive. If you know that area, it's off Altadena Drive and Crescent Drive. It's just north of Altadena Drive. It butts up to the mountain. If you know, and this is a very popular hiking trail for a lot of people, Eaton Canyon Falls. It's right in that area. The falls there are a very, very popular area for hikers. That is kind of the area where this is burning that you're looking at here from our next traffic maps. And again, it is being mapped right now, according to County Fire, when I talked to them on the phone, about 20 acres. And I'm emailing as we speak the Pasadena Fire Department to figure out kind of evacuations so far on that. So as soon as I have that information, I will be sure to let you know. But right now we are monitoring yet another fire that looks very concerning tonight, guys.
About a month ago at 11:12 p.m. when we went on the air. That's basically, we took another shot from a camera, one of our traffic cameras, and it looked very eerie and similarly haunting, familiar, like this particular shot here.
Well, from Eaton Canyon, we want to go back to the Pacific Palisades. We have a Pacific Palisades resident on the phone right now.
And that would be Antonio Morici. I hope I'm pronouncing your last name correct. You have a harrowing evacuation story. Okay, Antonio, correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you got it right.
Okay.
Well, I arrived at Palisades Drive at approximately 12 noon today. I was at work, tried to make it to my residence up in the Highlands, was unable to get there. Quite madness at Sunset and PCH. My children go to school on Palisades Drive. They were evacuated to the fire department near Los Leones and then to Gladstone's restaurant on PCH. Family safely evacuate them from Gladstone's. Unable to make it to my residence in the Highlands of the Palisades. Currently safe in Santa Monica at a friend's place a ways away. It's been quite a day for both me and many friends in the community.
You know, when you said that they're safely in Santa Monica, you're talking about yourself, Antonio, or your family that lived in the Highlands?
Yeah, my family. So,
okay.
My family's currently in Marina Del Rey. I've stopped by a friend's place here in Santa Monica. Even here, it feels a bit close for comfort, frankly. So moved out of the Palisades immediately. Again, tried to reach my residence at 12 noon. Due to the traffic situation on Palisades Drive, was unable to make it home. Also lived in Sunset Mesa for 8 years previously, and very concerned for friends and family there.
And Antonio, fire officials say have an evacuation plan in place. Did you have something? What did you do once it hit? Did you grab what you needed to do? What happened?
No, so I was off site at the immediacy of the fire.
Okay.
Got an immediate alert. Made my way to the Palisades to pick up my children. Had another family member beat me to it. Then tried to make my way up to the Highlands. Unable to do so. And at that point, just witnessing the scene at Sunset and PCH, from approximately 12 to 1 p.m. was quite an extraordinary turn of events.
And any word on whether or not the house is okay at this point?
So I don't have word. My neighbor held strong in the upper area of Palisades Drive until about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Structures in our cul-de-sac were still standing and okay at that time. But certainly flames within reach and a bit of a concern. And again, as I mentioned, lived in Sunset Mesa previously, and getting some concerning reports on what's going on in that neighborhood.
Antonio, I heard you say that you're in the Santa Monica area and you're getting a little concerned now for where you are. Can you tell us where your location is in Santa Monica?
Yeah, so 10th Street in Santa Monica, near 10th and Wilshire. Yeah, I think it's a bit alarming, when you're as close to the fire, as I was earlier in the day, to move all the way to Santa Monica. It's hard to determine the distance, of the flames of the fire from where we're at. So we are being safe. We are staying placed for the time being, but certainly keeping our eyes on it. It's a bit tough to tell the exact distance, and it seems to certainly be moving in a southerly direction.
It's got to be a harrowing night for you, Antonio. So sorry about that. You also mentioned Gladstone's restaurant earlier, and since you brought that up and you said that's where your children were evacuated to, as far as you know, is Gladstone's still there?
I'm not clear on Gladstone's, but I did have eyewitness videos from friends from a number of establishments on the east side of PCH. Rosenthal Winery, the Real Inn, and others that are again commonplace for residents in the area.
Yeah.
So I can't confirm from my perspective as to what's happening with Gladstone's, but I know there were some jumps across the PCH in the area.
Yeah, that was the problem we were talking about, Antonio. That this fire is just so peculiar and so devastating that it has jumped PCH, and we know not only businesses, but there are also some homes that on the other side of PCH, close to the water. So I imagine, as when morning comes, we'll have a better idea as to just how much damage has been caused. But we're so sorry for you, and hopefully, you'll find out more about what you have to come home to. At least your family is safe, and as well as you, Antonio.
Well, yeah, appreciate that. Thoughts and prayers, and we're hoping for the best when we see what's going on tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate your time, Antonio. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you now.
Well, we're going to bring in meteorologist Danny Roberti. And Danny, last night when we left here after the 11 o'clock news, you talked about the wind conditions. You talked about it, the possibility, life-threatening, dangerous.
Yeah.
And we also pinpointed, in a way, some areas that were in the San Gabriel Mountains, which we're seeing fires there now.
Exactly.
But now to talk about Pacific Palisades, this was so, I'm going to say it was surprising that it broke out as quickly as it did in that area, and just how much it has grown.
Yeah, it really has, you guys. And just to kind of put this into perspective, we have not seen a windstorm like this in almost a decade. And so with this, any kind of fires that started, as Pat mentioned, it's surprising how quickly it exploded. And that's because when we are dealing with the winds of this magnitude, winds this strong, I mean, they became so erratic that it's able to flame and fan these flames so quickly. And that's what helped this explode. So here's the thing. I want to walk you through what we know right now and what's going to happen next. We'll keep you updated every single step of the way. So the winds are are here. It started today, actually this afternoon. We saw a little bit of a lull in the winds. I know that might be hard to believe because it has been so strong even in the afternoon time. Now we're starting to see these winds strengthen again. I mean, we're inside the studio and I'm hearing the winds howling outside right now. It's tough to even open the door. Areas like Burbank seeing gusts up to 50 miles per hour right now. So we're starting to see these winds really picking up, specifically for Pacific Palisades, where the Palisades fire is burning. We have those gusts that are starting to strengthen again. They got down to about 35 miles per hour just a few hours ago. We're up to 45 miles per hour right now. So these are some of our current wind gusts. I want to give you a wider scope. Now, what makes this event that we're seeing today so unusual is that everybody, mostly everybody in Southern California, is getting in on this in some way. Typically, when we talk about the Santa Ana winds, we're talking about these very specific areas. We're talking about these windy corridors, our mountains, but there's a lot of areas with this event that normally sit out the Santa Ana winds that are getting in on this. So we're talking about the San Gabriel Mountains, the San Gabriel Valley, areas like Pasadena, Hollywood Hills, Beverly Hills, seeing these really strong gusty winds. And this is going to be the case going into tonight. So I want to walk you through this because the strongest winds haven't gotten here yet. We're expecting those tonight into early tomorrow morning. So this is why it's so important that we talk about these winds, because these are dangerous conditions. We're going to keep you updated though. Lancaster, gusts up to 53 miles per hour right now. We've got 63 mile per hour gusts through Burbank, 55 miles per hour through Santa Clarita. Over into the Inland Empire, 30 mile per hour gusts there. And then over towards Orange counties, areas like Fullerton, Inland Orange County, gusts nearing 30 to 40 miles per hour. But even pushing out towards our beaches, Laguna Beach, gusts up to 48 miles per hour right now. But the strongest winds are really through LA County and Ventura County. And that's been the case today. We've seen gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour. Tonight, we could see gusts nearing 60 to 80 miles per hour. And in some spots, some of our valley and foothill locations, it could be even stronger than that. And I'll talk about why that is in just a moment. So our strongest winds, the peak of the winds, it's happening tonight into Wednesday morning. We have these two systems that are really close together, these really tight pressure gradients, which leads to these stronger winds. This is what's leading to the critical fire danger. We saw it today, and we continue to see it tonight into tomorrow morning. Wind gusts 50 to 80 miles per hour. So it's going to strengthen from what we're seeing outside right now. Isolated gusts between 80 to 100 miles per hour. Now, this is rare for us in Southern California to see such widespread strong winds, winds of this magnitude that cover so many areas in Southern California. And then we're going to continue to keep a close eye on that fire weather watch going into Friday. So the next 24 hours, it's going to be critical. Our hearts and prayers with all of our firefighters out there working into tonight, because we've got these high wind warnings. And when I talk about how rare this is, we typically get high wind warnings. They happen when we get these Santa Ana winds, but to see it all across Southern California, all of LA County, the LA Basin, Orange County, Inland Empire, into Ventura County. I mean, we don't see this often. Gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour will be possible in all of these areas shaded in orange tonight going into tomorrow morning. So this high wind warning, it's in place until 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Now, we've been talking about the fires. Fire danger, yes, it is critical, but I don't want us to miss out on some of the concerns that we also see with just these strong gusty winds. I mean, trees down, power lines down. We're seeing widespread, the potential for widespread power outages. So these winds, as they strengthen tonight, we could see for some of our foothill communities gusts in that 80 to 100 mile per hour range. And that's because we're looking at the potential for some of these mountain waves. I'm going to talk about it in just a minute. I want to show you this red flag warning. Doesn't matter where you are, everyone is getting in on this, which means fire danger is critical for these areas. And that's because it's not just the strong winds that we're dealing with, but we know the drill, these Santa Ana winds, it dries things out like crazy. And so we've got this low humidity going into tonight and early tomorrow morning. So Pacific Palisades, we've got the fire there, but we could see other fires potentially breaking out. So we've got a close eye on all areas in Southern California. And it's crazy to hear those winds howling out there right now. I know a lot of you at home, you're probably hearing that right now. So let's talk about the timing of the winds, because I know a lot of us want to know, when are we going to be done with this? Over the next 24 hours, this is going to be key for us. So 7:15 right now, we're seeing some strong winds through the mountains, pushing into LA County and right there over into Ventura County. I want to zoom things out. This this is when we're seeing those winds strengthening. I'm actually going to zoom you into a couple different areas. There's this stretch of communities, foothill locations, really stretching from Simi Valley, Sylmar. We've got that over towards Claremont. Look at those purples right there. When we're talking about these strong gusty winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour, Simi Valley over towards San Fernando. This is a look at midnight tonight. The 210 corridor, that's going to be a big focus. Pasadena at this point looking at gusts between 30 to 40 miles per hour. Typically Pasadena sits this out. You can see up through the mountains. I'm going to keep bringing you over towards the Inland Empire, and you can see close to Rancho Cucamonga into San Bernardino, gusts ranging between 30 to 40 miles per hour. I'll zoom you back out just so you can see how widespread this is, even into inland Orange County, pushing towards a lot of our beaches. Now I'm going to zoom you in here. By early tomorrow morning, we're going to see a burst of winds through inland Orange County, those purples indicating those 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And we're actually looking at that PDS red flag warning, that particularly dangerous situation for Orange County into the Inland Empire tomorrow morning into the afternoon. So that's what we're going to be focused on. So let's fast forward. Here's a wider look at what I just showed you right now. So going into tonight, you can see those purples, those winds increasing, and then we're finally going to see them, and I'm sorry that extended so quickly. We'll finally start to see these winds dying down once we get, they're not going to be as strong Wednesday night into Thursday, but we're still going to be looking at those wind advisory level winds going into Thursday, and then by Friday, we're going to start to see things quieting down. This does a really good job of showing you hour by hour what's going to be happening. Look at those winds through Santa Clarita into Glendale. We're talking gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. So the focus for the strongest winds, it's around 10 o'clock tonight to around 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. So when a lot of us are asleep, that's when these winds are really going to pick up speed. So coming up, we're going to be breaking down for you exactly when these winds are going to die down, and also how strong the winds have been today in some communities. And we're going to talk about those mountain waves and why we could see stronger winds in some areas going into tonight. We'll keep a close eye on that. Pat and Juan.
Sleepless night for so many.
Yeah.
All right, thanks so much, Danny. Let's get right back to the fire line in Pacific Palisades.
That's where KCAL News reporter Jasmine Veal is, where homes, schools, and churches are all catching fire. Okay, Jazz.
Yeah, so Pat and Juan, so I can feel the heat from the fire that is just raging here on the hill above PCH. You hear the sirens. They have been screeching through here nonstop. Listen, you can hear the cracking, the popping, and the embers from this fire that has moved east now from Temescal Canyon and has moved south. It is just moved down here all the way to PCH. As you mentioned, it's even jumped PCH, burning some of those lifeguard towers. But the gusts here have been so strong, and I just spoke to some LA firefighters, and they told me they're here at the command post where we're at because they have to protect the equipment that is stationed here from these flames that have just grown in the last few minutes here on this hill. And again, the wind, luckily, as these embers are swirling over our head, it's pushing it south toward the ocean. So that's the only good news, if any, is that these embers, they really can't catch anything else on fire because that's the ocean to my right. But I want to show you what we were dealing with in just the last few hours when we were up there on El Medio Avenue, right off Sunset Boulevard, up to Mescal Canyon. It was a firestorm. Embers were being blown across the road. We had to jump into our live truck numerous times to escape the flames that were just blowing every which way. That's where we saw a church on fire or catch fire, and it was burning. And there were just not enough resources. There was a two-man water crew trying to put out those flames on the church, and then they had to leave and go somewhere else. Up El Medio Avenue, there were no firefighters for hours as we watched the flames slowly take over fences, backyards, and homes. One man told me as we were standing there and going back and forth up and down El Medio that he rode his bike up and he saw dozens of homes sadly, tragically burned to the ground. This is one of the worst fires that I've ever reported on. And we've been through the Woolsey fire. We have been through, I mean, we just had the Franklin fire here in Malibu. I've covered so many of these, but the winds here are no joke. They are just so bad, and they've proved so challenging for these firefighters stretching those resources because they talked about an aggressive firefight. But again, what we saw in those neighborhoods, we saw no one except neighbors trying to help neighbors put out the flames, grabbing whatever water or hose they could. At one point, they even grabbed our fire extinguisher to put out some flames that had ignited a bush near a church. So they used our fire extinguisher that we had because we had nothing else to give them. Take a listen as I talk to those residents who were stuck in those traffic jams earlier today trying to leave, and thank goodness they did. Even though it took them forever to get out, residents just knew that this would turn into a life-threatening situation. Take a listen.
It is a lot of chaos, but I hear things are really bad up north, so I think that's where all the resources are going. That's what the one cop told us, is that everything up north is worse than down here, as bad as it is right here right now. So
You were trying to get to your parents?
yeah, well, they're safe now, okay. But when I was trying to get to meet them again was when I saw you last, and I couldn't go anywhere.
Right.
So I came down here, and there was just a total traffic jam, and this man right here was directing traffic, and I decided to get out there with him and help.
You guys actually got it going.
It's kind of a trip seeing this, you know? It's so surreal.
What do you think about the traffic jams that have been happening here with people trying to get out?
Well, I sent my family out, my kids out in their car, and I've got my car and I've got my bike. So if it gets bad, I get on the bike and get out. If I could get out in the car, then I'll get out in the car.
People have been stuck, though. I mean, it's been chaotic, and it seems like a lack of resources to get people out of here.
Well, the thing is, it's two veins in and out. So when you shut Sunset down and you only have PCH, there is no third option. So when I left the office when it first started today and came up from Ralph's, it was already closed. Sunset was already closed. It was already chaos before the fire even got big.
Grow here, take over those bushes, and thankfully I'm not seeing any homes here, but on the ridge right next to it, I'm looking at more homes as this fire is inching up and over this hill. And so that is very concerning. And the fact that these firefighters can't even leave the command post, and now they're protecting their own equipment because of this erratic fire behavior. And the visibility is horrible. As we were driving up and down, trying to even make our way back to Temescal Canyon, we could not see. There were cones thrown out into the road, garbage cans for some reason, split apart and splintered all over PCH, as other residents, even a few of them, still trying to leave, even as it got dark. So one woman we saw even on a bike with bags on her back, pedaling as fast as she could past bus stops that were catching fire on Temescal next to the Palisades Charter High School. So just a very bad situation out here. And of course, Pat and Juan, I'm now thinking about where I live in Pasadena, my kids and my mother-in-law watching the fire grow there in the Eaton Canyon area. So I'm thinking, you know, we all need to have that emergency plan in place so we can be ready to leave and follow those orders at a moment's notice.
About that, Jazz, and you know, as I was listening to you talk, I was actually texting with a former colleague of ours trying to remember the last time we saw something even close to this. The Malibu fire, the fire that burned down to the ocean in 1993 was terrible, but the winds this time are even worse. And we certainly have not seen something of this magnitude here in that area. And as you know, as you were talking, we just had another evacuation, voluntary and mandatory, south of 101 all the way to Mulholland. I believe that's what Mike Rogers told us. So all the way to Calabasas. And it's 7:26, so we still don't know. There could be even more, you know. So the thing we've been telling people, ready, set, go. Get yourselves prepared because you could be called upon to leave your home at any time.
Yeah, and these gusts, Pat, have almost knocked us off our feet at one point this evening, and I can just imagine how gusty and strong these winds will be through the night as these firefighters with, 50 pounds on their back, battling these wind gusts and hiking up this steep terrain, trying to fight these fires. And no doubt, if they see one house go up, they know that it's a loss and they got to move on to the next one. Where, as we saw, they're not even in some of these neighborhoods.
And the worst is still yet to come. All right, Jasmine, thank you so much. Let's check in now with Tom Waite.
Tom, are you still on Temescal Canyon Road, right off Sunset?
Yes, Pat and Juan, not far from where that fire was burning the apartment building where firefighters were doing all they could to save it. Right now, we're just across the street from the Theater Palisades, which obviously is a total loss. A huge amount of fire is still burning there. You can see the wind is just blasting and fanning it right now. We keep talking about that. Obviously continues to be a factor, a massive problem. And if you take a look too, another major issue, downed and damaged power lines and utility poles. Look at this over here. You can see very low hanging wires. We don't think they're energized. We saw personnel out here checking them out, but we don't know. But that's something that's very, very dangerous as well. Now, Greg, let's go to our right. Just next to me is Palisades High School. There is fire burning there. I don't know what is burning. It's very difficult to tell from our vantage point. Both of my cousins here from Southern California went here, and I sent them the video to ask them to help me figure out what was burning. It's heartbreaking. You know, I went to graduations here for my family, and to see, you know, just as Jasmine talked about, we're all sort of woven into this fabric of LA together from different places. You know, I'm from Claremont, but my cousins are from the Palisades, and to see something like this happen, you know, my aunt was evacuated today. You know, it's tough to see so much pain out there tonight. And here we have the firefighters coming to the high school to try to figure out what is on fire here. And it's just very difficult to see with this building sort of blocking it, but there has been a lot of smoke and fire coming from there. And then, Greg, let's just swing around here, back down the block this way. I mean, there's just fire everywhere. There's the orange glow there just ahead of us, down Temescal Canyon, probably somewhere in the area where Jasmine was talking about earlier. And you can see flames jumping up above the tree line there. And it's just 360 degrees behind me. We don't have to go, we have to show it, but you know, behind me, again, more fire, but it's just burning everywhere. It feels like from these perspectives. And this theater, I don't know, you know, much about the history of it, but certainly it a lot of heartbreak there as well, right? Depending on, you know, who might have performed there or worked there. This is another piece of the community, and it's lost, and that's just really hard to see. But just so much danger here right now in terms of just the amount of debris, the wind that's blowing it around, the power lines, as you saw here, that they're damaged and hanging very low. It's very scary for a lot of people. Sir, do you live here in the area? Yeah. Can I talk to you real quick? We're live on KCAL. Is it okay?
I'd like to talk to you.
Well, you can talk to me after, but can you just tell me where do you live here in the area?
I evacuated from the Highlands, Pacific Palisades Highlands, Palisades Drive. Frankly, it's a lot nicer, a lot safer up there. We had clear blue sky and you know, sunshine all day. The wind was blowing away from us. I mean, it still is. There out of 1,000 homes, there are 2 homes that, maybe 3, I don't know, on Piedra Morada that burned. Other than that, the whole area is untouched. And I almost didn't want to evacuate, but you know,
you do the right thing. I mean, you never know. I mean, the thing is, when the fire comes, it doesn't come in a, you know, a little flame crawling up the hill. It comes with a wall of smoke, and obviously it's all.
Everyone's been lecturing me today.
Sorry.
Everybody knows what I should do except for the guy who's on the spot.
The firefighters know what you should do. I'm not telling you what to do. The firefighters are.
Okay.
My last question. How long have you lived here?
About a dozen years.
Okay. 12 years. So this has got to be the worst.
This is the biggest. Yeah. We had one in 2018 that was the Woolsey fire that came down and was also on Palisades Drive. Which, you know, inconvenienced us for a day, like until midnight or something. But not like this is Armageddon. I mean, I came down Palisades Drive. There was like a parking lot full of cars on Sunset, you know, parked there. So I gave up on. I'm trying to get on Sunset to head toward Brentwood.
I don't know. Well, you know, we'll talk off the air because I don't want to give you just instructions, so we can talk to somebody who actually knows. Maybe there's a firefighter right there. That's probably who you should talk to.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Well, good luck to you, sir. Thank you. You know, there you have it. A lot of people, obviously evacuees. You know, there's frustration. You can understand that, of course. People don't want to have to leave their homes, but when firefighters come and tell you to leave, you should listen. They know what they're talking about, and there's no point in staying because you can't stop what's happening here. It's way too big, way too powerful, and Mother Nature is helping to fuel this in a way that is overwhelming, and even the man we just spoke with said it feels like Armageddon. And it does feel like that in some spaces. It feels surreal. You know, we passed that row of cars. I think we've shown the video of it where they were bulldozed off to the side, where people were running for their lives, or at least they thought they were because the fire was so close. So, you know, it's just a tough, I mean, that's the understatement of the year, tough night for so many people.
Gentleman actually is lucky because there are a lot of people that live in the Highlands area that have left. They had to leave and they have not returned, not knowing what has happened to their home. A lot of them had to take some of their animals, and it was very frightening for them. You talked about some of the different landmarks there. I'm going to call Pacific Palisades Charter School a landmark. I used to take my daughter there for volleyball lessons all the time, so I'm very familiar with where that is, and we've gotten so many calls actually from people wondering if Palisades High School is okay. There's so much to get to, so much to impact. Susie says here now, you know, we've been talking about where people can evacuate, but there are school closures, but even right now, there's still so many things that are breaking as we speak. You can see Mike over there shaking his head.
Yeah, let's go to Mike Rogers at the desk now with this latest update. Mike?
Yeah, and I'm actually focused on the other fire, the Eaton fire, which I can now tell you guys has grown to 200 acres. Now, you'll see this computer monitor behind me right here. This is our actually next traffic monitor, our map. And what I can tell you, the good news is earlier I was able to see the fire down in this area. It is retreating uphill. So every time we haven't moved this camera, and every time I look at it, the fire is more and more on this side of the screen. While that will make it harder for them to fight, it is better that it is not going closer to homes, because what is at the bottom of that fire on the left side of that screen are homes. I want to show you video here from just moments ago. Our photographer, Lori Fernandez, just shot this video. The Eaton fire now burning 200 acres. You can't even see ahead of you. The only reason we can see those fire vehicles and those police vehicles is because of acres from the Eaton fire. Importantly, I want to show you evacuations. Let's come to my computer here and I'm going to show them to you. I can't zoom in much more because for whatever reason, every time I zoom in, I lose some of the ability to see the actual evacuation area. But this is where it is. If you live in that area, you've gotten the alert. If you live in that area, you know where I'm talking about here. This is Washington to the south. You've got New York Drive here to the east. And then you've got this street right here, which I believe, let me double check. If you live there, you'll know the area already. I believe that is, let's see here, Lake Avenue. So this is Lake Avenue here on the east. You've got Washington down here. And then you've got New York here to the eastern edge of that. So that is the current evacuation zone. Again, 200 acres right now. CAL FIRE is got a mapping fixed-wing aircraft overhead right now doing that. Here is the worst news that we could have gotten all day, aside from people losing their homes, aside from these massive fires. The wind has now forced the grounding of every helicopter that we had on these fires. These two fires, both the Palisades fire and now the Eaton fire burning in Pasadena/Altadena in the Eaton Canyon area, will now be exclusively fought on the ground. The wind has made it too dangerous for the helicopters to fly. Even the night flying helicopters can no longer sustain in the winds that we have going on right now. So this will be a ground fight until the winds die down enough to bring those helicopters back in. But the command staff at both LA County Fire, LA City Fire have made the decision that they will ground their helicopters due to safety concerns because of how extremely fast and high those winds are blowing.
Oh, all right, Mike, thank you so much for that update. And that was the Eaton fire that Mike was just talking about up in Altadena. And that is just one of several fires that we're talking about today. Of course, the main one being the 2,900 acre fire out in Pacific Palisades. One thing I thought was interesting, Pat, was when Tom was just speaking with that resident before we went to Mike, he was talking about how along Pedro Morado, of course, where the fire started at 10:30 this morning approximately, he's saying that he had seen only about 1 to 2 homes burn, and I shouldn't say only because that is so heartbreaking for any homes. Considering what we've been seeing and showing you, our viewers, all afternoon and into the evening.
Well, you know, picking up on the Eaton Canyon fire, at 6:24, we had that fire clocked at 20 acres. So now it's 7:30.
Sure.
And now it's 200. But I'm saying, but remember when it started, it was 20 acres and now it's 200 acres.
Sure.
That's an Eaton Canyon alone. We're not even talking about, and in fact, we'll, I'm sure, need another update on the fire that is burning in the Palisades, because it's got to be more than 2,900 acres. And that's the last update that we've received.
Wow, 1,200 to a huge dump to 2,900 acres. Let's go out to our Lori Perez, who is out there live in Pacific Palisades along PCH. Lori, what can you tell us? The wind really blowing out there.
Absolutely, and we're actually in Malibu, just north of Pacific Palisades, and we've been here several times today. I want to show you a picture that I took at 4:30 this afternoon. I did a live shot here and snapped a picture when we were here. And see this building? I was remarking on how I was surprised because there were some people standing on a patio in that building, and you can see how close the flames were to that building. Well, take a look at that building now. That building is gone. I can only hope and pray that those people got out safely. Hopefully they did. But this neighborhood here, we are just around the corner from the Getty Villa. This neighborhood, we have now seen at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 homes burn tonight, including in just the last half hour, we saw 2 more catch fire. That's how quickly these flames are spreading. You know, Mike was just mentioning about how they have grounded the helicopters. And when we were driving here, we saw some up, and we were remarking how we were surprised they were still up because the winds are just so fierce. I understand that they want to try and get as much of a view of as they can of all of the fires that are expanding, particularly around Pacific Palisades. But with this kind of wind, you can understand why they are not up there. Again, in this neighborhood, we spoke with a gentleman this afternoon at about 4:30. He told us he was watching some other houses in the neighborhood burn, but he was confident because of the number of firefighters and engines in the neighborhood that his house would be okay. I'm not sure that I can tell him that it is okay. I'm pretty sure that we are watching as his house has now caught fire, unfortunately. But he was a good guy, and he was remarking that the most important things to save, of course, were with him. Let's listen to what he said.
I'm happy to see that it's still there. These guys are incredible that are going by. It's been amazing to see how many firemen have gone by from all over the state. I just feel horrible for these houses that they weren't able to save. A couple hours ago, we evacuated from there to here, PCH, as you can see, and there's fingers crossed.
Yeah, a lot of people have their fingers crossed tonight. One of the, eeriest things that we're witnessing here is the sound of these fires. You can hear the explosions, you can hear the crackling. And it's just, that's not good. There's so much happening in Pacific Palisades and in Malibu tonight, a lot to be taken care of and a lot to handle for fire crews, as he said, who we have seen from all over, from CAL FIRE and engines from all over the state who have rushed here to help in this incredible fight tonight. Guys, back to you.
It's amazing, Lori, when you think about it, and this is the first time that we've actually, you talked about the number of firefighters that are going to be busy. We haven't seen a recall since 19 years, according to a spokesperson from LAFD. They're asking any firefighter who is watching our broadcast, listening, gets word, if they can fight a fire, to actually join in the effort. And that was before we found out about the Eaton fire that is burning in the San Gabriel Valley.
Yes.
So there's so much. Yes, go ahead.
And I was just going to say, we've been remarking a lot about how we've been here in recent weeks and months with the fires that were just recently here. But I was reminded of being here. I met so many wonderful people that I was reaching out to tonight when there was the flooding that was here not so long ago. And so many neighborhoods that were affected by massive landslides and earth movement. And that was not so long ago. And that was devastating to businesses and to people. And so Malibu's been through it. Malibu and Pacific Palisades, these last few years, they have had some issues, and you have to think of them and the trauma that goes through a community, not only for the people who, of course, who lose their homes, or, even worse, who are hurt or who lose loved ones, but it is traumatic to a community to be put through these intense kind of situations, even when they don't lose anything. It's a lot to deal with for children and families and anyone living in these communities to endure these kinds of things that are happening, it seems, so often.
And we haven't even talked about, because it's too early to talk about that, and then sometimes it's not too early, insurance. I mean, when you talk about how a whole community is impacted, some people's lives are going to be upended for quite some time. Even in terms of rebuilding, just the fact that They may not be able to afford it because insurance is so high. Insurance companies have been canceling policies. We do know that we are getting federal funding because President Biden, who was in Los Angeles today, was also impacted by this fire, not being able to travel to Palm Springs, signed declaration already that is going to give the state money for that. So that is the good news. But again, we still don't know how long this is going to burn and exactly where it's going to burn. We're in a huge evacuation area now when it comes to being south of the 101 freeway all the way to Mulholland. So.
And we've been talking about the concern about the wind, that we haven't even hit the peak, Pat, of what we are expected to experience when it comes to these winds, as crazy as they have been already today.
And you know, what I was saying earlier, Susie, or just, you know, kind of reminiscing about sometimes it doesn't even take a hurricane force or near hurricane force wind to cause the kind of destruction that we're seeing. We've been so dry, and because the humidity is so low, it doesn't take that much, right, to start something like this.
And Lori was just talking about the Franklin fire that burned, you know, just a week before Christmas, and that was also in Malibu, of course, another coastal fire that we were talking about. I wonder if we could bring in meteorologist Danny Roberti for just a second. I would love to highlight, if we could, in just a moment, we'll come to you, Danny, in just a moment, but I would love to talk to you about the patterns along the coast, the different weather patterns along the coast that really make these fires explode.
But right now, we're going to go to our Nicole Comstock because we do need to get an update on what is happening out there in Eaton Canyon, in Altadena. Nicole, you're there? There she is.
Yeah, we're here, Pat. We were just on the move right now because the fire actually was behind us here, but the winds are just blowing this thing down like a blowtorch, and it's now actually wrapped around us. We're on New York Drive, right by the cross of Altadena Drive here near Eaton Canyon, and you can see that it's just burning right along the hillside here. And such a shame that this is happening in Eaton Canyon because this is such a beautiful 190-acre nature preserve that has a lot of hiking trails, lots of wild animals up here. I actually come hiking here all the time, and I see, you know, I've seen bear before, deers, coyotes, so there's like a really big natural ecosystem up here that's going to have a ton of damage. And we have a lot of embers blowing around with us in the wind right now, so we're just going to walk back toward our van to make sure everything's looking good down there. But we did park where we have a lot of fire engines. Over here, actually, if we can take a look to the right, I'm not sure how much you can see down here right now, but the fire did hop this side of New York Drive in Altadena now, so it is burning on the other side of the road, which is coming down toward this wash area. But this is a road that some people are actually using right now to evacuate with animals. So we've seen some people coming out with horse trailers in just the past couple of minutes who had to come unlock a gate at the last minute to get out of here. But we know that this area was already under a preventative public safety power outage because they knew that they had such a big wildfire risk with these really intense winds burning up here. And you can take a look at what it looks like in just the past couple of minutes out here. There's really not much that firefighters can do when you have, you know, such dry conditions on the hillsides here after not having a lot of rain pretty much all season. Oh, watch out, Chris. Sorry, we had a car coming really fast. Trying not to get killed out here reporting on this. But, you know, such dry vegetation out here. And then these really gusty winds, and this isn't even the worst of it yet. We're expecting winds could gust around maybe 70 miles an hour in this area later tonight. Hey, Chris, come this way a little bit. I don't know if you can hear me. Let me get a little bit closer. Oh, man. You can see how, I mean, we've only been doing this live shot for like, I don't know, 2 minutes now. And how much, you know, how much of a distance these flames have burned along the canyon here in Eaton Canyon. So it's moving super fast. You can probably hear the winds out here too. When we got here about maybe 15 minutes ago, we parked up the hill just a little bit, and immediately National Forest Service crews were moving their trucks down the hill. See all this wind out here. And so we're firefighters, so we parked down the hill too. We have our truck facing south. So if we need to get out of here really quickly, we can. But they are doing mandatory evacuation orders up here in Altadena right now. Also, I believe some parts of Pasadena. So they're telling people, if you haven't evacuated yet, if you live nearby, I'm gonna get out of the road here a little bit again, you really need to go right now. They know it's over 200 acres in size. It's probably a lot bigger than that already. And we got a lot of people up here who have these beautiful homes up in the hills. So they don't have a lot of time to get out when a fire is racing through this fast. Hey Chris, if you can show over to the right here for a second. You see we have a fire on the other side of us too, kind of burning through this open space here. It's kind of hard to tell if this, I'm not quite sure if this part right here a little bit south of Altadena Drive is also part of the nature preserve. I believe it's just a little bit south of it, but as I mentioned, the fire has hopped one of these main roads up here, New York Drive, that you can use to get up to Eaton Canyon, and it's basically just burning through all this dry brush and all these trees here.
Nicole, it seemed like earlier Mike Rogers was giving us this update from the desk that the fires seem to be moving away from homes in Altadena. From your vantage point, can you tell if that's still the case, in which the wind is moving?
It's kind of hard to tell right now because, like I said, I hike up here pretty often. I usually go up Altadena Drive, which is just a little bit to the west of us here, and there's a ton of homes right there. I haven't seen anything get that close to that side. I think it's closer to New York Drive right now, maybe higher up in Eaton Canyon. So from what I've seen, I think they're basically just evacuating people, police, Pasadena police, in the neighborhoods that are the closest to this fire right now. So I don't think it's burning toward the homes, not from what I've seen out here, but it's burning along a lot of the main access points that you would get up to the nature preserve with tonight. And it looks a lot worse than it did just a couple of minutes ago. So this is really wind driven. Like when we were standing up the road just a bit, embers were blowing, like it looked like a quarter of a mile down the road immediately. So it's really fueling this thing. Like the fire started at, I think, about 6 o'clock, maybe 6:15 tonight. You know, they said it when they got out here is about 10 acres in size. And an hour after that, they said it was already 200 plus acres. That's really the wind out here mixed with this really dry vegetation, which is what fire crews and state officials have been warning about since yesterday, telling people that this would really have the potential to do catastrophic destruction out here. And that's what we're seeing tonight. You know, the good news is that we haven't seen anyone getting trapped in any areas. It seems like all the people that live nearby have an evacuation plan in place because they live in the hills and they knew which road they could get out with. They had access points to leave with their animals. You can see some cars that are still driving the road down here tonight. But it's such a shame to see this burn because it's just such a big open space here in the San Gabriel Mountains. And with the winds like they are right now, you really have no idea like how much of this can burn, what it's going to look like when this fire's out. And you know, as we've been warning everybody all night, this is not the worst of the winds. We're expecting from 10 o'clock tonight, a couple of hours from now, until early tomorrow morning, that's when we're expecting to see the worst of the winds out here. So not a good thing that we have another fire starting out here now in the Altadena, Pasadena area, you guys.
You know what, Nicole, we were watching your picture, and also a photographer, Lori Fernandez, who showed us video on the right side of your screen for our viewers who are watching. We actually saw some people, it looked like they were being assisted by law enforcement, actually getting in their vehicles, I guess, to be taken away to safety. And you know, at this hour, we don't know what's actually started the fire in Palisades or the fire here. I'm looking at those power lines that so far look intact. We do know that they did shut off power to some of those communities, and in particular the one where you are, Nicole, to try to help against brush fires starting from down power lines. So in this particular instance, you know, it just seems that no matter what, those winds have a mind of their own, and they seem to be getting stronger and stronger. Now we see those blowing embers, Nicole, so we certainly want you to be safe out there because that's dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mike Rogers is at the desk now with an update on the Eaton Canyon fire.
Yeah,
Mike?
we're still sitting at 200 acres, Pat and Susie, and I'm just going to pull this up here really quickly. And oops, sorry about that. Oh, the battery died. Hang on one second.
All right, we're going to join Mike in just a minute, but he's going to talk to us also about the Eaton fires. You were talking about Lori Fernandez there on the ground, showing us some incredible pictures of residents in desperate situations right now in evacuation mode, Mike.
Yeah, sorry about that. Battery died. We've been on the air for a long time. Yeah, I want to, if we can go back to those pictures from Lori, it's really remarkable. And what I'm looking at in one of her shots is it's hard to tell. It looks like at least a fence is on fire. You see it over my shoulder here. We'll try to take it full in just a second. At least a fence is on fire. I'm concerned, though, that there might be a home on fire. And while I talk to you about that, I can tell you that they have expanded the evacuations, both mandatory and voluntary, now all the way down to the 210 freeway. So voluntary evacuations now from the foothills above Eaton Canyon, or the Eaton Canyon, and we lost, well, it's right behind me here in the monitor where Lori's shot there is, but Lori Fernandez, yes. The Eaton Canyon area, basically there's mandatory evacuations. There we go, there's the live pictures. And to me, it looks like, you guys, I think that's a home or a structure that is on fire back there. So it's hard to tell because of the smoke, because of the embers, but you can see some of that black smoke pouring up back there. And you can see that that's where this is. Pasadena fire, LA County fire, and again, as we've been talking about, no at all water dropping helicopters right now because of the safety of it. And Lori's pictures going in and out. There's no service there. We have been looking at, she's at an intersection and you wouldn't be able to know that, but there are the traffic signals there, completely black. Everything is dark. The only thing that is illuminating it now is the lights from that fire vehicle there, and then the glow of the fire itself. So yeah, these are those live pictures there. That's LA County Fire. Looks like a battalion chief coming into the shot right there. If we can, I want to come to my computer because I want to show you the evacuations. Here we are. They have expanded significantly since the last time I showed them to you. We've got the mandatory evacuations here. That's everything in the red that we've been talking about. That's all of this stuff up here. But then you've got voluntary evacuations that have now come all the way down to the 210 freeway. And as we talked about, we've seen this with the Palisades fire today. It is certainly better to get out than wait. So we're looking at basically Washington Boulevard, and forgive me, every time I zoom in, the map kind of adjusts itself here, but basically everything Washington Boulevard to the north is going to be those mandatory evacuations, and then things to the south, your borders are Lake and Altadena Drive, is all the voluntary evacuations all the way to the 210 freeway. So that's a giant chunk of space now that is under evacuation. So now we were talking about an area, and I want to show you another camera here because what was also pretty remarkable about this fire is that you were actually able to see, and let me see if I can just quickly do this here. You were also able to see both fires from one of our wildfire cameras. So we've got these Alert California cameras here that I'm going to go to really quick, and you can see both the Altadena fire, the Eaton fire, I should call it, as well as the one that is burning over in the Palisades area. So we'll come to this really quickly, and I just want to show you. It's the camera that's on top of Mount Wilson that is showing that, and I believe that is this one right here. So you look, and you'll see, so right there, we'll switch this back to color here. You've got the new fire that is the fire burning in the Altadena, Pasadena area. And then if you look off in the distance, that is the Palisades fire. So we have two now very major fires that are burning here in Southern California. And again, it's important that you note those evacuations that are happening in the Pasadena, Altadena area. If you get those warnings on your phone, you should go. You shouldn't wait to have the fire too close before it becomes too late.
You know what, and we want to get more information when we can to tell people where to go. You know, we haven't seen anything come across as to where people in the Pasadena, Altadena area can evacuate if they need to.
That's right.
We know that in the Palisades fire, we've been telling people to go to the Westwood Recreation Center on South Sepulveda Boulevard, and as usual, Pierce College is accepting large animals.
That's
but
right.
we still want to get our information correct for the Pasadena, Altadena area that is impacted by that Eaton fire. And of course, school closures. I mean, those are so many things to cover tonight, Susie, and we're really,
this is all happening
just midway through what
Mm-hmm.
we've been talking about since 10:30 this morning. We've been on the air trying to inform our viewers. And we sort of gave, a small indication of what was going to happen last night when we knew that they came out with those red flag warnings. And since we had already seen Camarillo and Malibu, like possibly you know, this could happen again, but this has certainly surpassed, I think, what any of us expect.
Yeah, and when Danny's talking about a PDS, a particularly dangerous situation, we know to expect these crazy things happening like we've seen today, Danny.
You know, and what's crazy about this, typically this time of the year, we're not concerned with these red flag conditions, you guys, because we normally get enough rain to mitigate that. But this year, it's a little bit different. As of tomorrow, downtown Los Angeles will be off to its driest start since 1964. I mean, it's been 60 years since we've seen a start to winter this dry, and that's why it is also unusual for us to see these red flag warnings. I want to take a look where the Eaton fire is burning, the conditions there right now where Nicole Comstock is. We're seeing gusts in the San Gabriel Valley nearing 60 miles per hour right now. Sustained winds coming out of the north, 32 miles per hour, and it is really dry here. And again, yeah, we've been talking about this since yesterday, preparing folks, but there's always that hope that it's not going to come to this, but we are dealing with the winds right now, and we want to make sure that you feel prepared. So that's a look at the conditions right near the Eaton fire. And then where the Palisades fire is burning, we're also seeing gusts around 54 miles per hour right now. In Burbank, we've seen gusts in just the last hour nearing 60 miles per hour, down to about 51 miles per hour. Everyone is seeing these winds strengthening. So the focus going forward, going into tonight, this is going to be a critical period because we're going to see strengthening winds tonight. The start of the peak will be 10 o'clock this evening until early Wednesday morning, but it's going to start to strengthen right now. We're seeing that through Burbank, 62 mile per hour gusts at this point, even through the high deserts, gusts nearing 40 miles per hour there, 56 miles per hour through Malibu into Pasadena, 53 miles per hour. And what is also rare about this, and we've been talking about it, it's how widespread and how broad the Santa Ana wind event is. We haven't seen anything like this in a decade. The last time it was back in 2011, and that's when we saw really gusty winds nearing 70 miles per hour in Pasadena. And there is the potential for that going into tonight and early tomorrow morning. I want to focus on some of those key areas. Claremont seeing gusts between nearing 54 miles per hour right now. And a focus, it's going to be our foothill communities really stretching from Simi Valley all the way over to Claremont. The 210 corridor right there is going to be getting hit hard with these winds going into tonight. It's blustery through San Bernardino. Most of Southern California is getting slammed with these really gusty winds. So if you're hearing those howling winds, this is going to continue going into tonight. So what we're watching for right now, high wind warnings all across the board. What does that mean? Okay, when we're dealing with these high wind warnings, this is kind of the peak in terms of the strength of winds, gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour, and that's going to be a possibility for a lot of folks here in Southern California. Downed trees, downed power lines, the possibility for widespread power outages. So this is all on top of the critical fire danger that we're focused on. Now I want to talk about what happens going into tomorrow. The next 24 hours, they are going to be critical. And Susie mentioned that PDS red flag warning, this particularly dangerous situation. And this is tough when we're dealing with critical fire danger because this is kind of as bad as it can get because it's so dry out there right now. And so that's why firefighters are out in full force. This area shaded in pink, that's going to be a big concern. So I'm going to zoom you in right now. This includes Santa Paula, Santa Clarita, and then you can see Pasadena right there is right on the border. And then you're also going to see that for Inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Coming up, we are going to walk you through hour by hour when the winds move through and also when they're out of here, because I know that's a big focus is when we are done with this wind event. That's coming up in just a bit.
All right, Danny, thank you so much, and welcome to KCAL News Today, everyone. I'm Susie Sa.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. Our coverage continues here at the Palisades and the Eaton fire. Right now, we have Lisa Derderian on the phone with the city of Pasadena. Lisa, thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have at least a 200-acre fire with a rapid rate of spread above the foothills of Pasadena, Altadena. Started right above the entrance to the Eaton Canyon Nature Center, to kind of put it in perspective. We now have mandatory evacuations north of New York Drive, east of Altadena Drive, west of Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. Pasadena Fire, the Forest Service, and LA County Fire are in unified command. We're working now to set up mass care and sheltering for those that are being evacuated. So once we get that up and running, we'll have that on the citypasadena.net. Unfortunately, we can't use any aircraft because of the wind conditions right now. And there are structures threatened. So unfortunately, it's a worst case scenario that we were hoping we wouldn't have to deal with.
Well, Lisa, I know you're also dealing with this worst case scenario yourself. If you wouldn't mind sharing a little bit of your personal story tonight, you were also evacuated.
Yeah, I'm in the Upper Hastings Ranch area, so I'll start putting some personal necessity items together as I want to practice what I preach and hope for the best. But we want to get the information out to our community too, so that they're aware of what the expectation is from the city.
So important. And Lisa, is this the same area that was affected by the bridge fire last year?
No, I don't believe so. This area has not burned, as far as I know, an extensive burn since the Altadena fires, I believe in the early 90s. And that was, again, a wind-driven fire. We lost several homes and structures, evacuated St. Luke's Hospital, which was up there at the time. So this reminds me of that situation many years ago.
Incredible.
Yeah, you know, everything's so fluid right now, obviously, Lisa, but is there some sort of unified plan with the city of Pasadena right now that you guys are looking into should things, get a little more hairy tonight?
Oh, we have a lot of mutual aid, we hope, coming in and town to assist us. We're hopeful we can get some aircraft, as soon as the winds calm down a little bit, but unfortunately, based on the weather conditions, the wind gusts are expected to pick up. So we're doing what we can with the resources we have. We have great mutual aid in place, and it'll be a long night, but we just want people to heed to the evacuation orders. They are mandatory. We saw today what happened in the Palisades, and we want to ensure that we get our public out a lot of these streets that some are narrow, and so that we can get the emergency personnel up into the fire zone.
All righty, Lisa Derderian, we thank you for your time, and be safe out there. We appreciate you, and always great to talk to you. I know you're always very helpful, and we need to get information out. And hopefully our viewers are also heeding the call to evacuate when they need to. Thank you, Lisa.
Well, thank you. I appreciate both of you, and I will talk to you soon. Have a safe night.
We'll stay in touch.
Lisa.
Thanks.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
All right, more on those evacuations now for the Eaton fire. Let's go to Mike at the desk. Mike.
Yeah, and Lisa, one of the many residents in Pasadena who is having to evacuate, and I'm looking at this shot. This is from Lori Fernandez here, and there's a lot more fire activity than we have seen. Last time we looked at this shot, that intersection was dark. Remember I told you, and that is because, so if you look at the left of Lori's shot right there, that's where she was showing us earlier. That's where you see those palm trees. Thank you, Lori. You see some of the fence line there, and it looks like the fire has jumped that roadway, because if Lori would go back to the right now, you can see this big glow and this, look at that, this huge loom up behind those trees. We'll see how long Lori's going to be able to stay there. The good news is this is not Lori's first rodeo. She's shooting this from inside of her truck, so if she needs to get out of there, she can. So she's in a safe spot right now. But you can see, look at the traffic signals. There's no power in that intersection at all. There's no power there at all. Lori sent us some video from earlier, when that's Altadena Drive. Thank you, Lori. She sent us some video earlier where the visibility was like zero. And look, there we go. And that's a good chunk. That looks like either a tree or some kind of maybe vegetation that has gone up. And just really, I mean, those are just such kindling, and that's what sends these embers everywhere. And again, we don't have any air assets at all right now. All of the helicopters in Southern California have been grounded due to the intense winds. It is not safe for them to fly. Even, you guys, I'm sitting here looking at LAX. The LAX has reversed their pattern. So they're landing off over the ocean instead of coming in over downtown like they usually do because of the wind. I'm looking at a flight that just had to do a go around because it couldn't land, a Delta flight, likely because it was too bumpy to try to land. And so they're doing a going around and coming around back. So even if you're not in Altadena, Pasadena, Palisades, where these fires are, you're impacted by this. We've got thousands of people without power throughout the area. Southern California Edison's got like 20,000 customers that don't have power. I want to ask Kel in the booth if we can come to my computer here really quickly, because I do want to show you again these evacuation maps, and this is what Lisa was just talking about. So they're kind of carved out a little bit here between the mandatory and the voluntary. So the things you see in yellow, those are the voluntary evacuations. And basically your border here, like Lisa said, is going to be Lake Avenue. What's wild is, again, we're talking about these huge areas because now this evacuation comes all the way down here to the 210 freeway. So the voluntary evacuations are all the way south here to the 210. So you've got Lake Avenue to the west, the 210 to the south, and then it kind of carves out a little bit. You've got New York Drive that runs right through here. So there is a lot of people that are under evacuation orders right now in the city of Pasadena because of this fire. So it's very important that people pay attention to that. As we go back, if we can, Kel, to Lori Fernandez's live pictures, there you see again, it's hard to tell what's burning because Lori is keeping a safe distance.
It's a palm tree on fire.
It looks like it, right? Yeah.
Look at that.
You can tell
Oh,
because
yeah, there
it
you
looks
go.
like a torch.
Yeah,
They'll torch
exactly.
up like that.
That's
Yeah.
wild to see that.
Yeah, and that's the biggest concern tonight, I believe, because as Mike, you're talking about those flying embers, and Danny is talking about.
Look at you see them. Look at them.
Well, there they go.
I mean, the craziest wind event that we've had in more than a decade, and 13 some years. And when you see that happening, that is exactly what we're talking about. Mike, in the 7 o'clock hour, you were showing us the Eaton fire, and you were showing it to us still up in the hillsides, and you were saying the good news is that those embers have not flown anywhere yet, and the flames are moving upwards.
Right. Yeah, so at that point, and still kind of we are, because, and I don't know, Kel, I'm going to throw you a curveball here. If we can look at RM1, is our Mount Wilson camera. So the fire, yes, is being driven topography-wise uphill, and there's a camera on top of our Mount Wilson peak there where you can actually see the fire now creeping up towards Mount Wilson. So it is still moving up, but what's happening is as it's moving up, the wind is coming out of the north and it's catching all the fire, and all of the smoke is blowing south. So that's what's picking up all the embers and blowing it back down into the neighborhood. So while the fire is moving up the mountain like it usually does with wind-driven, land topography-driven fire, it's also kicking up all of the wind and catching all of the flames and embers and shooting them back down into the neighborhood, which is really just kind of a wild situation there. So there's a lot to contend with there. And again, we just don't have any of these water-dropping aircraft that can really help out. And Suze, we're talking about this wind event that we haven't seen since 2011 is what our meteorologist has been saying. I want to remind everybody, LAFD called our assignment desk and said, we need you to tell our firefighters to call the operations center. We need all of our LAFD firefighters to call scheduling and tell us when the soonest they can come into work. We had Margaret Stewart on our air. She has been with LAFD for 19 years. Never once in her 19 years have they had to ask us to do a recall effort to get their fire crews to call the Department Operations Center. And to be clear, they're only looking for their fire crews, their LAFD fire crews. They wanted us to put that message out. The first time in 19 years, Margaret Stewart said, they've ever had to do that. So that is the dire situation that we're in.
And in this case, Eaton Canyon, Lisa telling us this area hasn't burned since the 90s. Since the 90s. And Lori's shot right here, you can see just how much brush is around those flames. You can see the flames almost behind the brush there. So a lot to burn there in Eaton Canyon. We know that those winds are carrying those embers around, and a very dangerous situation out there. So we're monitoring the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire. It's an all hands on deck situation, a very dangerous, very volatile evening. A lot of people tonight are going to be having a sleepless night wondering, what's going to happen in the overnight hours, because the winds are only going to pick up. And again, those aerial fire crews cannot go to work until after these winds die down, Suze.
And that is bad news, of course, for those residents who are hoping that firefighters are in their neighborhood at the ready to save their homes on the ground, because that is the only resource that we're talking about right now, folks, ground crews. I want to send it out to our Nicole Comstock. She's also out at the Eaton fire. Nicole, what are you seeing behind you?
Yeah, and when you guys are talking about fire, when you're talking about the, the wind just making all these little spot fires, this was one of them just a couple of seconds ago. It was maybe a 2 feet wide little circle burning, and now you can see the flames are going right up the hillside here. Want to watch out because there's some power lines up there. Maybe move back a little bit with me, Chris, down this way. We're on a New York Drive right now in Altadena, and they actually have this area right now under mandatory evacuation for residents who live nearby, evacuating lots of people from the area. They're saying over 200 acres in size. Again, this is a really large 190-acre nature preserve. This fire started at about 10 acres in size at 6 o'clock tonight, and within an hour, they say it exploded. The winds right now aren't blowing as strong, but again, like 5 minutes later, it's like a blowtorch out here. And we have actually somebody evacuating right here with horses right now coming down the road. So scary for all these people that are trying to make it out. Oh man. And the animals are surprisingly looking pretty calm out here going down the road, probably with their owner right here. We've seen a lot of other people also with horse trailers coming down this, there's like a gated off wash area just to the left of us here where people were using this as an access road to come down the mountain about maybe 30 minutes ago. So we've seen a lot of people moving large animals out of the area. Lots of hiking trails up here, but also lots of homes nestled in the hills up here above Altadena. We're probably going to move again right now because this fire keeps coming more south of Altadena Drive, down New York Drive right now. So we'll catch up with you guys in just a short time. We're going to move the van once again here.
Yeah, that's a smart thing to do, Nicole. Just in the short amount of time that we were talking to Nicole, you could see the fire intensifying, the flames getting brighter and stronger and inching their way closer to her. And of course, safety first when it comes to bringing this fire coverage to all our viewers out there. Very dangerous in Altadena and also the Palisades.
That's right. We want to check back in now with our Tom Waite. He's also out on the fire lines tonight. He's out at Temescal Canyon Road, right off Sunset Boulevard. Tom, how has this fire been since you last arrived there, or when you first arrived there earlier this evening? How can you compare it now?
Well, you know, Susie, it just depends on, you know, kind of how the wind behaves. When it picks back up, it kicks up all of those embers and it just lights the night back up. There's a theater that you're looking at right there that was across the street. And at times, it's just the flames have just raced back up into the sky when we get those big wind gusts. But, Greg, if we can, it's kind of hard to see, but take a look at these power lines. They're hanging down because there's broken utility poles. And this is just another huge reminder of all of the debris and things that are in the roads right now in these areas. Another reason why it's so important to heed those evacuation warnings, because you have so much that is potentially so dangerous. We believe these power lines are not energized. We saw personnel out here a little earlier, but we don't know for certain, obviously. And I do see firefighters up there now getting some more water on that fire that was in that theater, which is good news, obviously. You know, just there's an orange glow, basically 360 degrees around us. Greg, let's just keep moving to your right like you're doing, and eventually let's make our way to Palisades High School, which is right next to us. And it has been on fire. Something has been on fire there. I don't know what building or structure. It looks like whatever was happening has laid down. Firefighters are there now. I don't know if it was, you know, outbuildings on an athletic field or what, or if it was classroom buildings. I can't tell. It's too dark, but there was fire burning on the property. A lot of firefighters on the property now. So hopefully whatever it was that was burning is now out. But everywhere I look from where I'm standing, on every hillside, there's flames. It's really awful, and it's tough to even imagine how firefighters are processing all of this, just feeling like every time they get maybe one spot out, something else just erupts back and you see more fire. And I think we got a sense of how frustrating this is based on the announcement that Mike Rogers made on behalf of firefighters, you know, that they needed more people. They need anyone who's served, who's potentially able to get on the fire line to do so. So, you know, it just gives you a sense of what the urgency and really the catastrophe that we're up against here in Southern California tonight and going into the following days, as our meteorologists have been telling us. The winds have barely begun to really start what could be even worse, right? Even worse damage. And I think you're looking now at another structure that appears to be burning. Well, obviously something's burning up there. It looks like it's a structure. It doesn't look like just vegetation from this perspective. But yeah, guys, it's just the conditions are tough. Bad air quality, obviously. It's hard to see, and it just looks apocalyptic.
Yeah, we can see what looks definitely like a home or windows burning there, Tom. You are exactly right. And everything changing minute by minute as the wind blows, right? As they say, things can intensify rather quickly, as we're seeing it right now. Just incredible out there. The flames that we're seeing, the destruction, not only homes, but homes of worship, all caused by this widespread destructive windstorm that we're experiencing right now.
Truly hard to believe that things could possibly get worse. Danny Roberti is here now to talk about that. Danny, I want to talk about the different kinds of things that are happening right now. And by the way, we want to welcome our viewers on the CBS Los Angeles side on Channel 2 and our KCAL viewers. We're now simulcasting on both sides. And just wanted to ask you, Danny, we're talking about the different topography, the different things that can happen in the ocean, along our coastline. When we're talking about these fires, of course, we had that terrible fire just a week before Christmas out in Malibu, the Franklin fire.
The Franklin fire,
And, we're talking about the different weather patterns that can happen. Can you highlight that a little bit for us?
Yeah, especially with this, we see Santa Ana winds. We're no stranger to the Santa Ana winds. And typically what we see with something like this, we've got two big systems out there. We've got a trough of low pressure that's off to the east of us, and to the west we have this high pressure system. But the thing is, they are so close together. They're moving in. This high pressure is nudging in, that it creates what we call this really tight pressure gradient, which is what's causing this kind of funnel of these really strong winds, and which is why this event is a little bit different than what we typically see. It's more widespread. This is more broad. I mean, typically when we get these Santa Ana wind events, there are specific areas that are used to it. We see these what's known as windy corridors, but right now that is all out the window. Most of us here in Southern California are getting in on this, and there's a big concern for a lot of our foothill communities. So we are in the midst of this, and we are going to try to walk you through timing of the winds and what we're seeing right now, because the winds, we've been talking about it, they are strengthening right now. And yeah, there's a lot at play. It's going to be the high fire danger, but it's also going to be the wind damage. Likely the strongest and the most destructive windstorm in the last decade. So look at some of these winds that we are seeing out there. My goodness, Burbank, gusts up to 62 miles per hour right now, 55-mile-per-hour winds through Santa Clarita. So we've got these strong winds coming out of the northeast, slamming into parts of Southern California, an area that normally doesn't get in on these Santa Ana winds. It's Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley. We've got gusts up to 53 miles per hour right now, where the Eaton fire is burning close to it. Even near LAX into downtown Los Angeles, which is normally sheltered from some of these winds, gusts between 20 to 40 miles per hour there. So I want to zoom you into current conditions for the two fires that we're monitoring, and then I want to talk timing of the winds and when they peak going into tonight. So Pacific Palisades, gusts 54 miles per hour. They will continue to strengthen going into tonight. They're coming out of the northeast, so these winds are blowing from the north to the south. Burbank, gusts up to 51 miles per hour right now. Now I want to talk about Altadena, where the Eaton fire is burning. Temperatures in the upper 50s. We've got winds nearing 60 miles per hour in this area. And on top of that, with these Santa Ana winds, it really dries things out. And that's why our relative humidity, we're in the teens right now. And that's what makes this fire danger critical going into the next 24 hours. So this is important. This is what I want to show you. This is going to show us when we see the strongest winds, and also when we finally get these winds out of here. This is going to be important. So going into tonight, we're at around 8 o'clock right now, some strong winds up through the mountains, and we are going to see, once we go into this evening, 10 o'clock is when they're going to start to see their peak. And look at what happens overnight. I'm going to zoom you into a couple different areas, but I want you to keep an eye on that area shaded in purple. So these are gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. Plus that, we could see gusts up to 80 miles per hour in some areas. So as I zoom you in, you can see there's this line, this kind of 80-mile stretch from Fillmore over towards Simi Valley. There's that purple right there, making our way over the 210 corridor right there. San Fernando, that's going to be an area of concern as these winds are coming over the San Gabriel Valley into Pasadena. Altadena seeing these gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour. And then you can see right there for some of our foothill communities, we've got that, of course, up through Mount Wilson, near Glendora, San Antonio Heights. So this is a look at 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning over towards Fontana and San Bernardino. This is going to be the bullseye tonight for the strongest winds. Now I'm going to zoom things out right now because I also want to focus on something else. Inland Orange County getting in on some of these really erratic winds as well. Right there near Rancho Santa Margarita, Foothill Ranch, over towards Silverado. A lot of our foothill communities. As I zoom you out, I want to talk about when these winds die down. Tonight, they are expected to peak 10 o'clock this evening into early tomorrow morning, still strong at 11 o'clock in the morning. And look, we're finally going to see some of these winds dying down in the afternoon. We're not out of the woods. It's still going to be breezy out there. Fire danger is going to be high, but it's not going to be anything like what we're seeing tonight. By Thursday, we're going to see another little uptick in the winds. They won't be as widespread, and then we're going to be out of the woods going into our Friday. So I want to break a couple things down for you that we're expecting to see tonight. Yes, strongest winds, 10 o'clock tonight through 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. Now, something that we do not see often here in Southern California, it's what's known as a breaking mountain wave. And so what we could potentially see, these damaging winds rolling off the San Gabriel Mountains. We could see 100-mile-per-hour winds hitting the ridges and then breaking down, and they're going to bring pockets of really strong erratic winds to some of our foothill communities. So that's something, it's difficult to forecast, but there's a possibility for that tonight. The last time we saw that, it was back in 2011 when Pasadena saw gusts up to 80 miles per hour. And actually bringing that back, December 2011, 1,200 trees were knocked down in Pasadena with 80-mile-per-hour winds. So what also makes this so unusual, I want to just break this down for you. High wind warnings, they are in effect, and it's not just certain areas in Southern California. It really includes most of us here at home, and this is rare for us to see. This means we could see gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour. This is in effect until 6 o'clock Wednesday evening, and it's not just the fire danger, but it's the possibility for these winds to topple over trees, to bring power lines down, and also to bring the possibility for widespread power outages going into the next 24 hours. So the next 24 hours, it's going to be key. And again, winds strengthen tonight, but by tomorrow evening at this time, it's going to be looking a little bit better out there, not out of the woods, but we just want to get some relief from the winds. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at the timing of those winds for you and what this means for the rest of your week. Susie, Juan.
It's going to be very important for our viewers to stay with us here on KCAL and monitor the situation. I know you'll be doing that, Danny, for us as well. All right, flames are raging all across Pacific Palisades.
That's right, and our reporter Lori Perez continues our live team coverage now. She's live along PCH in Malibu. Lori.
We are here south of Tuna Canyon Road in Malibu. I know we've been talking a lot about Pacific Palisades, but Malibu is really getting hit as well, very hard. If you look behind me, we are on PCH just south of Tuna Canyon Road, and you can see it's hard to tell how many houses are on fire. These are coastal homes, but it looks at least like 3 are engulfed in flames. You can see how many firefighters are on the scene here trying to battle to keep it from spreading to the other houses that are here along the beach, but they are having a heck of a time because the winds are so ferocious and just fueling the flames and adding to their fight. As we come further down the street,
all right, we're going to break away from Lori there. Obviously, her picture and sound a little shaky right now, but even with that, Susie, you can see just how intense
and homes burning
the flames
in Malibu
are
now.
along the coast there.
South now to Malibu, so we know that this started in Pacific Palisades. We know how fast those embers can move with the wind that we've been experiencing. Looks like our Nicole Comstock is standing by with an update for us.
Oh my goodness, Nicole.
Okay. Yeah, you guys, were joined by Randy here. He's with Pasadena Park, which is a senior facility up on Altadena Drive here near Pasadena. And you can see how many people are out here in this parking lot. It's really cold and windy out here right now. This is so chaotic. A lot of people in wheelchairs with just, you know, little blankets on right here trying to stay together. We're going to chat with Randy real quick because he's kind of in charge of helping to evacuate people tonight. And you said like 95 people you're trying to get out of here safely.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get everyone here, everyone there.
How close was the fire getting to your facility?
It's like 1 block away, near that building.
What was it like when you started having to actually get people out of here with the fire?
No, it's just from the mountain, and then the wind keep blowing, and then it will hit us.
Yeah. Did everyone make it out safely?
Hopefully we can get more. We can get more.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for talking with us. Everyone's just huddled together out here trying to do the best that they can to, you know, stick it out until they can get moved out of this area. But this is like a 7-Eleven parking lot here on Altadena Drive and Washington, which is crazy because this is not even like a wilderness area necessarily. There's a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven here and a bunch of little shops that, you know, I've driven by a whole bunch of times. You never expect to see all these people out here just waiting in the cold to get as far away from this fire as they possibly can. Again, Randy, who we spoke with at this Pasadena Senior Center, said he thinks they have about 95 people that they had to get out at the last minute because the fire from, you know, these flames in Eaton Canyon was about 1 block away from their facility. So a very chaotic situation. Everyone out here, you know, you got to give it to them. They're doing the best they can, all the people who work here, to get everyone out here safely, to let them know they're going to be okay. But it's got to be scary when, you know, you're ripped up in the dark like this out of your home. You don't know if these people have been able to have a chance to talk to their family or not yet. And you can see across the street, we have more people coming out on gurneys right now and ambulances out here. So we don't know what kinds of medical conditions all of these men and women may or may not have too that they're dealing with out here. You know, listening to all the ambulances and police going by, it's very, very scary for them, you guys.
Watching them on the stretchers and wheelchairs, some of them just wearing hospital gowns. You do wonder, do they have the medication they need to take? A lot of these people are seniors there. They're on special medications and they're away from their families too. And now they're in a dark parking lot. It's windy, it's cold, it's confusing. I mean, I just can't.
It's just illustrating the desperate measures that people really have to take to escape flames. I mean, you cannot take a chance. Imagine if they had to do this last minute as those flames crept even closer. There's no chance that they're going to take like that, especially. So, I mean, obviously a very desperate situation tonight out in Altadena. Nicole Comstock and her photographer showing us this video or these live pictures of all of these residents from the Pasadena Senior Center, about 95 people who were evacuated from that center tonight. And if you do have any family members perhaps who are at this center and you're wondering about them, well, Nicole was telling us that they are all out in this parking lot. Nicole, could you give us a cross street there? We know that there's a 7-Eleven and a McDonald's, you said. Could you give us a cross street specifically?
Yeah, Susie, it's Washington Boulevard and then Altadena Drive, where there's a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven here. And, you know, you have to think that being right in the foothills, that this senior center would have an evacuation plan in place to get these people out just in case they ever saw a fire like this. But it was only yesterday we really started hearing that really intense language from the National Weather Service and from state officials that this was going to be a catastrophic wind event. So people really didn't have a lot of time to prepare. You would never be prepared for something like this because the fire moved down from Eaton Canyon so quickly from, you know, 6:15 tonight, 10 acres in size. I don't even know what time it is right now, just a couple of hours later, but the Angeles National Forest is now saying the fire is 400 acres in size. It's probably a lot bigger than that. We have a ton of really dry vegetation, really steep hillsides up there in Eaton Canyon. And a lot of people that have horses, they're evacuating them tonight as well. There's a lot of wildlife up there, but this is definitely one of the most upsetting scenes out here to see, you know, people's parents and grandparents who are just waiting to get to a safer location. I can say everyone out here, all of the workers are being so compassionate with everyone and trying to make them feel okay, trying to, you know, tuck them in as best as they can with blankets. It's cold out here, it's windy. If you have any kind of breathing condition, it's super smoky right now too. And if you don't have goggles, you got dirt and pieces of tree limbs and stuff blowing around in your eyes. So it's not comfortable for anyone. I can see that they've also given a lot of people some of these, what look like maybe, I'm not sure if they're N95s, but N95-like type masks to help them with the wind out here. And we don't know how long it's gonna take them to get everybody out of this parking lot, but we can see a lot more of these shuttles pulling up on Altadena Drive right now. So we're assuming maybe they're gonna start getting people out of here as quickly as they can. The fire too, Chris, maybe we can go over here and show where the fire is in relation to this. If you can see up here where these palm trees are, the fire is coming right up out of Eaton Canyon. So it's like maybe 1.5 blocks away from this area. It's not far away. I wouldn't expect it to make its way all the way out here to Washington and Altadena Drive, because I think the vegetation cuts off at a certain point, and then there's businesses and like parking lots with lots of concrete that I think would create somewhat of a natural firewall. But You know, there's a ton of homes too that are nestled in the hillsides here. Let's keep the shots a little wide and back up a little bit just so we give everyone as much privacy as we possibly can out here. It's a hard situation. It's, you know, you can't kind of not show everybody out here, but yeah, it's unbelievable. And I think there are maybe 2 senior centers up here, actually, the Pasadena Villas Senior Center and then a second one up the street. Let me check my phone and see if I can find the name of that one because someone sent it to me earlier. But I think it's 2 different senior centers here off of Altadena Drive that have had to be evacuated tonight. The other one, maybe the terraces at Park Marino, which I think is also pretty close by here on Altadena Drive. Also needed people to be evacuated. There's a lot of streets here, I believe, north of New York Drive and east of Altadena Drive in the area that people have been evacuated from their homes as well. You can see they're pulling ambulances up here trying to you know, get as much room basically to shuttle people out of here as they can. And it's going to take time. They're still pushing people across the street right now, so I don't know how many more people are coming out of here, but we have a huge law enforcement presence in the area, tons of firefighters, lots of Pasadena police officers who have been going around manually evacuating people from their homes. And you can see the embers just burning across this parking lot tonight because these gusty winds are really just like a blowtorch when you get up in that canyon. We had to move our van like 2 or 3 times just being up there to kind of give you that visual of the flames. It was moving so fast we really couldn't stay in the area for that long. But we're hoping to see these people get loaded up into these shuttles as soon as they can, you guys.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is just
not comfortable for them to be out here.
Yeah, I'm hoping this is just a staging area, Nicole, where they're just getting these people situated and that they are going to be taken to some sort of evacuation center in the city of Pasadena, because there needs to be one established for the people who are being evacuated from Eaton Canyon. So we're hoping that that's the case. Yeah.
Dozens and dozens of people. 95
Yeah, I know they do have
Go ahead, Nicole.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you guys
No,
off.
no,
It's
go
kind
ahead.
of hard for me to hear out here. Yeah, I know Pasadena does have, I think maybe the Angeles National Forest just mentioned a short time ago that Pasadena does have a larger evacuation shelter they set up. But earlier in the day, there was a church, I believe off of Walnut, that said that they were opening up as like a wind retrieve for people in case anyone needed to leave their homes or they were scared because of the wind. So we know a church already opened their doors earlier in the day, but once this fire started here, the city knew they had to, you know, get a bigger space for people. And I don't have that location on me right now, but I know that I did just see that they are, you know, clearing way for evacuees to go to. And, you know, hopefully they can get some of these people over there. You know, if you're a family member watching this, you know that you have a family member in one of these 2 facilities, you know, you might be able to come get them tonight if they allow you to, if they tell you where they're going to be taking everyone to, but everyone looks safe. Randy, the gentleman I spoke with who works here a couple minutes ago, said he thinks everyone already made it out of there safely, so it's just getting them to a more comfortable place.
Yeah, they did a great job taking them out on wheelchairs and in gurneys, even in their beds. You saw those hospital beds that were being rolled into this parking lot right there on Washington and Altadena, between a McDonald's and a 7-Eleven. It's just amazing. You know, Nicole, you were mentioning about the time. You know, it's 8:35. To me, it seems so much later, doesn't it? When you see these pictures and just the way that the smoke and just the way that how everything just kind of makes the atmosphere feel. It's just, it must be exhausting and tiring, not only for these folks, but firefighters and people wondering if their home's still standing and just waiting by. So it's going to be a real long night for everyone.
It's like people running around trying to help as much as they can as they take care of these residents, not alone just outside, but also in this wind and in these conditions that we're experiencing. And of course, meteorologist Danny Riverdi telling us about how these winds are only going to pick up as we go throughout the night here. So as you can see, many people jumping in. It's hard to tell if all of those folks actually work at these centers, or whether or not these are just, you know, local residents who were also out here just trying to help another resident. These are people from a senior center who were evacuated out of 2 centers that Nicole was talking about in the Altadena area, just off of Altadena Drive. And she was telling us about how these people were about maybe a block away from where their flames were, so they definitely wanted and needed to get out of there as soon as
people getting
possible.
loaded up
And
over
this is
here.
where they ended up. I mean, it's safer than where they were, and for now, this is what they're going to have to do to keep people safe. But as you can see, a lot of firefighters on standby there too, with the ambulance and also gurneys, making sure that these patients are comfortable with blankets, and people just huddling around these residents of the senior center tonight, and hoping that they figure out a situation soon for them, and hopefully it is in a place where they can, you know, stay safely overnight, because obviously this is a lot of people, Juan. 95 people.
95 people at least, right?
At least, yeah.
Plus their helpers and plus the people who work at the facility. Nicole, I kind of overheard you say they're loading people up. Does it sound like they might be starting to move people?
Well, I can see they have a couple of people they're trying to put in the ambulance over here, but I don't know if they're using this, but it appears to me they have this Pasadena transit bus over here. They've opened up the door, so I don't know if they might be using that to get anyone in. If it's accessible to get a lot of people in the wheelchairs, I don't know, but it looks like potentially they're, yeah, I think they are starting to wheel people in there now. It's actually a really good idea, because it's you know, really big vehicle, and they can probably move people as quickly as possible in this. I just saw in the past couple of minutes too, they pulled a cart out here with waters so they can make sure people, you know, can catch their breath and get a drink of water, stay hydrated out here. It's so smoky out here. You know, I can't really tell anymore because I've been breathing it in for a couple of hours, but if you just were at home resting in your bed and you got yanked out, you know, in a hospital bed essentially, and carted across the street, and you're breathing this in, it's got to be really uncomfortable right now. And it's super windy and cold, and like I said, there's like ash blowing around, so it hurts your eyes. I'm sure it's very uncomfortable for all of these people, but good to see that they've pulled out the Pasadena transit bus here to load people up and get them out of here.
And it's only going to get colder, Nicole. 56 degrees right now in Altadena, so it's a good thing that they are getting these folks taken away.
And we do
we can see they have this cart here too, with waters on it, so they're kind of pushing that around to help people. Everyone's just kind of working together to do what they can to make this terrible ordeal maybe not as bad as it could be for the people who are out here. But what a sight to see here. This is in the middle of Altadena, Pasadena, on a main street here, and you got to imagine you would never think you'd be in this position if you're one of the people who's staying at one of these senior centers tonight. But it looks like they're moving more people out of here, so that's definitely good.
That they are safe, that they're in a safe location with people who are there to take care of them as well. So that's certainly good news, and hopefully these folks will be moved out of this area soon and into somewhere more safe and less windy. And one note here, we do want to apologize. When we first showed you the pictures of these residents from the senior center, we were a little close in their face, and we do want to apologize for that. We had just gotten to the scene.
Breaking news,
It's breaking news, obviously, everything very fluid. And we're just trying to bring you the very latest. And if we went a little too close with our cameras, we do apologize for that. We certainly want to respect the privacy of all those residents out there.
But it's an important story to tell, right? Look at these folks. Again, if I'm wondering if it's my parents or my grandparents out there, and I don't live in the area and I'm seeing this, perhaps it brings me some comfort that they are being taken care of. So again, it's breaking news. It's a fluid situation. We hope it didn't bother too many people, but it's part of what's going on. It's a fluid, ever-changing situation tonight in both the Palisades and here at Eaton Canyon, and you can see just how quickly the situations have changed. Just in this area alone, the Eaton fire started at 20 acres, right? Then we're saying maybe it's 200. I'm guessing it's definitely more than that if the evacuation perimeter keeps growing. Mike, you have something for us? 400 acres is what Mike is saying. Okay.
So double what we were talking about.
Yeah.
Happened. Yeah, there we go. It happened out quickly. Very 20 acres to 200 to 400, and now we've got these evacuations that are all the way down to the 210 freeway. And you know, to Nicole's point, this is not the middle of the woods. This is in, you know, Altadena.
Middle of the city.
This is a 7-Eleven parking lot, a McDonald's across the street, and it doesn't look like that. And, you know, while we were sitting there and we talked about it, Nicole said, you know, we got all these ambulances here, the bus was there, and even for a second I pointed out to you guys, there was a Bearcat, a SWAT Bearcat that got brought out to just be able to load people up in whatever capacity they could, because you see some of these people are in beds, in medical beds, and stretchers and different things like that. So it's a really tough situation, but they need to be evacuated, and unfortunately this is kind of what that looks like.
Yeah, it's true. And the Eaton Canyon, or the Eaton fire, as we've been talking about in Altadena since the 6 o'clock hour, as you were talking about, Mike, I mean, you know, we were just talking about 20 acres, and then now 400 acres. Of course, meteorologist Danny Roberti has been touching on the winds and how they're expected to get worse overnight, and they certainly have been, you know, true to form, certainly. Yeah. We have seen that happen just as soon as the sunset, really, Juan, this evening. We've been talking about how the winds are going to be peaking overnight, and that's really the big concern tonight, is overnight.
And you don't think it could get any worse, especially seeing the video that we've been seeing, the flying embers. We saw our Jasmine Veal get hit in the face with just a giant plume of embers. We've seen them cross the street here. You don't think it can get any worse, Mike, and yet again it does, and it's expected to get worse.
Yeah, that's what's really difficult is when this fire, you know, broke out. There was even one by my house this morning off of Sunset, and then there was the Palisades fire, and you sit there and you think, wow, that's already been so destructive, and we're not even really in the thick of the wind yet. We are still have a whole night ahead of us of the worst of the wind, and we've already have now 2 major fires that are burning in our area. I want to ask Cal if we can come to my computer here because I want to show you that evac map that we were just talking, evacuations map that we were talking about in the Eaton fire. This is in Pasadena, copy, thank you, Kelly, as well here, and you've got the both mandatory and voluntary, and as I said, it's now updated to 400 acres. So if you're in any of that area, and for reference here, let me just see where Nicole is so I can give you kind of some perspective as to where she was at. That was right off of New York Drive and Altadena Drive. So Nicole is basically right here at this intersection. That's where that 7-Eleven is. So from the start of the fire is up here. So you can see, I mean, yes, of course, it's mountainy, it's a foothill community, but she's, again, pretty deep well within the confinement of the city here. So there's that. And I'll quickly show you a live picture here from Altadena as well. You can see the U.S. Forest Service firefighters as well. There are federal firefighters that are here dealing with this. This is not Nicole's camera. This is Lori Fernandez's camera, who is, let me see where she is at. She is up a little bit further. Oh, correction, I'm sorry. Nicole was at Washington in Altadena. This is Lori at New York in Altadena. So kind of looking at that, and you can see there's the same shot where she's been. There is what we believe to be maybe a home or a structure that was on fire. You see somebody walking, and I want you to see there, and Lori, if you can pan down just a little bit, because watch the road. You'll see the embers bounce off the road as that guy walks through, and you can see them just crossing the intersection like that, and how far those will travel. And that is what the concern is. And yes, while we've talked about how the fire is burning uphill, and Kelly, can we look at RM1 really quick? That is where it is at Mount Wilson, the top of Mount Wilson, our camera up there, because the fire, while we're talking about it in the city of Pasadena and Altadena, it is also now moving all the way up to the top of Mount Wilson. And there's a camera up there that is being able to show that. Kelly's going to work on that. Thank you, Kelly. Kelly's our director, for all the people who don't know who I'm talking to when I say Kelly. She's our wonderful director in the control room right now as we look at these live pictures there from Lori Fernandez, who has been sitting in that same intersection. There is the Mount Wilson camera where this fire is burning. So that is at the top of Mount Wilson. That's where our transmitters are. That's where there's weather equipment. Some of these Alert California cameras are there as well. So that is where this is. So you've got this fire that is now stretching all the way almost to the top of the hill, or the mountain rather, and then still into the city of Altadena and the city of Pasadena. So that's wild. I want to ask if we can come back out to my computer here, because I need to give you an update on a different fire, the fire that is burning in the Palisades, because that is where we have now evacuations that have stretched into the city of Santa Monica. So now we are talking about evacuations that are going into the city of Malibu, and into the city of Santa Monica, as well as the city of LA. So look at that. This is the map here. The orange areas here, this is the fire footprint. That's what's already burned. And then everything that is in red, everything that is in red are the mandatory evacuations. And then this stretch right here, south of San Vicente, in the city of Santa Monica is now under an evacuation warning. And I'm going to come in here a little bit tighter on that area so you can see exactly where the perimeters are of that. But we're talking basically San Vicente Boulevard. To the north is a mandatory evacuation. This is San Vicente. So to the north is a mandatory evacuation. And then everything here in the yellow is a voluntary evacuation. So Montana, 26th Street to Montana Avenue, all the way down to PCH. Those are your perimeters there for that voluntary evacuation zone in the city of Santa Monica, the Riviera Country Club. We know that Jim Hill's there every year for the golf club or the golf open there. That is under a mandatory evacuation. And then I'll take you to the other side of it, all the way over here to the west. Calabasas is under a voluntary evacuation. Parts of it under a mandatory evacuation up here to Mulholland. So there's a huge chunk of evacuations that are in place now because of this fire. And of course, back over here, everything that you see in gray, this is the actual perimeter of the Franklin fire, which we sat on all night long to tell you about as well. And now some of these same people that had to get evacuated for the Franklin fire, including Pepperdine University, including all of these homes and businesses that are in this area, are now once again under an evacuation because of this fire, you guys.
I don't think Pacific Palisades is anywhere close to Calabasas.
Right.
And when we're talking about evacuation orders that include Calabasas because of the Pacific Palisades fire, I mean, it is scary. Talk about having the Ready, Set, Go bag available at any moment because you never know who's going to be affected by this fire.
I mean, from the 101 to the ocean is just such a large.
And we drive that, right? I take the 101 and I shoot down to head towards Malibu, and that seems like a long drive on a good day.
Right.
So, wow.
With these winds, though, this is what we're talking about. Those embers can move in any which direction and very far as well. So as you look at the fire footprint here tonight and see who is in the affected area, that is certainly proving that point very well. Well, earlier this evening, our Jasmine Veal was on the fire in Pacific Palisades.
And throughout the night, she saw the flames tear through homes, and here it is, the embers just hitting her face. Take a look.
We're going to get out of here in a few minutes because this is a very dangerous situation when firefighters are facing. So we're still here off El Molito Avenue. And this thick smoke just getting picked up, and the embers are being thrown every which way. And sadly, those are two homes that you see burning behind me. And how are things looking up there?
Well, I can show you on a video. It's pretty desperate. There's whole streets which have gone.
Is that further up the road? He's showing us video right now.
Just around the corner.
I'm so sorry. And is this your neighborhood?
Yeah.
And you've been trying to just say, oh wow, homes burned to the ground. So
dozens and dozens. Just around the corner here, as you can see, it's decimated all the way around. There's gas leaks all over the place. Power lines are down.
You guys, Temescal Canyon is on fire. We are burning on both sides. This is the high school to my left. The high school is burning, the football field, all the hills on Temescal Canyon. This is right past Sunset, right past Sunset Drive. These are apartment buildings and homes. And again, this is the Palisades Charter High School. This looks to be, the swimming area seems to be fine, but right up the road, I don't know if you can see, if we walk right up here, fire trucks are zooming all over because the hills, every side of Temescal is on fire. We had to get out of the El Medio Avenue area because El Medio, I think I have some video of that, or we're trying to turn it around, but El Medio Avenue is also now burning on both sides as embers are being pushed across the road. Oh, and you see that? You see that dust? That's what they're. Wow. Oh, there we go. That is great. This is not good.
And we, of course, checked in with our Jasmine Veal. She's doing just fine, and she checked in with us a little bit later.
Thank goodness for that. All right, Tom Waite is in Pacific Palisades tonight as well, just off Temescal Canyon Road, right off Sunset. Tom, what are you seeing?
You know, Susie and Juan, it's interesting hearing Jasmine's report there. We're not far from where she was when all that was going on. And, you know, obviously conditions, you can tell, are not as severe as they were at this very moment, but they're still really bad. And you look up on the hillside there from where we are, just like you said, Temescal Canyon and Sunset, and there's just so much fire burning up there. We can hear explosions up there, probably gas, maybe propane tanks. It's obviously impossible to know exactly what they are, but those are sounds I've heard a number of times covering fires. It looks like several homes up there are burning, just a big orange glow there. And yeah, it's just, I keep saying it, but I'll say it again. It just breaks your heart because you know that that's someone's house. That's where they live, and they are going to come home at some point to find it gone. And there's no words really to describe that feeling for people who are going through this. Also in this area, there's a number of down power lines. The wind gusts pick up at any random moment. So right now it's fine, but then it just a gust will come blasting through the area, and it just changes everything. It seems like a lot of the firefighters are kind of staging at this point and leaving from here to try to douse hotspots. Those areas up there are obviously very challenging to get to. There's a lot of vegetation, a lot of trees. There's all kinds of road hazards that firefighters have to deal with, and they don't have the air support that they normally are able to use, even at night, just because of the conditions that have been coming on out here. So that's just, you know, a really tough situation. There's this eerie sense of calm out here, but it also feels very apocalyptic, just seeing so much fire, and in every direction from where we're standing. I'm actually standing right on the property line of the high school, which, as Jasmine said, was on fire at some point. We don't know what burned there, but I can still see flames. Property. I don't know the extent of the damage, but certainly they still have firefighters on the property. I'm looking at them right now. A number of fire trucks I see at the Palisades High School. So certainly they're trying to make sure that they can protect whatever has not burned yet. I mean, it's again unclear how much was damaged. We'll have to keep track of that. But just looking up on the hillsides, I can see a home, it appears to be a home, just fully engulfed up there. And then from behind the trees, there's black smoke billowing out of the sky, and that obviously means it's burning fresh fuel up there. So it's just a situation for firefighters where they can get to as many of these locations as possible, but sometimes it's just too late. The fire moves quickly. The wind absolutely carries embers. It fans the flames. It amplifies these things. And it was just so scary last night. I remember listening to our weather forecast and thinking that this might happen. I think all of us kind of were. I think viewers were, people in the newsroom were. We were worried this would happen. And it's the worst case scenario, and it breaks your heart, and you just hope that firefighters are able to get in, and they're working so hard as it is. We saw them in an apartment building just about a block away from where I am right now, risking their lives, going in to rescue people. Oh, here we go, another big old blast of wind coming. I don't know if you can hear that, but yeah, that's what we're up against. It's that wind. It's relentless, and it just keeps coming. And every time that happens, it just stokes those flames and makes this even worse. It's even hard to breathe when it happens. But it does feel like firefighters, they are swarming these fires as quickly as they can. But when it's all over the place, there's only so much they can do.
Just incredibly dramatic pictures right now, Tom, from your vantage point. Just an important note here for our viewers. For the Pacific Palisades fire, the Westwood Recreation Center is the evacuation center, 1300 Sepulveda Boulevard. And for the Eaton fire, the shelter is at the Pasadena Convention Center. So 2 different fires that we are covering tonight, and those are the various evacuation centers that, again, for the Eaton fire, Pasadena Convention Center, and for the Pacific Palisades fire, The Westwood Recreation Center is the evacuation.
And for Palisades, if you have large animals, you can bring them to Pierce College. Smaller animals that you may not have with you in a shelter, the Agura Animal Shelter, they are making themselves available to you to bring your smaller animals. Okay, we've been forecasting this for the last few days here, and meteorologist Danny Roberti has the latest updates in next weather. Danny.
Yeah, we're keeping a very close eye on this. And I know last night we were talking about it, and there's always that hope that it's not going to get to this point. But we are dealing with these really just crazy, erratic winds out there. And at this point, we are seeing them strengthen. In Burbank, we are talking wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour right now. Stronger through Santa Clarita into Simi Valley, 60-mile-per-hour gusts there, 55 miles per hour over in Pasadena. So you can see the focus for the strongest winds, Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley, making your way into the San Gabriel Valley, and then also into parts of the Inland Empire. Inland Orange County, I'm not going to leave you out. Winds are strong there, not as strong as what we're seeing in areas like Burbank and then right there where the Eaton fire is burning right now. This is very rare for us to see these winds this strong and this widespread. I mean, typically it's focused on those windy corridors, those areas that typically get in on the Santa Ana winds. But this event is different. This is likely going to be our strongest windstorm in the last decade. So I want to talk a little bit about the fire danger, because typically this time of the year, we're not really concerned with red flag warnings because we typically get enough rain to mitigate that. That's not the case going into tomorrow. So the focus, I want to zoom you into a couple different areas to make sure that you and your family feel prepared going into tomorrow, because we will continue to see elevated fire danger through Santa Clarita, the 210 corridor right there, over towards Santa Paula, and then also San Gabriel Valley, Pasadena, Altadena included in this. And then you can see Inland Orange County, parts of the Inland Empire, Rancho Cucamonga, right there towards Corona, and then over towards Rancho Santa Margarita into Silverado. That's where we have that elevated fire danger, where we are going to be dealing with critical fire weather conditions over the next at least 18 to 24 hours. Now, the reason that it's such a concern this time of the year is that we haven't had any rain or any good rain. So we've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles. As of tomorrow, this is going to mark our driest start to winter since 1964. So it's been a long time since we've had such a dry start to our winter time. So we haven't seen any of that rain. Our vegetation is dried out, and that's why this storm, this windstorm, was a bigger concern. It's because of how dry things are already out right now. So let's talk about the current conditions in Altadena. This is where we're dealing with the Eaton fire, where we have wind gusts nearing 60 miles per hour right now, a little bit stronger than what we saw about 30 minutes ago. And it's very cold out there. Temperatures are plummeting, upper 50s right now, and it's very dry. So it's that nasty combination. It's dry and it's gusty. And again, we're going to see those winds picking up tonight. We're going to see light at the end of the tunnel, though. It's just going to be a stretch, a prolonged period of these strong gusty winds, but we're going to keep you prepared. Let's take a look at our futurecast. This is very important in terms of when we're going to be seeing the strongest winds. I'm going to take a step out of the way because I want to zoom in on some areas. So this is a look at 10 o'clock. Peak winds are expected 10 o'clock this evening into tomorrow morning. I'll fast forward. You see all that purple. It starts to expand Ventura County into LA County over towards the Inland Empire. You can see those strong gusty winds coming up. We're going to give you a closer look at when the winds move out of here and how long the fire danger sticks with us. That's going to be coming up in just a few minutes, you guys.
That entire building where those people were, that house, is now completely on fire.
Continuing coverage at 9 o'clock of our breaking news, a massive wind-driven fire burning in Pacific Palisades. Countless homes gone, 30,000 people evacuated.
And more breaking news, a new fast-moving fire has broken out in Altadena. A fierce firefight and evacuations are underway at the moment, including this senior center where dozens are waiting for help. Pasadena warning evacuations may be necessary as well.
And widespread power outages, 35,000 Edison customers without power tonight. And we are told this historic windstorm could only get worse overnight. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Pat Harvey.
And I'm Juan Fernandez. This has been a tragic day for so many, and we're not done with it yet.
No, let's get right to our live team of reporters, starting with our Tom Wade. He's in Pacific Palisades, near Palisades Charter High School. And Tom Cruise have been working hard to save that high school. How are conditions now?
Pat, conditions are bad. It just keeps getting worse. There's moments where it's sort of a lull, but right now it's not one of those moments. Take a look at that hillside just behind me. We're at the corner of Sunset Boulevard and Temescal Canyon, and it's just a nightmare up there. There's houses that are fully engulfed, burning to the ground, burning the vegetation. The wind is stoking the flames, blasting embers around. It's completely worst case scenario for firefighters who are doing all they can to rescue as many people, properties, everything they can do. Just about, well, across the street really is another apartment building where they tried to save as many of the units as they could. It was just a complete loss, though, just a dramatic firefight. You're looking at Temescal Canyon. I think, Greg, you're showing obviously there's down power lines there, and then just beyond the fence line there is Palisades High School. Let's take some video. I think we have video of this from earlier, where the flames were really kind of going there at the high school. We don't know the extent of the damage. I don't know if you can hear that wind. I'm trying to block the mic as best as possible so you don't have to hear these crazy gusts. But there were a number of firefighters just swarming the high school trying to get a hold of the fire there. It's not clear what burned there. It's it's tough to see from this perspective if it was an outbuilding, sort of athletic buildings, or if they were classrooms. It's very difficult, but there were a number of visible flames coming from different locations on the campus, so we don't know exactly the extent of the damage there. But there was a theater also across the street that was also damaged. And I don't know, Greg, can we show, I don't know if we can come back here live, but oh wow, okay. We're getting hit really hard right now. Okay, so there's utility power lines and broken utility poles along Temescal Canyon, and right now, again, we're getting hammered by the wind, and my mask blew away, so I'm in a great situation. So there's utility lines down, power lines broken, and I don't know if you can hear that. There's explosions in the distance. It sounds like propane tanks, possibly. These are typical sounds that we hear when we cover these fires. We're spinning back around for you, kind of getting a shot back into the hillside there behind me, where there's just a ton of fire and smoke up there. These manic winds are just absolutely wreaking havoc on the firefight and making the situation just so untenable for firefighters. We did speak with a few people who were in the area and trying to get out, and one evacuee. There's obviously a lot of frustration, a lot of worry. People want to know what they're going to come home to, and it's just so early in this fight that it's unclear what they'll be coming home to. This is also not far from the location earlier we showed you, where a bunch of people were in their cars trying to escape the fire, and they abandoned their cars thinking maybe that they would, that the fire might catch up with them. So they got out of their cars and literally ran for what they thought was running for their lives. Those cars bulldozed off to the side of the road there. That's very close to where we are right now. But yeah, just look at that hillside. Look at that house that's burning up there. It's just so intense. I mean, every single direction there is glowing fire, and it's very apocalyptic.
You know what's so sad too, Tom, is we're not able to identify everything that we're looking at here. Buildings that could possibly be burning, that we know of, even structures that we know of, and that really makes it, it makes it pretty bad all the way around, even for people that are watching and, probably just waiting with, bated breath to hear if we can tell them something about their homes or structures in their neighborhood that they're familiar with. But it's so very difficult right now because there are so many structures on fire, so many areas actually. We just heard that even in the city of Santa Monica that this fire they have evacuations there. Yeah. So this is just a very, very unusual historic event that makes it so sad, because we're doing our best to give pertinent information to everyone, which first and foremost is, if you're under evacuation,
just go.
Just get out.
And it may not be till daybreak, Pat, right, that people are going to get a chance to see what exactly these structures are that have burned. And, it's been one devastating scene, one after the other.
It certainly has. And we hope, Tom, you can find another mask, because you can just imagine if the winds are going to pick up again, as we understand is the case, and that's going to be even worse for our correspondents there. Okay, well, we're going to let Tom catch his breath in the meantime and go back out to KCAL News reporter Lori Perez. She continues our live team coverage, and you are in Malibu now off PCH, right, Lori?
That is correct. And, you know, Tom really needs that mask because it is incredibly windy and incredibly smoky out here. And just to echo what he was saying about how surreal this situation is, I mean, it's really almost hard to believe our eyes. Behind me this afternoon, just after 4:30, we were looking here at homes and a neighborhood and buildings, a condo building and several homes. Now they're almost all gone. They have all burned, and this neighborhood just south of Getty Villa, there are more houses that have burned than have not, which is so sad to say because, you know, we were here this afternoon and we could see how many firefighters were here, how many fire engines, and we were hopeful that they would be able to stop the flames from spreading, but clearly they have not been able to do that. Of course, they have so much on their hands tonight, not only in this neighborhood, but all over. You know, we've been hearing so much about Pacific Palisades, but there's so much going on here in Malibu as well. And I want to show you some new video that we got just within the last half hour. We went north of here, north of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, in between Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Tuna Canyon Boulevard. And there are several houses on fire there, at least 4 houses that we could see were burning, along with so many of the businesses in that area that are just all the way to the studs now, just gone, including, you know, for people who've been up in this area, you know, the Oasis Center, that's a place where they sell like furniture and plants, etc. Very famous, iconic place. Also the Rosenthal wine bar and restaurant, that is also gone. The 7-Eleven that's right there, there's nothing that remains of it. I mean, it's really, you know, Tom used the word, you know, just insane earlier, and it really is like that. It's just so hard to grasp what we were seeing because we'd driven by these homes and these businesses so many times, even today, and then to come back a few hours later and it's gone. I don't know how to describe to people how that feels. It's hard to believe your eyes and what your mind is telling you, but sadly it is so true. So many people tonight, of course, homeowners hopefully have evacuated and are safe, you know, but they are no doubt watching this coverage and hoping that their home is not among those that have already caught on fire. But, you know, this is has already been a very long night, and it looks like it will continue to be so with the kinds of conditions that we are seeing here in Malibu. Guys, back to you.
All righty, Lori, thank you. And speaking of evacuations for the Palisades fire, those have been now expanded.
No, KCAL assignment editor Mike Rogers at the desk now. Mike, you're going to show us the areas that are now included.
Yeah, and we're talking about the Palisades fire here, and I'm just listening to some radio traffic. There's a couple of additional things going on in the Palisades. I'm listening to them talk about another kind of situation that we saw in Pasadena, where you have a home that may need to be evacuated with 40 patients in it. So they're trying to coordinate an emergency ambulance transport to do that situation. We saw what happened over in Pasadena, Altadena, the Eaton fire, where unfortunately they ended up in a parking lot of a 7-Eleven in wheelchairs and hospital beds. So they're trying obviously to avoid that in the Palisades fire. So I'm listening to them coordinate that. Additionally, it sounds like somebody has some burn injuries near Duke's Malibu that they're trying to get that person out as well. So I wanted to give you those 2 updates. I also want to show you these evacuations here because we have now included the city of Santa Monica in these evacuations. There are both mandatory and voluntary evacuations in the city of Santa Monica. And I'll show you this on the map here. This is San Vicente Boulevard. This is San Vicente Boulevard. The voluntary evacuations basically run from 26th Street to the north, San Vicente to the west, Montana to the south, and then you have PCH, of course, right there. So that stretch of Santa Monica, the city of Santa Monica, is under a voluntary evacuation. And then to the north of it, this very small stretch of the city of Santa Monica has that red up north of the San Vicente. And again, the Riviera Country Club, which we've told you about, has been under evacuation for a long time. The other very concerning thing is for people to the north of the fire, because look, now we have the mandatory evacuations and voluntary evacuations up into Calabasas. We were really surprised to see this, to be honest. honest with you. This is the 101 freeway. So now we have all of this area under a voluntary evacuation, and then you've got even portions of it up here in the Topanga area in the canyon. This is Topanga Canyon Highway, which has been closed all day, but now this is also under a mandatory stretch of evacuations. And once again, as we've been talking about, now even Pepperdine is once again in an evacuation area. All these poor people that just were dealing with this with the Franklin fire, now under an evacuation warning here as well. I want to show you a camera here from our traffic cameras. This is from the 405 freeway, and that is the fire you can see from the 405 freeway. We've been able to see this fire from LAX. We've been able to see this fire from Mount Wilson. We've been able to see this fire from really incredible distances, and it just really shows you the magnitude. And as you're looking at those live pictures in the box there on the bottom of your screen, I want to point out that that is actually in Altadena. That is the Pasadena fire, the Eaton fire that we've been talking about as well, that we're going to get more of an update on, but that has burned 400 acres, you guys.
You know what, Mike, let me ask you a question. You said it's that fire that you were talking about, well, the evacuation in the Palisades area, when it's is it a hospital or a senior?
It sounds like potentially like a senior home or something that they said. The reason they're thinking ahead, and to be clear, it's not in immediate danger at this moment, but they know, I'm listening to it right now, they know that it's going to be a large undertaking to evacuate that way. When you have to evacuate homes like this, you have to do it with ambulances. This isn't just get in your car and leave. So the undertaking of getting that many ambulances together and being able to coordinate that in an effective and non-harmful way to the people that are already in kind of sensitive medical issues is something that they're trying to start thinking about. And
makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just listening to some of the radio traffic.
No, I totally get it. And it makes sense for them to do that because that's a preemptory effort, if you will, before it could possibly get to the point where they really need to evacuate. Then why not get those people out now?
Yeah, especially if they've got a little bit of the time right now, then that's the best situation.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Mike.
Mike, thank you. Well, the winds are expected to get even stronger within the hour.
And that's so hard to imagine what else can happen from here. But KCAL meteorologist Danny Roberti has been tracking where it's at and where it will be the worst in our next weather.
And we're just hours away from seeing the strongest winds, what's expected to be the strongest winds. And I know this is such a difficult night for so many families and communities here in Southern California. So we're going to try to keep you updated with what's happening right now and what's happening next. Here's a look at the winds. And yes, they are stronger. Look at what we're dealing with in Burbank. Gusts nearing 70 up to 71 miles per hour right now. Tonight, we've already seen gusts close to 90 miles per hour in some areas, and we still have a few hours for those to strengthen. So the strongest winds right now, it's going to be through western LA County, inching into Ventura County. Simi Valley, gusts are up to 60 miles per hour. That's the case in Santa Clarita and in Malibu. These are incredibly strong and erratic winds that we are dealing with, these Santa Ana winds that are drying things out. And this is what's fanning the flames, what's fueling this fire. And then also what makes this so unusual is that we don't normally see this strong of winds this widespread. I mean, a lot of these areas that typically sit out the Santa Ana winds, areas like Pasadena, gusts up to 55 miles per hour right now. We've got very strong winds through Claremont, Chino, into Santa Ana. So let's talk about the current conditions where we're seeing some of these concerns. So you can see strongest winds right now, Burbank along the 101 pushing your way into San Fernando right now. And then I also want to take a look at the Eaton fire and the current conditions that we're seeing in the San Gabriel Valley. Temperatures in the upper 50s, right there where the fire is burning. Gusts are close to 60 miles per hour right now. So we are dealing with extreme behavior with this fire in terms of what's happening next. And it's also very, very dry out there. Our dew point is in the teens right now. So it's that nasty combination of the gusty winds and also the really dry conditions. So this graphic that I'm going to show you, this is a look at our future cast. This is going to be able to show you hour by hour when we see the strongest winds tonight and when they finally move out of here. I'm going to take a step out of the way. I want to zoom you in to some key spots, the focus areas. So this is a look at 10 o'clock, and you can see these winds widespread. The only area really you can see is parts of LA County, eastern LA County, that's not included in this. Now let me zoom you in. This is overnight, around 2 to 3 o'clock in the morning, and look at those purples. That's what I'm focused on right now. This is where we see 50 to 60 plus mile per hour winds. So this is really going to be the window for the strongest winds. And look at this, a lot of our foothill communities. So I'm looking at Fillmore, I'm looking at Simi Valley for gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour, potentially more than that. Remember, we could see gusts up to 80 miles per hour, San Fernando, and you're going to see that over towards the San Gabriel Valley into the Inland Empire. Coming up, we're going to walk you through the timing of the rest of the winds in your next weather. Pat, Juan.
All right, thanks so much for that update, Danny. And we've been telling our viewers that late tonight another fast-moving fire exploded. This time it was in Altadena's Eaton Canyon.
Evacuations are underway and people in Pasadena have been warned they may need to evacuate as well. Our Nicole Comstock live now for us with the very latest. Nicole?
Yeah, you know, the city of Pasadena is doing everything they can to help all of these people who've had to evacuate these senior centers in Altadena. Right now, they're actually loading people up in a Pasadena SWAT vehicle. I've heard them saying they're taking some of them to the Pasadena Convention Center, so it sounds like that's probably one of these mass evacuation shelters they're looking at setting up tonight to get all of these evacuees who've had to flee this fire. And you can see all of the smoke and embers flying down the street in these crazy winds. It is really intensified out here in just probably the past 20 or 30 minutes. And we're about a little bit more than half a mile. Actually, look, there's flames in front of this apartment building across the street here. It looks like an apartment building to me on Altadena Drive and Washington Boulevard. We're about half a mile or a little bit more away from Eaton Canyon, just south of that area on Altadena Drive. And you can see that it's spotting half a mile, 3/4 of a mile away, and you know, catching areas. This is residential over here. I think this is technically Pasadena, but we're on Altadena Drive in an area where there's like a McDonald's across the street, this 7-Eleven parking lot where at least 95 people from just one of 2 senior centers that needed to be evacuated tonight were just kind of sitting around waiting for an hour with lots of employees around them, helping them, trying to keep them covered with blankets as best as they could until they could get them to a safer location. I believe those 2 centers were the Terraces at Park Marino, and then Pasadena Village Senior Center. We're also hearing that maybe some of these people are being taken to some location in Highland Park, but I'm not sure where. We spoke with one woman a short time ago who was out here looking. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear me because it is so windy out here. I'm going to try to move away to a little more, an area with a little more cover around me so you can hear. But we heard from a woman a short time ago who was out here looking for her sister in this parking lot. She was still being wheeled across the street as we came up here. I spoke with another man who said he saw the fire on TV and knew that he had a friend who lived nearby in an apartment. He said he took a crowbar and bashed out her window to get her out because she didn't know at the time that there was a fire so close to her. So those are the kinds of things that people are experiencing tonight, just trying to get their loved ones to safety. We spoke with another woman who said she saw these poor people, these seniors in the parking lot out here, and she brought a whole bunch of blankets so she could help cover them up and make this a little less terrible for them tonight. But the Eaton Canyon area is like a 190-acre nature preserve right at the base of the San Gabriel Mountains. So there's lots of hiking trails up here, lots and lots of homes too nestled in the hillsides that have had to be evacuated tonight. It's unclear at this point because I haven't actually gone out there in the areas with homes if we have lost any of them or if there is fire damage, but we know that the fire is burning very close to some of them up farther north on Altadena Drive. Also lots of wild animals in the area, so I'm sure they're trying to figure out where to go in the hills tonight. And we also saw a lot of people who were evacuating up on New York Drive in a mandatory evacuation area with horses, trying to get them into trailers, running down the street with them. So this is just a crazy fire spread with these winds out here tonight. The fire started at about 6:15 with 10 acres, but this wind is like a blowtorch out here, and the fire has exploded in size in the past couple of hours to, they're saying 400 acres in size, but I'm sure it's larger than that at this point. The Pasadena Police Department has been helping out Altadena residents doing evacuations themselves. And we know that, Pasadena is working on setting up that mass evacuation shelter for people. But even earlier in the day, I think it was Trinity Lutheran Church on Walnut that opened their doors just to let people in because just in case they were worried about the wind. So what we have seen out here tonight in the middle of this chaos for all the poor people who had to be evacuated is so many people from Pasadena and Altadena working together to get everyone to safety, come up with a plan at the last minute and do what they can to help people in their community here. So it's a huge effort in a natural disaster like this. And you can see how many people are working together out here tonight. They have clipboards, they're writing down plans as we speak, and family members coming out here trying to locate their loved ones. So it's been very chaotic out here, and we're hearing as these people continue to be loaded up and taken to shelter tonight that these winds are only going to intensify as we get into the 10 o'clock hour and then overnight. So it's unclear how much of Eaton Canyon has burned at this point, but there is a lot of dry vegetation up there, very steep hillside, so it's kind of set up for a worst case scenario up here. But we know we have a lot of firefighters working on the ground to do whatever they can, and just a lot of people in this community who came out to help these people tonight.
You know what, in spite of everything, that's one thing that Southern California is noted for, the triumph of the human spirit, to see people coming to help their neighbors, people who may not even personally know someone, but just knowing that they may be able to assist someone in need, like bring a blanket, something to keep them warm, food to eat. And something, I want to ask you a couple things, Nicole. Do we know where people are going that have been evacuated? And I haven't heard about the Red Cross yet. And this is, surprising to me in a way, but we're glad that people are helping one another. And of course, we have enough of our, or many of our firefighting efforts are continuing, and of course, corresponding with law enforcement. Do we know if Red Cross is assisting in any way right now, or where those people are being moved to?
I'm sure the Red Cross is en route if they're not already somewhere in Pasadena or Altadena, but I'm sure they're also stretched thin with the other fire we have burning in the Los Angeles area at this time. But we did hear when they were loading up some of these seniors into that SWAT vehicle just a couple of minutes ago, I heard someone with the fire department saying, we're taking them to the convention center, which I'm assuming is the Pasadena Convention Center, which would be down on Green Street, not too far away from here in Pasadena, maybe a mile or so down the road. That's, a huge space. So they would have a lot of room there to, if they did work with the Red Cross, to establish, cots and blankets and all the supplies that they need to take care of people. But I also heard another firefighter saying they were moving other people to Highland Park. And I don't know where that location would be, but I'm sure city officials are all, trying to come up with these plans at the last minute and doing the best they can to find the best spaces with the most room to be able to shelter them, because you can't really plan for something like this. You got 95 people in one of these two senior centers. I don't know how many in the other. That's a lot of people when you're having to come out here at the last minute and literally wheel them across the street in their beds. They're in their pajamas and have blankets on, trying to get them away from the flames that are burning maybe a half a mile away from their homes. And it seems like we're a distance away, but we could see flames moving just behind us here in the hillside. And then, like I mentioned, there was a spot fire right across the street by some apartments. So this fire's just spotting a lot pretty far away. So it's unpredictable what kind of structures could eventually have some damage as these winds intensify overnight.
I can imagine too, public transit. They are trying to coordinate efforts probably to move people, if need be. Of course, that's another opportunity to get people together and get people away. Just wondering, and maybe we can get some more information. Well, we will get more information on this. Like, if you're watching us, you might want to know, well, how do I get in touch with my loved one if they're not answering their phone, especially in this kind of situation? Who do I call? Are city services set up? Is there a line at City Hall? If you call right now, they have a recording telling you where to go to find people, or a number for assistance.
And people are being moved around too, Pat, so you don't know if your loved one is being put at this evacuation center or at this church or at this community center. So a lot to ask and a lot to worry about over the next few hours.
So there's a lot of coordination that is going to go into effect. It has to. And in fact, we're seeing it happen really on the fly. As you mentioned, Nicole, this is not necessarily a super coordinated effort because it happens so quickly. So you do the best that you can.
Yeah.
And right now, the main imperative is to get those people to safety, get them away.
And the great thing is we saw this
It's
unfold.
really incredible, though, to see.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Sorry about that. Didn't mean to cut you off. It's really incredible to see how everybody can work together. The firefighters, the police, getting the SWAT vehicle out here. They used a Pasadena transit bus to load people up. Sorry, I'm just noticing right now there's some more brush on fire over here, right at the 7-Eleven where they were loading these seniors up just a couple of minutes ago, so the fire's spotting again. But it's incredible how many people, I'm not sure if that is a car. I think it's just brush, but there are cars parked over there. Sorry, someone was asking me a question out here. But there were people from the community coming to help out here, and people trying to find their family members. And, you know, I don't really know where to tell them to go because it sounds like people are going to different locations. I did see the Angeles National Forest said they are working with the city of Pasadena to establish a mass evacuation shelter. And as soon as they have the official details on that, they said, the Angeles National Forest said that the city of Pasadena should be posting that information online. So I guess, you know, look for Pasadena city updates on that. But I did hear, again, the Pasadena Convention Center might be one of those locations.
You know, and we should remind people as well to call your school district, or I'm sure they probably have a recording about what schools are open, which schools are closed. I believe I saw something come across the wire that the Pasadena School District will not be having classes tomorrow. So if you're unsure, if we don't tell you before the night's over, make sure you call your school district or go online if you can and look on their webpage to find out specific information.
I think it's going to be at least a couple of days or so before we get word whether or not school is back in session. Definitely not tomorrow, at least for Pasadena. And as Pat was saying, check with perhaps LAUSD or Malibu Unified School District if the schools in that area are going to be in session. Tomorrow, my guess is that they won't be.
And you know something? Now that we're talking about this, guys, you may want to call no matter where you live, because not only if you're not in the direct line of fire and you've been evacuated, that smoke that we're going to wake up to tomorrow is just, I'm sure, going to be incredible. As the winds blow, it moves that the toxic smoke around. So you could be impacted even if you're not in the direct line of where these fires are burning.
Smoke and allergies, all sorts of things, right, Pat?
Yeah, if you've got allergies, asthma, that's not good. And certainly no outside activities, right? If you've got lung disease, any kind of problem like that, that's not a good idea. And it won't be probably for a little bit. Takes a minute.
Fire up here now, too.
Okay, looks like Nicole is talking about...
more fire.
Yeah, is this the new fire, Nicole, that you're pointing?
there's Yeah, this is another spot fire here south of Eaton Canyon, where this is probably almost about a mile away from Eaton Canyon now. And I don't know if this is right near a home. There are homes back here in this area, I believe. This would be like to the west of Altadena Drive and south of Washington. But firefighters just ran down there saying there's another structure. So I don't know if that means there's a structure on fire or just fire burning right by that structure. But we're basically seeing these spot fires pop up all over the place. And this is a residential area. So these could be homes, they could be structures, it could be businesses. It's just kind of crazy to see a wildfire burn out of the canyon and come right down into the city of Pasadena like this. But as you can see, fire crews are trying to catch up with all these spot fires, and they're racing down there right now to see what they can do.
It's interesting when we talk about fighting these fires and this being such a historic and unusual event. You know, I noticed, thank goodness, we do see firefighters showing up and doing what they can, even though earlier we heard them actually reaching out and doing a call to have more firefighters show up, no matter where you're from. If you're listening, you know, if you're listening to this, then they want you to get on board and help them, a recall operation, if you will. So, Nicole, looks like most of these firefighters, and I'm not asking you to just break and look and see where they came from, like if there's a different company, but they seem to be local right now, which is good.
I think what I've seen so far are, yeah, local guys from Pasadena. I haven't seen anybody really out of the area yet. I'm assuming all of the out of area people that came in from across the state are probably at the other fire that we have burning that started earlier today. So I don't know if we only have local people out here right now. I'm sure they're starting to usher people in from other fire departments as they have people available, but we're kind of just watching. I don't know how well you can see this. We're kind of watching these flames come up from what I think is a residential area down here, which is, we're looking more toward like the 210 freeway now, looking south from Altadena Drive. So there's just a lot going on out here right now. And you know, the city of Pasadena, we're talking about this fire starting to burn in Eaton Canyon and Altadena, but the city of Pasadena knew that this was going to be a catastrophic wind event. And they said earlier today that they might have to turn off power through the Pasadena Water and Power Department because they were, you know, concerned about these winds and power lines and what have you. They also, you know, there was a church that set up an evacuation shelter for people earlier. So, you know, I think also not too far from here, Pasadena had a big tree come down onto an apartment complex earlier today. And you know, I think it was maybe 14, 15 years ago, they had another massive wind event like this blow through town and do millions and millions of dollars in damage. And, you know, when you're talking about this area, Pasadena and Altadena, there are just so many like big historic trees here, lots of vegetation. So, and, you know, there's a lot of people who live in here too. It's kind of like densely packed in a lot of these areas, particularly in the hillsides. So it's kind of a recipe for disaster when you have a wind event like this.
It sure is. All right, Nicole, thank you very much. Now on KCAL News at 9:30, we have new information. Here's the very latest. Dozens of seniors who were evacuated from the senior living home in Altadena have now been rescued. They had to sit in their wheelchairs and beds outside in a parking lot for a very long time, but a convoy of ambulances and city buses moved in and took them to safety just within the last 30 minutes.
And we were glad to see it. And here is what's new and breaking at 9:30. The Pacific Palisades fire has now burned at least 2,900 acres. 30,000 people are now under evacuation orders, and we have watched homes burn all night, but there is no official count on exactly how many homes have been lost. And we've got even more evacuations to tell you about, and we do have new numbers on power outages, though. Just in, Edison reports 40,000 customers lost power because of the windstorm, and Edison cut power on purpose to another 35,000. And Mike Rogers is at the desk with more new information here at 9:30. Mike?
Yeah, here's the latest. I've got new evacuations to tell you about in the Eaton fire, where Nicole Comstock was. The city of Sierra Madre, a portion of it, now under voluntary evacuations. Listening to the radio traffic moments ago, they said they're concerned the fire is beginning to push towards the east, which is exactly what is being replicated with these new evacuations that you see in the city of Sierra Madre. They just ordered these voluntary evacuations. I want to take you live now to Eaton Canyon. Look at that. We are looking at a home burning in Altadena. These are live pictures from our Lori Fernandez. This is the same fire that Nicole Comstock just was at, telling you about the all those people that had to be evacuated. Lori Fernandez is at the intersection of New York Drive and Altadena Drive. For those of you that know that area, this is very near where the fire started, and you can see it is moving towards more homes, and this one is burning. I'm listening to the radio traffic. They're putting out reports of structure fires left and right. Multiple homes now on fire in the Eaton fire, which is now burning at least 400 acres, according to CAL FIRE. Again, you are looking at live pictures happening right now in the area of New York Drive and Altadena Drive, where this fire is burning. There is the other fire that is burning in the Pacific Palisades area. We've just heard there that the fire is beginning to move towards the Mandeville Canyon area. If we can, I want to ask the control room to come back to my computer because I want to refresh you on the evacuation orders there as well. You'll see here. So this is the evacuation order Calabasas. Here's the new information that we were just listening to on the radio. This is the Mandeville Canyon area. We are listening to the fire start to push kind of into this area. They're also talking about, sorry, just listening to fire already across Topanga Canyon, and yeah, Mandeville Canyon is the next easterly area that they're concerned about. So now we are pushing into the Squirrelball area, into the west side of the 405 freeway, and again, the city of Santa Monica under an evacuation zone. So that is what is happening right now. New evacuations in Sierra Madre on the Eaton fire, homes burning on the Eaton fire, and new concern in the Palisades about the fire moving towards the Mandeville Canyon area, guys.
That's incredible, and the evacuation zones keep growing and growing by the moment. We're now getting close to the 405 freeway.
Brentwood.
Yeah.
Brentwood.
Correct.
Yeah. And again, I want to point out, because I got a couple messages about this on Instagram, there are no fixed-wing aircraft on this. There are no helicopters on this. Fixed-wing can't fly at night. Helicopters, it is too windy. They cannot fly. It is not safe. They're not even using right now the fixed-wing asset to even do the mapping. So we're not even using that. And I'm listening to LA City Fire. They've got multiple structures on fire still here. So this is not letting up. This is not a situation that is dying down. If anything, it is getting worse. And now we are dealing with a second set of issues over in the Pasadena-Altadena area, which, as we've reported in other fires, now we're going to be stretching resources thin. Now we're going to be having to split between two fires. We've already done the unprecedented within the LA City Fire, which putting them on a recall notice. LAFD asking us to tell their members to call into the DOC to give them their availability. So really remarkable things that are happening tonight, guys.
No question about that. And we're talking about those evacuation areas growing. It's just pretty incredible. Just the fact that we can only fight this from the ground, and having you know, very big difficulty. And it really doesn't, you know, at first we were concerned in the Palisades area about those winding, steep hillsides, so people being able to, the fire department being able to get up and down the street, even with people, you know, blocking. But even if you're there and you can easily get to where these fires are burning, it's still hard to put them out because of the wind.
Well, yeah, and I mean, they're still in a situation we're listening to them talk about right now, and they're not even sure if it got evacuated earlier or not, but you know, they're talking about, and I'm going to pull up one of these live cameras that we've got here really quick. They're talking about having to deal with another type of like senior living type situation, like we were just talking about in Pasadena, where they're trying to figure out if they need to evacuate those people. So they don't even know yet if they have been evacuated. So they're trying to figure out if that's the situation, if they need to coordinate some, you know, 67 people to get out of this home. So that is the real kind of life and death challenges they're dealing with, and that is, when you have to deal with a situation like that, that is what is they're focusing on. They're focusing on life over property. So we're going to continue to see these properties burn as the fire department has to make these tough decisions about, look, we got to save lives. We got to get people out of these buildings and these homes. And that, unfortunately, is going to mean that structures are going to burn.
Yeah, but that's also going to mean extra resources in terms of even transportation. To get people out of these areas.
Yeah, that's a huge undertaking to try to move people like that if you have to.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is earlier today, Gavin Newsom spoke at a news conference, Pat. He did say that he's already been able to ask for federal resources to help pay for the firefight, because this is going to be expensive, a big drain to California, and at least the eyes of Washington are already here, and we're going to be getting the help that we need.
Yeah, apparently, I guess President Biden sent him a text agreeing to it already. And as you said, Juan, we're going to need all the resources we can get. We expect the mayor to be back in the city tomorrow. She was on an overseas trip, but very much involved from what we could gather in that press conference there that she participated in with Fire Chief Kristen Crowley.
And she's being brought up to date. Well, of course, the winds tonight, they're just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, and that's just not good news, but it's always best to know where they will be, Danny. So,
exactly.
All right, let's get it.
And that's what we're here to do, is to make sure that you feel prepared. We can tell you what's happening right now, what's happening next. I know this is a really tough night, so we're going to walk you through it. Here's the thing. We're focused on this window. The strongest wind's getting here sometime between 10 o'clock this evening, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So we're just 25 minutes from those strongest winds, and we're already seeing them ramping up. So I want to focus on some of those key areas. We're looking at gusts right now between 40 and 70 miles per hour. I know that's pretty broad. 71 mile per hour winds right now, or gusts, I should say, through Burbank. 60 mile per hour gusts through Santa Clarita, Simi Valley into Malibu. That's kind of our corridor for the strongest winds right now. But everybody is getting in on these strong winds in some way, some way, shape, or form. We're seeing that through Pasadena, Claremont, into Chino. I was just talking to one of our viewers. She's 81 years old, and she says she's never seen anything like this since living here. So this is very rare for us to see winds this widespread, this strong. Now, I also want to point point out, Pat was talking about this just earlier, the smoke that we're seeing out there. Just about 20 minutes ago, National Weather Service put down a more widespread air quality alert because of the wildfire smoke that's going to increase air pollution tonight going into tomorrow. I know that's not a big surprise, but the focus is going to be the San Gabriel Valley, a lot of LA County coastal areas, and also the Santa Monica Mountains. That's where the smoke is going to be the thickest and where we're going to see those impacts to air quality. Now, I want to get back to our futurecast. Let me get you through this to walk you through when we see the strongest winds, but also when the winds move out of here. I think that's going to be a big hope for a lot of us is when we're done. The next 18 hours will be tough. You can see that purple right there. Those strongest winds, it's going to be really stretching from Simi Valley all the way over to Claremont into Rancho Cucamonga. And we could see late tonight what's known as mountain waves, these breaking mountain waves. The San Gabriel Mountains could get wind gusts up to 100 miles per hour hitting the ridges of the San Gabriel Mountains. And sometimes these break over and they shoot down into some of our foothill communities. So we could see pockets of these stronger winds. Now, we're still windy going into tomorrow morning. This is a look at 11 o'clock in the morning. We've still got that purple on the map, foothill communities up through the mountains. You can still see those gusty winds through the Pacific Palisades over into Santa Clarita and Simi Valley, gusts ranging between 30 to 40 miles per hour. Here's the good news. By Wednesday evening, these winds start to die down. Now, we're not out of the woods quite yet. We're still going to be looking at red flag conditions through at least Thursday, and that's because we're still looking at wind. It's just not going to be as widespread and as powerful as what we're seeing tonight. Another little burst in winds Thursday afternoon going into Thursday evening. Friday gets here, and this is when things finally quiet down. Unfortunately, this is a prolonged Santa Ana wind for us, and that's what's making things so difficult for our firefighters to really get a good handle on some of these fires. And that's because these winds are erratic, and they're going to continue tonight into early tomorrow morning. Now, this is rare for us to see a high wind warning that blankets most of Southern California. I mean, we know we get high wind warnings. We get them sometimes when we get these Santa Ana winds. We're talking about gusts between 60 to 80 miles per hour. But for these winds to be of this magnitude and this widespread, that's what's unusual for us here in Southern California. And aside from the fire danger, National Weather Service has already gotten a slew of damage reports through the San Gabriel and the San Fernando valleys, a lot of our foothill communities, because of the potential for downed trees, down power lines. That's something I want you to be really careful about, especially first thing tomorrow morning. If you're getting back on the road, you're getting to work, be careful because there could be some things on the roadways, possible power outages as well. We'll continue to keep a close eye on the high wind warnings and also how dry it's been out there. We'll talk more about that in your next weather. Pat, Juan.
All right, Danny, we'll check back a little later. All right, let's get one more check on the Palisades fire.
And Tom is near Palisades Charter High School. Tom, what can you tell us about that school and the conditions out there now?
Pat, it looked like firefighters were working very hard to get those flames under control at the high school. We're just a few yards away from there. We came back to this apartment fire because it looks like it is raging once again. This apartment building, we were here a couple hours ago, and it looked like firefighters were getting a handle on the flames there. And you know, the winds may have kicked it back up because we're seeing these flames jetting out of the roof of the apartment building. And firefighters are once again here on the scene trying to assess the situation, trying to get water on that fire. You can see fresh fuel is burning inside of that building, black smoke coming out of the top of it. And as Danny was talking and giving her, talking about the forecast and talking about the winds, it's actually really terrifying out here. The winds are blowing so hard. We're next to a fence. It was unclear if the fence was going to blow away or these trees will come down. I mean, it's just very dangerous out here. Imagine all of the loose debris that could be, sort of sent into the roadway. There's down power lines not far from where we are. It's just a very, very scary situation out here. And it's just not letting up. The winds are just relentless and just slamming this area, making it so difficult for firefighters. You know, from 1 second, it's so odd. It will get cold for a few minutes, like chilly, and then the wind will shift, and all of a sudden you feel the heat from the flames, and it's warm. It's just so erratic, and it's just surreal. Firefighters doing all they can to get these hot spots under control, but it just becomes so impossible when the wind picks up again, like it is right now. But they do appear to have a number of firefighters here in this area. Also over in that hillside area you're looking at right now, there's a number of what appear to be structures burning in there as well. Pat and Juan, it's just a tough situation out there tonight, and firefighters doing all they can.
You know, it's so hard to envision that they almost had that fire out, or thought they did, and then just to have it break out again. But then that's what happens. So they're going to be out there all night, apparently, trying to watch for spots that burn down, or where you think they're going to be gone, and then they just spark back up because of a wind. It doesn't take much, does it? All right,
Pat, were you speaking to me? Sorry, I apologize.
Oh no, go ahead, Tom.
Oh yeah, so yeah, exactly. I mean, it's one of those. It's a large building too, so you can see how they were going door to door at one point, making sure everyone was out of there. But obviously there's traveling embers and all kinds of other things that could have reignited it. And like you said, they're sort of stuck here, kind of trying to figure out how to get control of it, especially without any air support. And I imagine also, just the winds creating challenges for the ladders. It's just very dangerous. The gusts are so powerful. And when we were covering the Malibu fire, the Franklin fire in Malibu, a month ago or a few weeks ago, there were lulls, and we've had a little bit of that tonight, but not remotely the same kind of sort of respite from the wind that we had during the Franklin fire. It is nonstop here. It just keeps going, and it's just the air quality, the dangers, and all of it is enhanced, accelerated, amplified by these weather conditions, and firefighters just have such an impossible task in front of them.
Tom, are firefighters putting water on that building again, or have they moved on, thinking that it was pretty much under control, and now they have to double back? Just wondering.
I think they had trucks still there. They still had engines on scene. When we sort of moved around the corner, it just looked. I mean, from our sort of lay perspective, as non-firefighters, we thought, it looks like they've gotten a good handle on it. But then now it's clear that it's not, and you wonder if something else reignited it, or if the fire was kind of smoldering in there, and then something else. There's just so much fuel in these buildings, right? I mean. And the other thing I wanted to point out too is the air. It's not just bad. I don't know how to describe the smell, but it's not. It's like plastic and chemicals. You can smell like this furniture you buy at stores, various big box stores. It's not just wood. It's made with all kinds of chemicals and all kinds of other products, right? I mean, so when this stuff burns, you're smelling plastic and other materials that these newer furniture is made out of, and all the other things that are in people's homes. And it's very hard to breathe at times. It kind of makes you choke even with your mask on. It's tough, and so there's that as well. And firefighters, of course, are right up against that when they're inside these buildings or inside these homes or are right on the perimeters of them. So they're battling that as well. It's just hard to wrap your mind around what we're seeing tonight on the scale of what we're seeing. It really is.
That's the same building that you showed us not long ago where firefighters were inside, right? As you said, going door to door, trying to make sure that people had gotten out.
Yeah, exactly. I think they were definitely going like floor to floor. It looked like they were going, it looked like they were going in the building. I mean, firefighters are so fearless. But yeah, they were definitely making a very thorough check to make sure no one was there. It didn't look like anyone needed to be rescued while we were there.
No,
so that's good, right? So we know that nobody was like trapped in there. And you never know, right? Because somebody could have special needs, or they could have a physical disability that would prevent them from getting out of a wheelchair or some other situation. So obviously you just don't know. And it's unclear how long this area has not had power. So that's another issue as well. Maybe somebody wasn't able to get the call out, or but the good news is we did not see anybody who was being resuscitated or rescued from this particular location. And so, but just looking behind the building, it's just an orange glow behind the building as well, where we saw structures in the hillside burning. It just, this is such a monster fire, and so many people have lost so much.
And we can see puffs of dark smoke, Tom, coming up and over the building there. So definitely scary and a big concern there. And we can clearly see there's no power to the building too.
Yeah, it almost looks like when the wind
exactly.
blows, it blows the fire over the top of the building. It's almost like it's pushing it, out towards the street there. Just very remarkable. All right, hang on for a moment there, Tom. We're going to go back to our other location, those fires burning in Altadena.
Let's go to Mike Rogers at the desk now with the very latest for us, Mike.
Yeah, guys, I wanted to jump back on because some of those evacuations in the Sierra Madre area have turned from voluntary to mandatory, and I wanted to make sure you knew which ones those were so you can evacuate if you're in that area. Let's jump into my computer here. Actually, I believe we have, jump to my computer first, and we'll show you here the red. The areas in red, this is the areas of Sierra Madre that were just a few minutes ago yellow. These were the voluntary evacuations here that I was just telling you about in the city of Sierra Madre. But, just as soon as I started to hear that they were concerned the fire was beginning to move east, that's when these turned from yellow to red. So now you've got these Sierra Madre areas that are becoming mandatory evacuations as the fire continues to move. And even this LA County one, this Pasadena one, has also turned into a mandatory evacuation zone. Let's show you why, because here is video, live pictures now, of yet another home burning in the Altadena area where the Eaton fire is now consumed. 400 acres is the last update we got. I assume and would presume at this point it is larger than that because they have not been using the fixed-wing aircraft to really do any mapping of either of the two fires that we're talking about, the one in the Palisades or the one in the Eaton Canyon area. But this is a home that is clearly on fire. And again, this is live pictures coming from our Lori Fernandez, who is in the area of New York and Altadena. That's where she has been throughout the night, and she has been watching homes burn. And again, I have to reiterate, unfortunately, there is no air support available on either of these fires because of the significant wind patterns that have developed here. So this is something that we are obviously continuing to watch. We're just moving on Nicole Comstock to this area as well. She's was at that parking lot, that 7-Eleven parking lot. We were watching those people that needed some medical attention that got evacuated from a senior living facility that had to get ambulanced out of there. So we're listening to that. And I can tell you that's an air conditioning, it looks like, on top of the roof that's on fire right there. I'm listening to the radio channel. Verdugo fire, LA County fire are just getting structure fire after structure fire after structure fire calls here in this area. And you can see at this home, it is totally on fire. There is no fire officials here, not because they don't want to be, because there's just too many of these things happening for them to keep up with. There are too many people that need help. We've talked about this before, and I'll reiterate it again. Life safety is their #1 priority, then structure protection, and then getting the fire out. So the fact that homes are burning, that means they are still in that life safety mode where they are trying to make sure that people who need to be evacuated are evacuated. We saw the massive undertaking that they were dealing with in Nicole's situation, where they had to bring in a SWAT Bearcat to load people into, a city bus, all kinds of ambulances. I wanted to point out, Pat and Juan, you guys were talking about how anybody will jump in and help. Yes. And to that point, in Nicole's video, there was an ATF agent, an alcohol, tobacco, and firearms agent, who's obviously not doing any kind of investigative work here as part of the ATF, but jumped in, had his identifications on, and was helping load people up into ambulances. Wow. So it just really goes to show you that our community is willing to step in and help people in their time of need, because unfortunately, many of our neighbors, many of our people that we know are going to be dealing with this tonight.
It's going to look like a war zone tomorrow.
Indeed.
No question about it.
Mm-hmm. All right, Mike, thank you. And of course, we are watching those winds, and we saw it right there in Lori Fernandez's picture. They have really picked up tonight, Pat.
Yeah, and even where Tom Waite was as well. Mm-hmm. And Danny, it looked like the wind was blowing the fire over a building. So we know that we're still in the thick of this.
We sure are, and the fire is able to do that so easily because these winds, they are so erratic. It can fan these flames so quickly, and that's why these new hotspots can start and spread so rapidly. As of last check, winds haven't changed much. We're still dealing with the really strong winds out there, though, and you can see that through the Santa Clarita Valley into the San Fernando Valley. We're talking gusts between 50 to 70 miles per hour right now. That's the case in Burbank. And boy, it's gusty in Pasadena and Altadena, where we're seeing gusts between 50 to 60 miles per hour there. Inland Empire, gusts between 30 to 45 miles per hour. And that's also the case through inland Orange County. I want to talk about the fire danger because this is not just going to be tonight. This will continue into tomorrow. And you can see for a lot of our valleys, our foothill communities, it's heightened. It's critical over the next 24 hours. Santa Clarita included in this. That pink area is indicating that critical fire danger. Santa Paula into Pasadena, the San Gabriel Valley, and then also inland Orange County and the Inland Empire. Now, typically this time of the year, we're not really concerned with red flag warnings, or we shouldn't be, because we normally get enough rain to mitigate that, where we're not concerned with that fire danger. But this year, we've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain in downtown Los Angeles. This is our driest start to winter since 1964. So vegetation is so dry out there, and that's what's made, not only is this windstorm incredibly powerful, it's incredibly widespread, but that's what makes fire danger so incredibly critical in this situation. It's mainly because things are so dry out there. Here's a look at those winds going into early tomorrow morning. Santa Clarita, a focus, gusts between 60 to 70 miles per hour by 11 o'clock into 1 o'clock in the morning. So the focus, those pinks and those purples, this is the focus for the peak winds. It's going to start at 10 o'clock tonight and end sometime around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Not the end of this event, but that's in terms of the strongest winds. We're going to see gusts in the 50-mile-per-hour range in Glendale. You're seeing those strong gusty winds through Huntington Beach, through Ontario, over into Riverside. And this is going to continue into tomorrow. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at when the winds move out of here and when we're finally out of the woods. That's coming up in your next weather. Pat, Juan.
All right, Danny, thank you so much. And the winds, of course, knocking out power tonight for thousands of people, including right here in the San Fernando Valley.
And KCAL News reporter Leslie Marin is live in Valley Village, where neighborhoods are in the dark. Leslie, we could tell.
Yeah, you can see it behind me, Pat and Juan. Up to possibly 2,000 customers here in this area. We're at Teasdale and Moore Park here. And this is another bit of mess we have run into. You could see this happening at neighborhoods all across SoCal, down trees. This one actually so close to this apartment building, luckily fell into the street, just knocked out a part of the fencing here, but missed that apartment complex completely. But this is what's causing that power outage. You can see LADWP crews here on Moore Park and Teasdale, and we are told that it was a power line that snapped here due to these tall trees that lay across some of the power lines here on Moore Park. And they say that has been a problem for them throughout the night. In fact, they're not too sure if they have fully de-energized that line, so they're just keeping this entire street blocked off from any cars or people. But I want to get to video to show you some of the mess that we encountered on our way over here. Take a look at this. The 101 at Laurel Canyon, you can see that's where a tree fell onto freeway lanes, just barely missing the car and the driver you see here. CHP and a tow truck actually had to be called in to help clean up and fully open the freeway again. In Studio City, parking enforcement directing traffic at the intersection of Moore Park and Laurel Canyon. This intersection extremely busy, gets backed up at rush hour, but parking enforcement officers there really trying to do what they can to move traffic along in that area. And this, of course, is what we're seeing in majority of neighborhoods here in the Southland. Back out here live, you can see LADWP crews moving their cars here. They still have this large portion of Moore Park blocked off. But I can tell you, the crews tell us it may be frustrating for people. Right now, if you have lost power, it could be anywhere from 4 to 12 hours before your power is restored. That is extremely frustrating for so many people. You know, it's a cold night. People may want to use their heaters, of course, if they're electric powered. And so many people finding it extremely frustrating. But here's the issue, especially in this area where it's so dark right now, is that They tell us they first need a tree trimming crew to come out here. They need to knock down these trees, cut down these trees, before they can then begin their repairs to get this electricity back on. So that is what takes getting the electricity and the lights back on for so many communities. There's a process not only to keep you safe, but to keep these crews safe. So while we know it's so frustrating as customers, it can be bothersome, there is a process to these things. And I will tell you, I watched these LADWP crews working out here, and they're trying to do the best they can with the situation at hand. Of course, these winds only getting worse throughout the night. So for now, we'll send it back to you guys in studio.
Thank you so much, Leslie. You know, what's interesting, I watched those traffic lights. They were out at 2:30 when I came in this afternoon, and they're still out at that intersection.
Sure. Crews very busy tonight.